We're going to have a picture facing that way, okay? So just a couple of reminders. We have a towel box in every corner and it has your country's flag on it, so you can use that. We've got automatic line calling, so no challenges, anything like that. And 25 seconds between the points. There's a clock in every corner. Do you have any questions about anything? No. Donna, would you like AO or John Newcomb?
AO, please.
AO. Okay, Teddy, do you want to flip that for me? Land it on the floor? Perfect. Well done. Yep, that's your choice. Going to receive.
I'll stand this side.
Going to stay. Okay, so just turn around, Teddy. And you're just going to do a picture with the ladies. Thank you. Thanks. Have a good one. Thanks, Teddy. Great job.
Beautiful moment there for the young hotshot kid Teddy. Moment to remember. Maybe one day she'll be out on court playing at this special event, the United Cup. But let's have a look at these two players, Jill. I'm really interested to see what your thoughts are and how you think this match will unfold between Donna Vekic and Leylah Fernandez. And we did touch on how we both were quite surprised that they have not met previously, considering how many years they both have been on tour.
I think that's what we think. I mean, we see them so often throughout the year and throughout the season that we just expect that everyone's probably played each other. So yeah, I was very surprised when I saw that. But they're both obviously very familiar. They know what they're going to expect from each other. For Donna Vekic, you know, in the top 20, her highest ranking is actually 18 that came this year, but 28 years of age. As you mentioned, she's had a very good year. Maybe struggled a little bit earlier. There were moments, especially you know, after Roland Garros, where she was really questioning whether she wanted to continue, and then all of a sudden just had a fantastic run, getting to the semifinals of Wimbledon, and then of course winning the silver medal at the Paris Olympics. So she's really surged up back into the rankings, and she's playing fantastic. She's got such a big game, big serve, big hitter off the ground, so she really likes to try and dictate the matches.
Certainly a well-experienced player, Donna Vekic.
3 minutes.
She's up against a tough opponent in Leylah Fernandez, 22 years of age, currently ranked 31 in the world, has been as high as 13, that was back in August 2022. And she too also had some great results, making the quarterfinals in Birmingham in June, runner-up in Eastbourne, and then a quarterfinal appearance in Cincinnati. So she also had a better back end to this season.
And Leylah has worked very hard. I mean, obviously that everyone remembers that run she had to the finals of the 2020 U.S. Open, where she lost to Raducanu, but had some big wins en route to that final. But I think we've, you know, expected so much of her, and she's gotten to this stage now. She's been very outspoken of how it's been a struggle. You know, she's still done relatively well, but that expectations on her shoulders was very high. But she's at a stage now where she's been working really hard on trying to get the consistency, just trying to get better and progress every year.
2 minutes.
Chair umpire for this morning's session, Richard Hay. Beautiful conditions here in Perth, currently 27 degrees. Perfect playing conditions. And there's a beautiful look of RAC Arena. Really hard to see a cloud in the sky here. So as the players take their last final serves, no doubt they're pretty warm and they're ready to go. Team Croatia were here last year as well, so they'd be very familiar with these courts. And Jill, you touched on, you don't think the surface is playing too fast or too slow. It's quite in that medium range.
I think so, yep. Yeah. I mean, being courtside, you know, yesterday for a couple of the matches, I got the sense that, you know, it wasn't something that felt overwhelming. Occasionally you could see the ball skid through the court, and of course, Team Croatia captain Eva Maioli very familiar with what it feels like to be out there, French Open champion herself, Grand Slam champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match will be the best of 3 tiebreak sets. Donna Vekic.
Stacey, thanks so much for joining us. It's great to have Team Canada here in Perth, and it's your first experience here for the United Cup. How's your time been so far?
So great, yeah. It's my first time in Perth. I was here last year in Sydney with Leylah as well, but we've definitely added a few more players to our team.
And Stacey, it must be such a fun experience. I mean, it's very unique, right, to be able to come together as a team. What has Team Canada done off court where that you've created such a special bond amongst your team members?
Yeah, well, so 4 of us did play college tennis, so we definitely love that college atmosphere, just being on a team and supporting each other in any way, on court, off court, and grabbed some dinner, had some gelato, walked through the fair the other day. Unfortunately, we just missed the last ride, but maybe that will be in the cards for tonight.
And it's an interesting matchup we have this morning between Layla and Donna. How do you see this one unfolding? Is there anything in particular that you think Layla might do early on that might help her get up ahead in this first set?
Yeah, well, it's definitely one of the warmer days that we've been here, and she's been in Australia for a few weeks now, so hopefully that works towards her advantage, and we're just going to do our best to cheer her on side and give her as much energy as possible.
Oh, great. Thanks for your time, Stacey, and all the best this morning.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Oh, great to hear that. You know, most of the Team Canada players have played that US college. It's all about the team and getting, backing up your teammates and every point counts, and that also helps in these type of field.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's been an ongoing discussion, actually. There's been quite a few college players that have really, been successful as they transition to the professional tour, and
First set.
all of them across the board will say how much they value that experience.
Team Canada to serve.
So Leylah Fernandez for Team Canada will get things underway here.
Play.
I'm fortunate enough to have Barbara Shett courtside. Bubsy, great to have you here this morning. Hopefully you're staying cool under that umbrella there.
I am. I love this umbrella. Without it, I think I would be lost. It's really, really hot down here. I know you said 27 degrees, but it feels like 37 to me already, and the match has only started now. I wonder how the players are feeling.
There's Bubsy just trying to
Can
stay
see you,
cool.
Bubsy, yeah. You're well protected.
I am. I'm prepared. I've got my water here, electrolytes, everything's here.
Slip, slop, slap, that's what we say here.
That's right.
Yeah, Team Canada.
Positive start.
First game.
Bubsy, I'd love to get your thoughts on how you see this one unfolding, or maybe what might be some of the key points for each player, considering you do, follow them all year round.
Well, I think Leylah Fernandez does have a pretty good chance because she has the speed, but she also has the variety. And the fact that she's a left-hander, she can open up the court beautifully to the backhand of Donna Vekic. With Donna, it's always a bit of a thing. I mean, she can pretty much hit you off the court if she, or when she has a good day. She serves extremely well, especially with the first shot after the serve. She's super aggressive. And when she's standing the right way towards the ball, then she can be very, very powerful. But if you get her out of her comfort zone, if you get her moving, then she's in trouble. So I think that has to be the key for Leylah Fernandez today. And I'm surprised as well the two of them have never faced each other. It's really, yeah, not common, considering how long they've been on the tour, both of them.
start to just what Bubsy was saying, and anything short, Vekic is going to be on top of the ball. And she can create so many of those opportunities with how well she serves. The placement of her serve is something that's definitely improved over the course of the last couple years. And that's where Layla, I feel like, can hurt Vekic, is if she can continue to use the angles off the court. That's an area of her game that is very strong. She's able to open up the court so well, flatten the ball out, especially with a little bit more spin on the forehand, but flatter on the backhand. But she's very good at being able to spread the court.
A great first serve there from Vekic to tie things early on in this first set. And there's Felix Auger-Aliassime warming up.
Always the ultra professional, one of the hardest workers.
And you also said one of the nicest players on tour as well.
Very respectful of everybody, yeah. But he does everything so precisely.
Yeah. Something we haven't mentioned yet, Jill, is the new addition to Donna Vekic's coaching staff, and that is Sasha Bain. We all know his experience, the previous hitting partner for Serena Williams for 8 years, hitting partner for Victoria Azarenka, Sloane Stephens, Caroline Wozniacki, also coached Naomi Osaka to 2 Grand Slams. There he's on screen.
Just in the front is Sasha. Excellent drop shot. Great underspin, backspin on that.
Yeah, and I think that's a fantastic tactic as well, to throw a drop shot in every now and then.
Yeah.
We know laterally Donna Vekic is moving okay, but when she has to sprint forward, she's struggling a little bit more. So it's the variety for Fernandez which will be key in combination with the power.
Goran Ivanišević watching this match with intent. He's joined Elena Rybakina's coaching. That was his first WTA match yesterday when she was playing her singles.
He's very excited to make the transition to the WTA Tour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I spoke to
Something
him.
new for him. Sorry, go ahead, Bubsy.
I spoke to him this morning, and he was pretty happy with how Elena played, but even more excited about the mixed double. Pretty funny.
Things on serve in his first set, 2-1. So what do we think? I'd love to get your thoughts, Jill and Bubsy, on what you think Sasha can bring to Donna Vekic's game. He's clearly experienced. He's been a hitting partner, he's been a coach, and now she's appointed him. And it's still very early days, but what do you think some of the key things are that might benefit her game?
I think for me, a lot of it could help because, you know, you mentioned all the players that he's worked with, and of course, Serena Williams stands out because he was with her for so long, and just his experience to be around her type of mentality for how many slams she's won, for, you know, being able to handle those big moments and how to maybe push through those moments. And I think that is so valuable because she has the game. She has the game to be able to, you know, get a slam. I mean, she made her first semifinals of a slam at Wimbledon this year, and she wasn't far off of making the final. Had that epic battle against Paolini. And so I think that mentality a little bit to get her to that next moment, I think would be huge.
And he's just really positive, you know.
Yeah.
I think she wants to surround herself with somebody really motivating, being really positive. She's very self-critical. She likes to, you know, nothing is good enough whenever she plays. So I think it's a great choice to work with her.
Things are on serve here in this women's singles between Team Canada and Team Croatia.
I do like that play, though, from Fernandez, incorporating the slice and then immediately trying to step up and attack that next ball. Good tactic again. And she knows that variety is going to be helpful for her. I mean, she's used it right away, right from the start.
$15 all. $30.50.
That's where Vekic can really dominate on that forehand side. Got so low with the legs there. was beautifully done, just redirecting that middle ball. Not the easiest shot to be able to create an angle on, but she did it really well. And that just puts a little pressure on Fernandez too. I mean, anything short, you know, Becca just gonna look to take control. So it just provides that pressure to try and get that depth on the ball consistently.
So we've got Bubsy down there with Benjamin Singwan for Team Canada. Let's hear what he has to say.
Benjamin, great that you're taking the time to have a chat with me. I'm wearing the right clothes, obviously, the right colors here as well today. Team Canada's campaign has started today. In what spirits is the team, and in what spirits are you?
No, I mean, we're really excited. This is a really fun event surrounded by a lot of good people, and we're going to do everything we can to try push our way to the top.
I don't know how much women's tennis you're watching, but what do you make of Leila's performance so far against Donna? It's a tough one, isn't it?
Yeah, I think she looks great. It's a really high-level match so far, and I really like Leila's chances. I mean, she's been working really hard the last couple of days, and she looks great so far.
What do you think she will have to do to capture this first point for Team Canada?
I just think she's gotta maintain her level. She seems really fit and acclimated to the conditions, and I really like her chances.
Are you getting ready for a doubles maybe later on? I mean, it depends a little bit on the score, right? But would you be ready?
Yeah, I'd definitely be ready. We'll see. One match at a time.
Thanks, Benjamin.
Thank you.
Great point there from Benjamin in terms of how important it is for the players to get acclimated to this weather, because some of them are coming from different extremes, right? From the cold to the heat,
right?
Getting ready for the summer of tennis. And we saw that last night when Team China were playing Team Brazil. And in the women's singles, Jill, you were calling that one. And we
Me
saw
and Bubsy
everything.
were together,
Absolutely.
yeah.
You saw the cramping, possible injuries or tightness, stiffness. Sometimes you can't control that.
No, you can't. And sometimes you don't know when it's coming. I mean, yeah. I don't know if, I don't remember Hologic Maya in particular ever cramping either, or, I mean, I hadn't seen, Zhao play that much, but.
And that was an evening match too.
That was an evening match,
It's
yeah.
different.
But there was so much tension. That's yeah. That can create, even though it might not be as hot, that's not always necessarily the reason why players start to cramp. I mean, everyone's different. Yeah. A lot of it is if you hydrated enough the night before, but it was such a tense and a high intensity match. And so that always could be a factor.
So an easy hold for Fernandez. We're on serve, 3-2 in this first set. Well, let's take a drive down south to Esperance. So many things to do. It's 696 kilometres southeast of Perth, surrounded by stunning scenery and beautiful oceans. You can go four-wheel driving along the beach, have a dip in the crystal blue waters. Jill,
have you been there?
I have. I have a few times. It is a little bit of a distance.
Is the water's warm though, right? Is the water warm?
That's a very good question.
You didn't go in?
I can't remember. But certainly a place to visit if you haven't already. Donna Vekic having some words from her newly appointed coach, Sasha Bain. Interesting, we saw yesterday with Goran, he was sitting far back from Elena. He really didn't get involved. He was more observing and taking it all in as opposed to getting involved with her match. So different approaches from different coaches.
Yeah, I kind of liked that Goran took that approach actually, because, Rybakina, we don't get to see her show her emotions that much, or you know, in the interaction. I think that it would be good for her just to let her interact with the team, let her do her own thing, and you know, he allowed the coach from Kazakhstan to get involved and to take over. And she looked like she was having a very good time. Her sister's here. We're walking to sisters here, which she says how much she's enjoyed having a family member next to her. But it's also the players too. You know, I think Vekic likes having that input, you know, all the time. She wants, it's a new situation for her as well. She wants to hear what Sasha has to say. When you pushed that far out wide, again, Fernandez throwing in that nice short angle. Got to make sure you get that depth on the ball. That one just sat up for Fernandez to take control.
Yeah, she's got to use those angles, Leila Fernandez, especially on the backhand wing towards Vekic, where she really has to move towards the ball, out the court. It's a bonus, especially in these conditions, to rely on your serve to get 3 points in. And I wonder how Donna Vekic feels. She only arrived a few days ago here in Australia with the heat. Leila Fernandez has been here for a month already nearly. Almost had too much time there.
Yeah.
15-13.
Did it look, from your perspective, Babsi, that the ball maybe jumped up on her at the last moment?
It did jump up a little higher, and she was hesitant. And Jill, you and I, we know you can't be hesitant.
No.
You have to pick your spot. You have to go for it.
Yep. I think the worst thing you can do is change your mind mid-stroke.
Last second, yeah. Don't do that. Is that the same baby from last night? It's back again.
I think they're upset with that unforced error, maybe. A little bit of pressure there from Fernandez. Don't mind that approach.
Yeah, me neither. I like that intention. I mean, because Vekic serves so well, when you get second serve opportunities, you gotta go for it. And look at how fast she got in there, looking to take that ball, wanting to make sure it didn't get above her shoulders. But I do like that she was going after that.
Big point there at 30-all. Vekic just doing well to hold her ground. Looking to level things here in this first set. Too good.
Game Team Croatia.
Throwing in some variety there from Donna Vekic.
3 games all.
Sasha liked that one too.
Yeah, it's a smart way to add that into her repertoire, because she's playing with so much pace from the baseline, Donna Vekic, so you're automatically kind of standing a little further behind the baseline, and if she's capable to utilize that drop shot, it's definitely a weapon.
so good. Even when you can predict that it might be coming, because we know how good she is at the angle. She just hits her spots so well.
Is that where maybe Vekic could be using the middle a bit more, just to not give
Take the angles away? Yeah.
Fernandez that angle?
That would be, yeah, that is a one way to take that shot away from her. But it has to have good depth on that middle ball. Fernandez serving pretty well, I think. I mean, her first serve has always been pretty effective, but I was curious, you know, the second serve, that's where an area where Vekic could attack, but she's getting good depth on that second serve, and Vekic has been struggling to time that one so far.
First serve percentage sitting at 90% for Fernandez.
That's great cutting into the court from Vekic off of the return. Sometimes you can, as you're repositioning yourself, start to back away a little bit, but she really did a good job of getting inside that baseline to take the next ball early. Some aggressive play there from Leylah Fernandez. 4-3, first set. Team Canada happy with how Leylah Fernandez is performing thus far. No doubt they're feeling the heat creep up a little bit on court. As we just watch some of the highlights of that last point. Love seeing Fernandez take that ball out of the air, but also take time away from Donna Vekic. I like that she doesn't hesitate. And I think, you know, her court positioning is so good. She loves to hug the baseline. So it almost gives her a little bit more opportunities to be able to take that ball, to see it early and take it out of the air.
She's applying pressure, isn't she? She's looking for a second serve to attack on. She's taking balls out of the air. Good mindset early on in this first set.
You're the first woman that's ever done the saber in a white match.
Yeah. That would have been insane.
That's good, right?
Yeah.
That's almost worked.
So close.
I made a bed with Ben.
What is the bet? Who's getting what?
That you were going to get the saber in and win the point. Ben said, no way. There's no way she's doing it. So,
Team Canada keeping things light-hearted on the change of ends. Nice to see them relaxed and enjoying this experience. But see, how's the heat feeling down there? Because we are edging towards the end of this first set.
It's heating up.
Yeah.
I'm starting to sweat. I just put my hair together into a ponytail because I'm sweating too much. So again, I wonder how much that will come into place for both players, considering that Leila Fernandez has been here. She's acclimatized for the last few weeks, and Donna Vekic, obviously the opposite, still battling jet lag. Can't rule that out.
And I'm just sensing the last few service games of Donna Vekic, she's been under more pressure than Leila Fernandez, throwing a couple of double faults, not getting as many first serves in. Her first serve percentage sitting at 65% currently.
It's good recovery from Vekic. Well, I think, yeah, Leila decided quite early that she was going to look to apply that pressure and attack. I mean, we saw her on one second serve get a head start and almost end up inside the service line after she hit one of the returns. Didn't make it, but I think, I think she felt that from the beginning that maybe, Vekic's first serve percentage wasn't as sharp as it could be, and has tried to attack and make Vekic think about that serve a little bit more.
Does have a little bit more pop off that first serve, Vekic. Fastest serve, 175 kilometres per hour. Good hustle there from Vekic.
Team Croatia.
Anticipated that drop shot.
4 games all.
And this is where it gets interesting, Bubsy, doesn't it?
Yeah, she doesn't necessarily feel too comfortable at the net normally, Donna Vekic, but she's done well in that moment. Really, when you look at her presence on the court, she's playing 1 point at a time. Very focused. And this will be, it's crunch time coming up in this first set, so it'll be interesting to see how the level is going. Bit of a miss hit there from Vekic on that forehand, which opened up the court nicely. I think when she has depth on her forehand into the backhand side of Fernandez, that's when the Canadian is struggling a little bit.
She's continuing to use that drop shot, Fernandez. Almost wanting to bring Vekic forward. She's noticing how far back in the court she was off that return.
Yeah, and she wasn't too irritated that she didn't win the point before when she tried that drop shot, so give her credit for that.
It's almost a fine balance, isn't it, between using it too much but then also using it to your advantage.
What a great point from both. I mean, Fernandez just is scrambling throughout that entire match, and Vekic did a good job of being able to get the last ball to the feet of Fernandez. Just great court sense, great awareness. That one right there, just a difficult volley to control.
Game to Canada. Team Canada leading 5 games to 4.
On serve here in this first set.
We just want to take a look at the court positioning and the rally hit points of both players. Vekic does like to be closer to the baseline overall. That's where she likes to be. But compared to Fernandez, she is a little bit more inside that baseline. And so she's looking to rush Vekic right from the start. That is one of her biggest assets. She likes to take time away from her opponents. But as I said, they both like to dictate and control. But Fernandez is the one that is looking to be inside that baseline more often. We've seen her get to the net, use the drop shot. She's trying to look to move forward a little bit more.
I've also seen that with her trying to take balls out of the air as well. So certainly both players playing very aggressively in this first set. As we have a look at Felix warming up out on court, on the outside court here on RAC Arena. Just getting his eye in, getting used to the conditions as well. It is quite warm out on court.
Just keep playing the way that we play all the time. Just do the same thing. You've been hitting beautiful.
That's Jorge Fernandez on the left. Fernandez's father works with her quite a bit.
See Vekic with the ice towel. Utilizing it early on here. Fernandez doing a great job in this first set of just holding her nerve, holding serve, putting the pressure back on Vekic. It'll be interesting now to see how the players approach these points as we near towards the end of this first set. So Vekic serving now at 4-5.
Love 15.
a great example of just the constant mentality of Fernandez. Any moment, any inch that she has, she wants to step up. Good example right here, just split so well and then immediately move forward. That 1 or 2 steps makes such a big difference.
Yeah, and really dictating with her forehand, sticking to her game plan, being aggressive.
So under pressure here, Vekic at love 30.
Left for serve. Love 40.
And that double fault, that brings up 3 set points for Leylah Fernandez.
That was too ambitious, maybe, wasn't it? I mean, she was coming in so quickly to take that return, being almost on the tee there. See, she had to get out of the way, but she's certainly just trying to put pressure on Vekic, that's for sure, constantly.
Not bad to chance it at love 40, though. Have a little bit of breathing room, I think.
Still 2 set points.
Just ended up reaching a little bit, expecting maybe a deeper shot from Vekic.
Last for serve.
Just misses.
Juice.
And really good focus from Vekic. Just felt like she really dug deep to put a little extra pace behind the backhands.
So 3 set points saved by Vekic, and we're at juice now. Just can't help but think that point at love 40 when Fernandez had that second serve opportunity.
I totally agree.
Yeah, I feel there's a part of me that feels like, okay, I like the fact that she was a little bit gutsy and wanted to go after it because she can be pretty successful. It happened to be a very good serve right into the body at that moment.
Great response there from Fernandez, yeah. Much better second serve return, starting the point.
Yeah.
And once again, Becky, she doesn't like it to get pushed behind the baseline. Today she's, it happens a lot of times. She can't really control the point.
So full set point opportunity now for Fernandez. And another look on a second serve. Interesting to see what she does now. And not having to do too much. So Fernandez captures the first set in 45 minutes, 6 games to 4. Well, it was a battle out on court. Team Canada happy with the way that Leylah Fernandez has performed so far in this first set. Just kept applying the pressure, didn't she, Jill?
Absolutely, yeah. I think she was aggressive from the start. The 4 double faults, I think, did hurt Vekic, especially the last one, obviously on a set point. But the amount of, the amount of times that Fernandez has been able to come forward, we were talking about her core position, how she's the one that's been looking to attack a little bit more, has gotten to the net quite a few times, pretty successful when she's been up there. But I just feel like she has this intention of just wanting to be inside the baseline a little bit more. She's just both have had great intensity out there, not much difference between the two. I think Fernandez has been holding her serve a little bit more easier. She's been more comfortable in that category. And we saw a lot of variety. Fernandez was the one that brought the drop shot out early. Vekic has done a couple of her own, but Fernandez has thrown in the angle. She's really been able to move Vekic around the court in so many instances throughout these points in the first set.
Leylah Fernandez off to a good start here in this women's singles match. Still lots of tennis to be played, but she's come out with a game plan. She's been positive. She's got her team behind her. Looks comfortable too. Used to the conditions, acclimatized well.
She's been over in Australia for a while, did quite a bit of her off-season here, was here for a couple weeks in Melbourne. She was training just, to get out of the cold. She does train in Florida, so, but still different. I mean, Florida is very much more humid than here in Australia, and it's always good, just to get a little bit more settled, make that trek all the way to a different continent, get used to the time change. A lot of players are doing that, coming over to this side of the world pretty early on for the Christmas holidays and training in the warm weather.
Second set. Team Canada to serve.
So Fernandez to kick things off here in this second set. Key for Fernandez will be maintaining that aggression and that execution, and for Vekic it would be really to try and apply some pressure on the Fernandez serve. See if she can get an early break here.
So many times Leylah Fernandez plays behind Donna Vekic, wrong foots her, and clearly the Croatian doesn't like that, changing directions in her movements. So a lot more creativity from Fernandez.
So hard to pick on a left-handed serve, isn't it?
I was just thinking overall, I feel like Fernandez can disguise things well. I even feel like there have been moments, yes, on the serve where Donna Vekic has sort of been frozen, not quite sure where she's going to hit her spot, but also off the ground as well. Is another instance. I mean, she missed that, but Vekic, she just felt like, you know, stood still, wasn't quite sure where Fernandez was going to go for that shot.
Game, Team Canada. Both games, second set.
Real positive game there from Fernandez, continuing to take time away.
You never get the sense that she's going to miss that swing ball. I mean, she looks so secure when she goes to approach that ball. Definitely an area of her game that there have probably been a lot of consistent reps because she does create quite a few opportunities for herself.
And it's just that transition to the net just looks so natural to me, doesn't it? It's great to see, and it's so much easier to be able to finish the point at the net if you feel comfortable. I'd like to see that a bit more on the women's tour in general.
Go. Hey, hey. I'm gonna that. Go.
Such a great return there from Fernandez.
Yeah, it's really interesting to watch her waiting for that return. I'm just sitting right here, just a few meters away from her. I think Donna Vekic will barely see Leylah Fernandez because she's so deep, you know, bent her knees so low, waiting for that return. She's certainly trying to take time away from her opponent, Leylah Fernandez.
So we have a look at the win predictor. Pre-match, it was in the favour of Donna Vekic, but we've had a big swing, 33% towards Leylah Fernandez.
Game, Team Croatia.
Holds to love, Vekic.
1 game all.
So obviously so important to get on the board right away, but to do it at love, that's got to feel good for Vekic because didn't really have that many easy service games in that first set, so that'll give her a little boost of confidence.
Too good. Fantastic hustle there from Vekic.
What a very well executed drop shot from Vekic, just so precise. And snuck forward, saw Fernandez in trouble, so she got a little bit of a head start up to that drop shot, really nicely controlled.
So the first double fault for Fernandez in this match.
Well, it's the first time she seems to be in a little bit of trouble on her serve. A little opening there for Vekic, she would know that. And she's not happy with her return. Quite a few unforced errors there. And we all know a lefty serve is not easy to control.
Great way to get back to 30 all. Second ace of the match. She's been quite impressive, hasn't she, Butsy Fernandez, in terms of just continuing to back herself.
Yep, I love it. I love it. Her game plan is pretty clear. She wants to take time away from Vekic. She wants to step into the court and come to the net as much as possible. And it does pay off. I mean, a moment ago it was love 30. And look at her now. She's brave.
Game, Team Canada.
4 points in a row for Fernandez, and we're on serve. 2-1, second set. As we look at the Kimberley region, it has so much to offer, from sailing in stunning clear water, picturesque walking tracks, riding camels along the beach, and then being able to see it all from above in a helicopter ride. So much to see and do in the state of Western Australia. Such a large state. Absolutely stunning. And what has also been stunning has been the performance of Leylah Fernandez. Whenever she's been in a little bit of a pickle, Jill, she finds a way, doesn't she?
You never get the sense that she's doubting herself. I mean, she does have the perfect game plan, and she's sticking to it. She's not hesitating, and that's been so important for her.
I love it. Don't think.
The team captain of Eva Maioli having a few words to Donna, as well as her coach, Sasha.
Time.
What do you think they'd be saying to Donna right now, Jill? How can she get herself on top in the second set?
You know, I think her serve needs to improve from the first set. I think that really hurt her in the beginning. She gave Fernandez opportunities. I think that first game already was better, held at love, but, you know, took her time a little bit more. Fernandez is so good at making you feel like you're being rushed. So just, you know, utilize the time in between points. Make sure you're ready when you're stepping up. I mean, she's such a good competitor, Vekic. You know she's not going to go anywhere. She's there every moment of the match. So I think it's just, you know, reinforcing that positive emotion, that positive momentum, that she can create.
You should definitely want a few more points like that off that first serve, getting the shorter response. A few quicker points as well.
Such a good combination. The first ball very deep in the court, right down the center, and then immediately using the angle.
Yeah, she just doesn't feel too comfortable moving around. Donna Vekic, she likes to be the one in control of the points, but today it's Leila.
So much of her game relies on that serve. That's what helps her be able to dictate, is when she's able to hit the spots on the first serve.
Good hold there from Vekic.
I think she's starting to take some bigger cuts off the ground. Definitely an increase in pace in that point from Vekic.
Well, that first serve certainly helped in that last game, just to set herself up in all those points. That's where she likes to be, isn't it? Inside the court.
And we talk about how important it is, the depth of your average rally ball. I think in this matchup as well, especially against Fernandez, who likes to be on top of the baseline, that depth is so important, because that's an area where Vekic will be able to rush Fernandez a little bit and help create some more short balls for Vekic. And we spoke about how Fernandez loves to be inside the baseline. Saw that earlier with the difference in the court positions. Fernandez just closer to the baseline overall than Vekic. And that can be such an asset, but it can make you vulnerable too, if Vekic is able to continue to get the good depth that she's shown in this second set.
15-all.
Nice hit off that forehand.
Just looking at the motion of Leylah Fernandez. Gets that nice hip rotation and good bend with the knees that allows her to really push off the ground to get up to that ball. I think she could land inside the baseline a little bit more off of that serve. And that one, it was a little bit better. You want to make sure you land inside. You don't want to be jumping backwards.
A great 1-2 play there from Fernandez. Sets it up beautifully with that first serve down the tee. Continues to be aggressive off that forehand side.
Okay, Team Canada.
And an ace to secure that service game for Fernandez. 3-2, second set. So, Babsy, what do you think Vekic needs to do off the return? Because she's clearly struggling a little bit off that left-handed serve from Fernandez. Is there somewhere different she can stand or approach?
I think she could change her stance a little bit. When you have problems returning, when you don't find that rhythm a little bit, maybe try to confuse your opponent with the serve and try to maybe stand a little bit further out, further in the court as well, and just make sure that you make your opponent think. I think that's the most important thing, and to try to break her rhythm. And we know in tennis it's so easy that the momentum, it can happen so quickly that the momentum changes. But so far, I have to say, Fernandez is sticking to her game plan. She's really disciplined, executing it as well, and she even has a smile on her face. I love it.
Was that you or us three?
The last person who I'll do for the team.
Yeah,
that's a little different.
I like that. That's the attitude.
I've been so impressed in terms of her body language, Fernandez. She might be under pressure or she might be ahead and she just stays the same. She backs herself.
Yeah, she's always had that good competitive nature about her. But I love this situation. I mean, it's very rare that we see the players on the changeover. Normally it's them by themselves on the bench, but you know, they're surrounded by the team members. They have all that support. I like to see them both laughing and having fun in the middle of the match. But they've both been so good as once they step back on the court, have such great intensity. This is good to see Donna laughing a little bit too. It's the first time actually in this match that we've seen her with her team and just having a little bit of fun.
So Vekic serving. 2-3, second set. Fifth double fault for Vekic. took that first overhead too easy.
Yeah, she should have put that away for sure. Didn't create an angle at all.
She had so much time. I think she was actually waiting for Fernandez to make a move, and then all of a sudden just guided it in the court. And this one as well, trying to get a little bit more power. Didn't have to go for such an acute angle.
Yeah, but I think she was panicking.
Yeah.
Once she saw that she didn't convert that first smash. There's trouble here.
So that's the third time Fernandez has tried to approach off a second serve and hasn't yet been successful.
She's stubborn, isn't she? She keeps on trying that.
It's the first time she made it. I mean, it was a let court, but first time she made it. But too good. Good focus from Vekic. Just getting off the service line.
30-40.
So from love 40, we're now at 30-40. You just don't want to let opportunities like that slip away, especially up against someone like Donna Vekic, who fights for every point regardless of what the scoreline says. A big difference to lead 4-2, a set in 4-2 and a second set to then 3-all.
That's better movement on the baseline from Vekic. Didn't back off in that moment. Really held her ground.
Team Croatia.
So from love 40, Vekic now has a point to level things here in this second set. What a way to fight.
Team Croatia. New balls, please. 3 games all.
Great spirit there from Vekic, from love 40 to then win 5 points in a row to level things here at 3-all in this second set.
Yeah, you have to give her that. She's hanging in there. Certainly not playing her best tennis probably today. Not what she would expect. But she's hanging in there. And if you hang in there, it usually does pay off eventually. You will create opportunities.
It'll be interesting now to see how Fernandez responds. She was 1 point away from having a 4-2 lead in the second set. Will that last game play on her mind now?
Definitely her energy is up, and that always, it can help. It goes a long way. Fernandez has been hearing her, Vekic being a little bit more vocal those last 4 or 5 points.
15 all.
Looks like there's a little window of opportunity opening up for Donna Vekic. It's just what I mentioned, that momentum change could be now.
And every time she seems to have a little window, Vekic, Fernandez responds. And you can see the frustration from Vekic because she hasn't had many opportunities. And just when she thinks she has one, Fernandez comes up with that winning forehand.
And the forehand down the line in particular has worked very well for her. She did step inside the baseline a little bit more on that return. I was looking to attack. It was a pretty good return, but great pickup off the ground from Fernandez.
Vekic not happy, but Fernandez holds her nerve. Yet to be broken in this match. She leads 4-3, second set.
I felt like Federer there.
Whenever you want to learn that, all right, you let me know. Okay. That's nothing. Some ballet classes? Some ballet classes are needed. Good job, Leila.
Team Canada happy with that last point. It had it all, didn't it, Jill?
A little bit of a mishit there, and I actually thought Vekic was going to go for that tried and trusted backhand down the line, but tried to sneak one past Fernandez. Great reach, and just unfortunate miss here from Vekic. Not a shot you see her miss that often, and just completely flustered. I mean, it was a pretty big unforced error there from Vekic.
Just seems Vekic so far today just hasn't been able to capture those small windows of opportunities that Bubsy touched on earlier.
Are you really making me?
But the opposite has been true for Fernandez, is when she has had opportunities, she's capitalized.
She's definitely enjoying herself out there. I mean, I think I heard her say, like, she felt really good there. I mean, that's scary. I feel like she's been looking good the whole match.
Go. Go. You got it. Go, jump. Here we go. Time to shine. Time to shine. Come on.
So time to shine for Leylah Fernandez. It's been so comfortable at on court throughout this match this morning. Had a real opportunity on the last service game of Donna Vekic. Can she create that again? That will be the question. And can Donna Vekic hold her nerve and just reset here to level things in this second set? An hour and 19 minutes of play. It's warm out on court. Both players looking really good physically.
Well, normally that's the perfect shot to go for, because that lob cross court is normally over a right-handed player the majority of the time. So it's that backhand lob that is one of the most difficult in tennis. But playing a lefty, that's the shot that has been almost perfect for Fernandez today. That swing volley has been so reliable.
Oh, she's not getting as many free points as she wants to. Donna Vekic on her serve. And of course, if you know that your opponent is taking that second serve early, stepping into the court, trying to put pressure on you, that puts pressure on your serve. Just lacking that bit of consistency today. A few more unforced errors from Vekic.
Also, would you say, Babsy, it's the ability of Fernandez to get one extra ball back that also adds that pressure to Vekic, feeling like she has to do more on those shots?
Yeah, it's not easy for Vekic today to find that open space because Fernandez is moving quite well. There it is.
There's the break.
Team Canada lead 5 games to 3.
Bravo, Leila, bravo. No
So
pienses.
Fernandez not painting the lines, but just making Vekic play, creating those opportunities. And now she will be serving to win the first match for Team Canada.
I love that serve because Vekic definitely is, you know, you have to protect that lefty out wide serve. So Fernandez has thrown that in a few times where she's just changed it up down the tee.
49.
And just like that, 3 match points for Leylah Fernandez.
Game, set a match, Team Canada.
And what a way to win with an ace. Seals the first tie for Team Canada in what was an impressive performance from the young 22-year-old Leylah Fernandez. An hour and 25 minutes in straight sets, 6-4, 6-3. She really didn't put a foot wrong, did she, Jill?
It was very impressive. And I mean, like we said, this is the first time these two have met, and the way Fernandez handled herself out there with the power hitting from Vekic. Vekic, I think there were moments where, you know, she wasn't quite sure how to counteract the fact that Fernandez was so on top of the baseline, rushing her on the baseline. There were moments, Vekic, I felt looked like she was pressing a bit, but that had a lot to do with how well Fernandez was moving forward. She came to the net so often. She served well, and she served smart. She was always mixing it up, keeping Vekic on her toes. And it was just great to see that variety and that stability from Fernandez.
Such a solid performance, wasn't it? Held her nerve, played to her strengths, was aggressive, but it was that controlled aggression from Fernandez. And let's hear what she has to say. She's down courtside with Babsy.
Leylah, congratulations. That was a fine performance. You've never played against Donna before. You must be over the moon and so happy with that performance.
Yeah, I'm super happy with the way that I played, the way that I stayed consistent, especially on tough moments. Donna, she's an incredible player, an incredible fighter. I knew it was going to be a tough match from the get-go, and especially in the beginning of the second set, she's not going to give it to me. So I was just happy that I stayed mentally strong, and I just continued having fun on court. Thanks to my Canadian team here in the back. They were super, super fun to be around, and they just made jokes on every changeover, so that was fun.
What kind of jokes? Do you have one for us?
Yes. There was a moment where they were saying that they were going to, if I continue losing those sabers, then that they were going to do some TikTok dances on court in front of everyone. So, you know, I don't know if I should keep losing them or if I should get at least one in, so we'll see.
I thought you got one or a few in as well, but maybe, I don't know, do you want them to dance or?
I do. I want to see everybody dance, especially you, Ben. When you said you couldn't dance, now you got to dance, so.
Here we go. Do you want to give us a taste? No. Benny? No, he's too shy. Okay. All right, you're putting Team Canada in a very good position. Do you have any advice for Felix coming out now against Borna? Because he's had a couple of losses against him.
I would just tell him play his game, have fun, and put on a good show, because I'm sure it's going to be an amazing match, and for him to focus on himself. So that's pretty much it.
Leylah, well done today. Put your hands together for Leylah Fernandez.
Such a likable character, isn't she, Leylah Fernandez? And what I love to hear most is that they're having fun and they're all there together, riding the wave.
Well, I mean, this could be a lesson going forward, right? I mean, with how well she performed while being able to talk to her teammates that have been so supportive and to joke around. I mean, I remember that run she had at the U.S. Open where she got to the finals, and she was constantly smiling on court, and she said that helped her so much. So that might put some memories back into the head and realize, like, what has been effective. And, she was point on from the start, very sharp, and she knew she had to be against a quality player like Vekic. Just looking over the numbers, Leylah Fernandez, the first serve, we were talking about how well she served, the variety she put in there. 81% backed her first serve. That's a huge number. Donna did pretty well herself, but just that first serve percentage wasn't high enough overall. And the amount of times that Fernandez came into the net, 15, converted 8 of those, so more than half. But that just applied pressure throughout the course of those 2 sets, just was so effective.
Yeah, she certainly has set the tone for the session this morning. An impressive performance from Leylah Fernandez. Really happy with the win, played to her strengths, and she has put Team Canada into a really great position. Up Next, we will see the men's singles, Felix Auger-Aliassime up against Borna Coric. They have played each other many times before, so it will be interesting. Really looking forward to that one. Jill, it's been a pleasure. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Bojana. Always a pleasure.
And we're not too far away from the men's singles right here at the RAC Arena.
please welcome for our next match representing Croatia, Borna Coric. And their opponent for today's match, representing Canada, Felix Auger-Aliassime.
The playing captain for Team Canada, Felix Auger-Aliassime, walks out by himself onto RAC Arena. It's a warm day, approaching 30 degrees as we approach midday here in Western Australia. Second encounter in this tie between Team Canada and Team Croatia. Canada have got off to the good start with Leylah Fernandez victorious in straight sets, 6-4, 6-3 over Donna Vekic. David Colbert alongside the birthday boy, John Fitzgerald. Happy birthday to you. 38 years young today. Extraordinary. We've had a cake, we've had candles, we've sung happy birthday, we've done all of that. You get to work on your birthday, which is a little bit sad, but you know, we're at the tennis, so it can't be all bad.
David, I was always a Beatles fan, and that song is...
Went on 46.
That song has finally caught up with me.
You don't look a day over 22.
Will you still need me? Will you still feed me?
Yeah, well, maybe. Maybe the second bit. Anyway, happy birthday, Fitzy.
Thank you, mate. It's good to be here, especially with you.
Thank you.
And in a stadium like this, how can it not bring a smile to your face?
Beautiful, isn't it? Mark Philippoussis is courtside with us. And Mark, welcome to you. I'll bring you in very early because Fitzy's birthday. Did you get some of the cake? It was delicious.
I didn't.
Felix, we have a
you ate my piece, David, if you remember. So, yeah, I never got a chance to. But Fitzy, happy birthday.
Thank you, Flipper.
To know who it is. The ball kids, the ball kids don't touch the towel. But if you want someone to bring for you, there'll be someone sitting in this corner and someone sitting in this corner. So if you give them the towel, they can bring to you. So their job is just to bring the towel. So not the kids, just the people in those corners. Other than that, any questions? No? Okay, Amelia wanted to ask this side, and what are you going to ask? John or Ao? Ao is the call. Okay, nice big toss for us. It is John. Receive. Finally, we've got a photo just this way. Amelia, you're in the middle and just looking at our photographer just over there. One step back, Amelia. Thanks, guys.
Thomas Sweeney, the Australian, in the chair. Auger-Aliassime winning the toss, electing to receive. If this was a football match, we'd be in a lot of trouble here because both players are both in the white shorts and red top. It'd be a little bit confusing if the ball was in the middle and there was a scrimmage. Thankfully, they're at one end of the court. This should be an interesting match because both these players, Fitzy, didn't have the best year last year. A lot of injury issues. Felix was here for the United Cup, was planning to play, but ended up just playing one mixed doubles encounter. And for Borna Coric, he's had some injury battles as well. Shoulder over the past couple of seasons, sort of battling his way back into form, but he's ranked at number 90 in the world, as we can see there. Has been as high as number 12. That came back in 2018. Did have a runner-up finish last year in Montpellier. Got a good record at the United Cup, though. 3 wins out of his 5 singles encounters. But he loves it in Australia. He loves playing for his country, and the country needs him here after dropping that opening tie. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of form he's in.
Yeah, he's dropped off a little bit, hasn't he, from where his peak was. And at 28 years of age now, you know,
3 minutes.
Time runs out quicker than you want it to as a professional athlete. And the same applies a little bit to his opponent today, Felix Auger-Aliassime. He's only 24. He hit the spotlight early in his late teens, didn't he? And we all thought the world was his oyster, but he's leveled off a fair bit. That's the reality, and he needs to take advantage of the next few years in his career to try and really get to his best level ever.
talking before we came on air that we feel like he's older than that because he's been around for such a long time, just as you say, 24. That ranking now 29, but he has been as high as number 6. That was in November 2022. He won 3 titles in a row that year, and they were 3 of his 5. Last year at the Grand Slams, 3rd round at the Australian Open was his best. Play the French and then first rounds, in fact 4th round at the French Open, but the back end of the year, 1st round at Wimbledon in the US. Olympic bronze in doubles, had a good Olympics in Paris. He missed out on a bronze medal in the playoff for the bronze against Lorenzo Mazzetti. So he finished in that worst possible position at Olympic Games in 4th place. Their 4th meeting, Chorich leads on the last one, Cincinnati. Well, we've got to go back to 2022, so not a huge amount to read into that. Yeah, so it's an interesting matchup between 2 players that would be coming into a new year with high hopes, trying to get back to the peak of their powers.
I think at this time of the year, it is easy to put the previous year behind you quickly, and it's an exciting time. You've had a little bit of a break, not much of a one, as we know, for a tennis player. There's not a big off-season at all, and in fact, there's a tiny one.
Iva Maioli's the team captain for Croatia, the French Open champion, and they've got a bit of a task here because Donna Vekic went down in the first match. And Iva, welcome to you. Beautiful conditions for tennis. It's a warm one, you expect that, but we're looking forward to this, and I'm sure you are as well. What are your expectations of what Borna can do here?
Well, first, hey everyone. It's nice to be in Australia. Great conditions, great weather today to play. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty positive about Borna. Of course, Felix had a good end of the year last year, but it's a new season. Borna's been a bit unlucky with the injuries the last year or 2, but he had a good off-season and he's feeling pretty good. So let's see how the match is going to start. I think it's going to be a good task for him.
Eva, John Fitzgerald's sitting next to me. It's his birthday today, so you can wish him...
Happy birthday!
Yeah. Over to you, Fitzy, with the incisive questions on your birthday.
Well, thank you, Eva, and I've been a closet fan of Eva Maioli for a long time.
Who isn't?
She brings a smile to her face every time you come down here. Eva, great to have you here, and look, you know Borna so well. I mean, you've sat on the side of the court in this competition before with him. His record against Felix is pretty good. They played a couple of years ago, the last time they played, and he won. So he must start with some form of confidence here, even though his ranking is a lot less than his opponent at this moment.
That's true. We were discussing that yesterday, and the last match they played, Borna won. I think it's always mental a little bit when you have a good score against your opponent. So that's why we are looking forward to today's match, and we're all feeling pretty positive about Borna.
Eva, we're a bit confused about the colours because you're both teams are dressed exactly the same, so I hope you're not as confused as we think.
I hope I don't confuse the player.
we'll all be in trouble if that's the case.
And Felix is on my side.
Make sure you're cheering for the right player. Thanks for your time. Enjoy the match.
Thank you. See you soon.
Great personality, loves it here down under. And
she's a delightful woman of tennis.
Ready.
Eva Maioli really is.
Play.
Ready to go. Chorich serving. Mark, what are you expecting here? We've sort of analysed the fact that there's not much between them in recent form. Rankings tell a slightly different story, but how do you see it?
I think it's going to be a very physical match. Both guys are incredible athletes. They move very well around the court. You know, I think Felix will be the one that's going to be moving into the net a little more often. Will definitely be the one that's more aggressive. But I think, you know, Borna's just he'll feel himself in the game. I'm sure this guy's going to start nervously, but yeah, it's just going to be a lot of physicality out there and some big hitting.
sure about Mark. I haven't talked to you a lot about these guys in recent days, but to me, what holds both of these players back slightly is the fact that they play so many points the same way. They're really physical. They're great athletes. I give them all of that. I'd just like to see a tiny bit more variety in both of their games, just to try and get them to that next level. But easier said than done. They're awfully good.
No, I understand what you're saying, Gypsy. It's, you know, you don't want someone to become a player they're not, or a serve and volley or a chip and charger, but mix it up now and again to keep their opponents honest. I agree with that, but, you know, I think they just, like I said, they move so well. One thing I would like to see both of them do is not hang too far back on the baseline at stages, you know, get close to the baseline so they can give themselves an opportunity to move forward and take the ball early at times when they can.
Oh, you should coach a bit, Mark. Now that is good stuff. That I haven't seen Felix do enough in his career. I was going to say young career, but at 24, strangely enough, he doesn't really have a young career anymore. He's been around a while, and I haven't seen him do that enough, in my opinion. Good stuff, impressive.
Aliassime takes the opening service game here off Chorich. He made his debut as an 18-year-old back in 2018, but he was very quickly into being competitive and won those three titles in a row in 2022 and launched himself into the top 10 rapidly. What Win Predictor has to say here. Pretty close, you would expect. Maybe just straight off the ranking. No, there you go.
Well, I wonder if that's after the first game, because a break of serve, pre-match, right? Okay, that's interesting. So if you looked at it now, it'd be even slightly more than that, because a break of serve is significant in the opening game of a match.
Representing Team Canada.
When you look at what they did at the back end of last season, kind of feels a little closer. The sun can be a little challenging this end, serving. It's interesting, actually, that Felix won the toss, elected to receive, and Chorich decided to serve at that end. We saw yesterday when that was the case, players coming up to the northern end. A long way down, the sun not a significant issue, but just pokes over the top of the roof.
Like that play too. No one can doubt the hitting ability of this man, and that bit of variety. I mean, he's got a very strong serve. We can tell how much of an athlete he is. Look at that acceleration into the ball, and what a body he has, and the ability to be an athlete. And sometimes I just think he doesn't take advantage of it enough, but he has so far in this match.
He gets some good pop there, doesn't he? And good extension.
I tell you, that sun, it is very prominent. It's prominent, though, when you're serving from that southern end. The next 2 hours, I think it's probably at its worst for a right-hander. So I'm not sure whether that affected Borna in the first game.
his first service game too. You'll see him.
He's fired up, isn't he?
Yep, it's a good start.
You know, guys, his titles, most of his titles, I'd say, if not, the last 3 have come from indoor events for Felix, and he definitely loves that atmosphere of playing in the indoors. And I know the roof is open, but it's not, you know, not completely. It's definitely a lot more closed than it is open, and this court can very much play like an indoor court at times.
Love.
Well, one of these players has come out of the blocks, just like
Noah Lyles,
a long jumper I used to know, David.
Well,
not looking at anybody.
He wasn't very good out of the blocks, but Noah Lyles,
yeah.
Well, he's not very good out of the blocks either.
And one has had a slow start.
Yeah, got to the finish line in first place. Going to go on the B of the bang, and that's what Felix Auger-Aliassime's done here. Hasn't hung around for the G. He's just gone bang from the B.
Well, I'm not going to forget that. You've got to go on the B of the bang, not the G of the bang.
Correct.
Okay.
But he's under extreme duress here.
Aliassime's about to go bang bang here and break twice in the first set.
It's more of a marathon than a sprint, though, a tennis match. But
tell you what, though, best of 3.
Yeah.
If you get up 2 breaks in the early stages, you're in the box seat. Still a long way to go.
Yeah, it's a little too easy, isn't it? That's like a Kenyan distance runner. You go to the front and you improve your position from there. That's their strategy, and that's what the Canadians doing here. It's a fast start. 3-love. Well, I'm pleased you're here, Fitzy, but on your birthday, you probably should be in Margaret River, just down at one of the vineyards there, just sitting back with something that's a little chilled on a day like today.
I know that area. It is magnificent.
Have a look at the scenery. Beautiful. Winery's famous. A lot of outdoor adventure activities, and then you go underground, and the limestone caves are absolutely superb as well. So if you like your outdoor adventure, there's a lot to see and do in Western Australia, and Margaret River is a magnet for tourists. I'm running out of words here already. Mayoli sitting a little stunned, I think, the Croatian bench, what's taken place here in the first 11 minutes.
Time.
Games have gone in quick succession so far, and Team Canada, with their playing captain Felix Auger-Aliassime. 2 breaks leading 3-love. Felix went back to Togo, the country of his father, in the off-season. Not the normal place that tennis players go to, and running up and down the dirt tracks. And
yeah, well, I didn't see him play a lot at the end of last year, but he is incorporating a style here at the moment that is a little bit more aggressive than history would tell you, and I like it. So maybe there's a preconceived approach, you know, before the start of the season to be more aggressive, and I think he has to be to get his game to that really upper echelon. And he's rushing Coric a little bit. Coric wants to stay back and find his rhythm and grind and compete from the back of the court. He's being rushed, and he's coming up with some pretty simple errors by his standards. So this tactic from Aliassime working in the early stages.
Number of Croatians in the crowd, and they're hanging on anything at the moment, trying to get Borna up and about.
That's the play. I love that. You know, so often, Mark, I don't know if you noticed, early in his career,
he's not there. He's about to.
He's about to.
Yeah, he's left. He's about to. You can ask me, and I'll give you my opinion on that.
All right. Well, he didn't used to approach the net down the line enough, like this. That's the way to do it. Not hit a cross court and run in, like I saw him do so often in his early career for years. But these are good signs.
I agree.
No, you're a funny.
Well, it is your birthday.
You're also a funny guy.
Team Canada.
They're rushing through these games.
Team Canada leads by 4 games to 1.
So Mark has left his position courtside to head into the Team Croatia team zone. He's there with Ivan Dodig.
Ivan, it's not the start that you guys have wanted, but what would you like to see Borna do to try and get himself back into this game?
Yeah, obviously Felix started very strong. You know, Borna, I think, playing okay, but Felix just didn't make any mistake yet, serving huge. Yeah, let's see. Hopefully some good serves from Borna can a little bit help him to win this game, and then get back in this set at least to get some rhythm.
Well, look, there's no doubt Borna's a born fighter, so you know, until the last point he's going to be fighting his way. But I would imagine you are ready to go and hoping that he gets the job done to be 1-1, and I'm sure you're ready to go for the mixed, right?
Yeah, we will see how things go through this match. Definitely, like you said, Borna will fight. He's a big fighter on the court, and this match is at the moment quick, but I think it's going to last some time, and then we will see how things will go for the mix. I'm always ready.
Well, look, man, you're looking as strong and as fit as ever, and I wish you the best. There's plenty of tennis to go, so good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I have to say, Fitzy, that I don't think there's a better whisperer in the game than Mark. He's just brought his A game to the whisper.
I'm saying that his middle name should be Jack. Mark, Whispering Jack Philippoussis.
Okay.
They look like old mates, didn't they?
Yeah.
Ivan and Flipper. Well, we're all born with our talents and our limits and what we can do physically, mentally, all of that. All of that mix goes, if you're a tennis player, it goes into making your makeup as a player. And these two guys, there's differences in these two guys. And, you know, at the moment, you know, as Ivan said, Felix is on the top of his game. He's come out of the blocks firing, and he's showing us sort of everything in his repertoire. And he probably possesses a bit broader repertoire, to be fair.
And the pressure just continues to build when you're not able to show what those capabilities are that you have when you look up the scoreboard and it's 0-4. Another break point here. Builds quickly.
I tell you what, we also talked about the sun. I'm not convinced that that second serve wasn't affected by that sun. It's brutal at this time of day.
It's just a strange decision to choose to open the proceedings from that end. Go down there at some stage, obviously, but you need to do it in his opening service game. Saves a break point there.
Gee, that was a bit of a brain fade there from Felix, though. He was a long way back to hit that. In his mind, it was obvious he wanted to do something different and hit a drop shot, but I'm not sure he chose the right time. Easy to say in retrospect.
Serving at just 41%. First serves in.
Well, I think for Coric to do well in this match, he has to cut out, the first thing he has to do is cut out these unforced errors.
Because 13-3.
Because that's the basis of his game, to grind from the back of the court. And if he's throwing in, you know, mistakes like that, he's going to be in trouble. He has to tighten up those ground strokes, keep them in play for longer periods. That's the first step.
Too good. Too good. And all of a sudden, it's 5-love. We've only been going 20 minutes.
Team Canada leads by 5 games to love.
Oh, we didn't see this coming. Had a much more even encounter in mind when we stepped in after that opening win from Leila Fernandez, Canada.
Well, if you can look past the scoreline and just look at how both of these players are playing, well, I guess the scoreline's part of it, isn't it? But there's more variety in the Aliassime game, and I'm delighted to see that in the early stages of this season, because I don't think there has been enough of that in his history. And if he can incorporate variety into his game, he could be a different player in my book. And in contrast, Borna looks more one-dimensional. He's in the back of the court, he's playing each point the same, and there's not the variety that is coming from the opposite end of the court. So Eva Maioli there has her work cut out. She has to really try to, and she only has what she has to work with there in terms of the versatility. So he just needs to keep the ball in play more often and compete better, and give Aliassime a chance to come off that high.
Time.
Sun streaming down at RAC Arena. 21 minutes only, duration of this opening set. And the playing captain for Team Canada, Felix Auger-Aliassime. He dropped a handful of points. Serving for the set already.
15.
Well, a handful +1, 6 points only. George has been able to win so far. So there's the case in point, Fitzy, that you were talking about. You've just got to keep the rallies going, don't you, and hope that at some point Aliassime comes off the boil.
Yeah, well, right now he doesn't have confidence either, does he, Borna? He's really struggling. There's a bit... The scoreline's affected by that and also the brilliance of his opponent right now, so it's like a double whammy for him. Yeah, that's good stuff. I can't say I haven't been impressed in the first set with what this man's done. When he sees the opportunity to come forward, he's hitting the right ball with the right angle to come in behind it. Done well. 1 point away from a clean sweep in this opening stanza.
Too easy for Felix Auger-Aliassime. Wipes the board in the opening set. Just 24 minutes to take it 6-love. Combination of some very positive play. Errors at the other end. Strong combination for Team Canada. In command here after Leylah Fernandez took the opening match. Straight sets against Donna Vekic, and now if we look at the stats there, first serve percentage strong for Felix. Warner had issues on serve. The unforced errors 14-4. Came into the net 5 from 5, so that's working as well. In fact, there's not too much that's not working on the left-hand side of that page.
No, and in contrast, you see on the right side of that page that it's bland, isn't it?
Yeah.
No net points, hasn't ventured forward. And the big one is the unforced errors. From his style of game, I think the unforced error line there is the worst for him, because but this man is doing all the playmaking. He's making the play so much more than his opponent, and if he gets into rhythm, and it's an example of what can happen if he plays well with that style.
Only lost 7 points for the entire set.
He'll be shell-shocked a bit now, Hologic. A few deep breaths quickly. He just needs to get his name on the scoreboard. If he doesn't, it could be a procession here.
We're talking at breakfast how long the matches go for. If it's, he's doing the match between Zhao
Time.
and Hadej Maya last night, 3 hours and 22 minutes. And
too long.
Well, this is a little too short, to be honest.
That's true. There's
like a contest.
There's an Australian tennis name, Paul McNamee. There you go.
He loves coming back here. He's got lifetime membership, I think, after being the founder of the Hopman Cup and inaugural tournament director there. Great to see him.
Two-time Wimbledon doubles champion, won the Australian Open doubles as well. Two-time Davis Cup winner for Australia. He's been a great character of the sport.
So what can George do here?
Guys, if I could say one thing
Please.
To him, if I was on his side, I would say slow down the play. 14 on 4 series in 6 games for him is almost something you don't really see, and he's hitting the ball way too flat. There's no shape on the ball, he's not changing the pace, and it's going right in the slot of Felix where he loves it. And he's doing nothing to change what's been happening at all, or even take a little more extra time between serves, or throw a moon ball in during the point. It's just been, he's just rushing out there right now.
He'll be starting to, you know, all of us have been in these negative positions, and it's cruel in a way, because you start to think, gee, am I going to get a game here? You start to worry, and, you know, even when you get to 30 all, you don't feel confident about holding your own serve. So he's got to contain his emotions right now, Borna, and just try to play one good point after another. Because he doesn't possess a Mark Philippoussis first serve that can win you a game on your serve. He's, you know, not getting, well, he normally doesn't get tons of free points on that first serve. It's not bad, but it's not giving him too many free ones today. He's going to have to keep the ball in. There's a free one. Good man. You find yourself barracking for the guy who's behind, don't you?
You don't like to see it.
No.
That first serve percentage has to improve. It's 45% for the match.
Also great to see some energy, guys. It's just been so flat on that side of the court, and it's just good to get some energy going. Get these Croatians something to yell about.
The crowd's desperate, isn't it? We know how excitable they can be, and a bit flat after Donna Vekic losing the opening match. We want to get involved.
Good point there from Aliassime. Gee, I like that versatile slice, particularly the first one down the line. That's showing a little bit of talent.
Let's go.
Coric played a reasonably solid point there, didn't he? He got outlasted.
No, he's a better game from Borna Coric, but he's still not able to get on the scoreboard as Felix Auger-Aliassime breaks in the opening service game. Continues on his merry way here.
Look, he's been ranked number 12 in the world, Coric. So we know he can play super well. But at this moment, just visually, it looks like he's got nothing to hurt Aliassime, to me. Now, maybe his form's down, maybe it's the first match of the year, and his ranking's been down from last year, and he's trying to make that comeback. But this guy looks like he's all over him, and he's got more dimensions.
Yeah, Fitzy, I mean, Borna doesn't have the firepower, as you said, to hit Felix off the court, right? That's not his game. His game is about grinding the points, not missing. I mean, changing the pace, looping the ball, and he does have a great backhand down the line. But like I said, I'm just a little stunned the fact that he hasn't tried to slow any of these points down or even shape on the ball. That service game was a better one thanks to those 2 serves that he got in from love 30. But the ball again is just way too flat, and there's no shape, there's no margin. And especially when you've got those 14-on-4 serves in the first set, you'd think maybe you just slow things down and try and change things up. But again, he's just he hasn't done anything different, and that's what's hurting him.
Love.
Gee, there's just more firepower, isn't there? Now he's confident, and why wouldn't you be?
Love.
Oh, he went for the 4th ace in a row. There should be a name for that, by the way, if you win a game all aces. Is there?
Yeah, it's called game.
That's good. Thank you.
He had some too, did
Well,
I've
been watching the World Darts Championship. So when you do a 9 data and you're just straight out, there should be a name for the four in a row.
The quadruple something.
We'll work on that. It's a bit more exciting than just game, Mark. But I appreciate your. That was 6 love, 6 love.
That was
Philippoussis Colbert.
No, that was his stand-up routine.
Game.
Gee, what a game. You know, right now I'm asking the question, why is this guy ranked 29 in the world at the moment? Why?
It's a little early in the year to judge, but maybe there's been an epiphany in the back half of last year and the off-season that, as you mentioned, John, 24 years of age, starting to get physically into his prime. He's been on the court for a long time, but with so much promise that has been glimpses of.
Yeah. Yep.
And more than that, he's won 5 titles. He's been in the top 10, so that's a world-class tennis player.
Okay, best point he's played. Well done. Had to have the confidence to hit it near the line, but then something different, making Aliassime stretch, and he was able to finish it off at the net. It's good to see. Tough overhead into the sun. Well done. He got the upper hand and was actually the one making the play there in that point.
Also, guys, those shots actually had shape on the ball. Nice, obviously fantastic depth, but there were lots of height over the net, mixed up the play. That was a great forehand off that really nice slice as well. There wasn't an easy shot.
Well, can I say the bleeding obvious?
Mm-hmm.
He needs to win this game.
I think it'll be helpful.
I mean, he's been up 30 love. This is where he has to put some form of a stamp on this match from his point of view.
Let's kiss it.
Sorry.
Well, he got away with it. I'm not sure. Well, he wanted to come forward. He gave Aliassime a chance to hit a running forehand, which is always dangerous, but gets away with it. And let's hope that risk pays off here for his sake.
It's great that he gave him a different look, though, Fitzy. I understand that one left the whole court open, but, you know, got to try something. As you said, 40-15, this is a must game.
Oh, it's dropped in. Dropped in. That was a mishit. He didn't. I mean, he wanted to go that way, Aliassime, but he caught the racket frame and looped higher than normal. And lucky for him, it drops in, and unlucky for Borna Coric here. Just wraps that around the frame slightly. That reaction says, "Oh, I'm even getting no luck."
Well done. He's on the board. Second game, third game of the second set, and finally Coric is on the scoreboard to the cheers of the Croatian fans. Aliassime leads 2-1. Oh, that's good news. Had to work so hard.
Malo više da dam slazi na prvi, da mi ide malo sporije.
Temperature hasn't changed since we commenced proceedings at 30 degrees, but I know it's getting warm in this commentary box, Fitz. You might have to, there's actually an air conditioner in the back here. We might have to turn it on. It's starting to get a little steamy in RAC Arena. Temperature heating up as we proceed through the next few days as well. Getting up to mid to high 30s.
Well, it takes character to get back into a match like this. If you're Borna Coric, and he's got that, we know. He's got that in spades. He will stay here till the end, no matter what the result, but he needs to make a move, doesn't he? That was the first step. Get that game under his belt, see what inroads he can make now against the Aliassime serve.
15. Thirty 15.
Okay. Well, if you persevere long enough and you keep enough balls in play, it gives the opposition an opportunity to get a little bit negative and to go off the boil a fraction. So that's where this balance sits right now, I think, for Coric. He's got to keep making the Canadian play and asking a few questions. And will he be able to maintain his level is the question. Two big mistakes on the forehand wing.
30.
I think looking back, Fitzy, you mentioned, you know, how is this guy ranked where he is, and we know the weapons he possesses, but this is where, you know, the history of Felix is losing focus, and all of a sudden a group of unforced errors coming into play, and him losing his service games during matches. And could this be the game?
I tell you what, though, that was one heck of a forehand. I mean, to me, the odds were safer going off with that forehand, but he took a risk. He goes for the winner over the high part of the net. Backing away, too. I mean, his body weight wasn't moving through the ball. He's backing off a little bit. That's a special shot. So was that a small window of opportunity, and one that may not reappear for Borna Coric?
Advantage, Team Canada. And Team Canada.
So he does prevail. Looked a little sketchy, saved the big break point with that huge down the line. Mark talked about that, big moment, and was impressive. Got himself out of a little hole and hold serve.
Yeah, that was a big hold. That 30-40 point, George, he made him play nice little loop, but that was a big forehand on the highest part of the court, as you said, Fitzy, and you just got to say too good. He got the job done, but good signs from Borna there in that last game.
Just to look at this mentally as thinking, well, I'm down a set, but I'm not going to decide whether I think it was 6-love or 7-6 that previous set. I'm just down a set, and I'm only down a break in this second set, so I'm still in this match. I mean, he has to incorporate that sort of approach, and I'm sure he has.
I was seeing more points like that from George.
Well, that was a low percentage play, but maybe his confidence is growing again. This is a risky shot.
Fitzy, I've seen that backhand down the line so often.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of his weapons,
yeah, he
without
likes
a doubt.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's just him going to his favourite shot, but he hit it perfectly.
Dispensed with the hat now.
There was just so much sweat raining off that thing. I think he had to take it off.
Yeah, so he's just getting a footprint, isn't he?
We had 2 game points in the previous service game, and now completely unfamiliar territory. 40-love up.
It's silly, maybe it's a little silly for me to say. I sense an energy shift when someone's 6-love 3-1 up, but maybe I'm sure, optimistic guy. But I'm gonna want to say that if you can hold serve here 3-2, there has been a slight shift last couple of games. What I've seen.
Team Croatia.
Holds his serve again, and that's good news for Team Croatia. He seems still with the break, though, leading 3-2 in the second set.
Canada leads by 3 games to 2.
Well, someday for all of us, Fitzy, we're just like the frog in the well. It's, 1 step forward, 2 steps back, and then you just got to try and work out some way of going 2 steps forward and then 1 step back so you're moving forward, and that's where Borna Coric is at the moment. He's turned that around. He was no steps forward in the first set, so he's had a huge improvement here.
Yeah,
he's back. He's back in it. He's
won 2 of the last 3 games
and put pressure on Aliassime at a break point. So you can see the box has a bit more energy.
Slowly getting the footprint into this match, and he's got to build from there.
This is what we'll be doing in the bar later tonight. Fitzy, Mark's going to be on the piano. Bit of Great Balls of Fire just for you for your birthday. We'll be dance party.
I think Mark could be on the dance floor. He's a man of moves. I don't know if I don't know how much musical talent he's got, but he can move. Did you see him serve?
I did. Oh. Well, it was hard to see because it was so quick. Tracking the ball was difficult.
Good point.
Oh, you boys.
Well, this is a big service game for Chorich. What can he do? Can he put some more pressure?
15.
Yeah, you've also got to think that, okay, I'm feeling pretty down about the situation right now, but what if I do break back here? What sort of effect will that have on Aliassime? I mean, it's been all his for the taking so far from the start of this match, Felix, and if it gets back to 3-3 here, surely some negative thoughts might creep into his mind.
Two good serves. What you can do mentally at that point is feel like it's half time, and if the second half goes your way, 3-3 in the second set, you never know. But two good serves from the Canadian. He was listening into Mark Philippoussis' summation in a previous service game that sometimes Felix can lose his way in this position rather than putting his opponent away and getting back into the locker room.
Game. Team Canada.
It's an impressive service game. 4-2.
Team Canada leads by 4 games to 2.
So this is Aliassime. We've talked about how well he has served today, and even by his lofty standards, he's been very good. He generally likes that 1 to the forehand, doesn't he? Particularly to the first court. He's got a lot of his aces out there, but he's versatile. Can go any way. Not many to the body, as most modern players don't attempt these days. I think it's possibly underused by some players, but gee, when you're serving this well close to the lines, that's all that matters. You're going to win a high percentage of points.
Love 15.
So the other thing, when I was sitting there before interviewing Ivan, I had a good view on the side with that serve, and he tends to drop his head on contact and pulls down on the ball, and that just drags it straight into the net on that second serve. I think he's already thinking about getting back in position before he even finishes the serve, instead of finishing with his body weight forward and then going back. That was definitely a better serve.
Yeah.
He used his legs, got up, and that's a really nice kick on that too. Kicked away from Felix.
Yeah,
great second serve.
It doesn't have to be all pace, does it? I mean, variety is king. And that jumped and caused the error.
And that would be a hell of a first serve too, to mix it up. You know, that first one out wide, use a heavy second serve as a first serve, especially when you're struggling with that first serve percentage.
You know, this has tightened up to a degree. So Aliassime right now is thinking, I want this double break badly, because I don't want to leave any windows or doors open for Chorich to come back and walk through. It's an opportunity to finish it here, basically.
Yeah, break here, hold your serve, win the tie. Lovely salmon, player dining. That's the schedule for the next 5 minutes for Aliassime.
Oh, he missed it. I did everything right there. Well, I'm not sure about the drop shot, actually, but he had the opportunity to finish it, that's for sure. And that was bread and butter. Gone begging.
So charges in a little too quickly. That was a good escape from Hologic there. He's under a lot of stress. Hangs in there. Lives on. 4-3, Team Canada. Well, today would be a beautiful day to head out to Rottnest Island, 15 kilometres off the coast, Fremantle. They're from central Perth as well on the ferry. Beautiful bays, swimming and snorkeling, 63 of them. There is the ferry in action, live shot of it as it crosses. Have a swim, Rottnest Island swim, off the beach at Fremantle over there every year. Not sure that's for me. Cycling around there, Car-Free Island. Beautiful. Perfect day for it too. Good day for tennis. A Canadian fan at the moment. Not so much for the Croatians who've streamed into RAC Arena.
He did miss a golden opportunity there, and will that dwell in the back of his mind in these next few games? Aliassime, he had 15-30, an easy put away forehand to give him 2 break points here in the previous game, and now he's still only that 1 break ahead.
Hats back on.
Yeah, that was a big hold there, big point, that 15-30 point, and you know, Borna's going to fight till the end, we know that, but he's going to be hoping for him to see some second serves, and if he does, I'd love for him to stay back and just get some heavy returns back deep, get himself into the point, and just think, you know what, no matter what happens, I'm not going to hit an unforced error. I'm going to make Felix work for this, and he's going to have to hit some winners if he's going to hold serve. Just be a brick wall.
Mark picked it a few games ago. There was a little bit of a momentum shift, and he does still have the opportunity to keep breathing and survive here. Just 1 break of serve.
That, I mean, he's going to drive him crazy. Love 15. Good deep return off a first serve, and just a routine forehand. That's a huge opportunity there.
Wow. Well, that's his shot of the day right there. Nothing wrong with Aliassime's approach. I thought he came in on the right one. The off forehand here. It takes that extraordinary backhand of Coric that Mark's also mentioned, and for him to win that point, but he's able to thread the needle. Well, for the whole match, it's looked like he's going to be on the losing end of this particular result, but he's got a chance now. And that's what a competitor waits for. You've got to give him credit in that respect.
So he had that break point in the 4th game of this set, but now 2 more opportunity to square the ledger in this 2nd set.
Just on a side note, I do love this way of approaching a point from Felix. If he gets the short return and it's on his forehand, the off forehand from him to another right-hander is predominantly the right play. Not always, but that's where to attack if you're going to move forward generally, if you're going to move forward and use your net game. And I like what I see there. Still got a break point against him, though. There's Mark Philippou's change-up first serve. Pays dividends. Although he didn't change it up, mates. He just bombed it most of the time.
Just banged it down there at 225, 230. That's some good serving. Done that a few times in this match when he's been under stress. A few big points, promising signs.
That's probably the game, isn't it, this one?
If you're George, what are you thinking? He's 98% going to go out wide here, boys. What do you think? He's got to be waiting for the forehand on this serve.
See, that's why he was top 10 and we weren't. I mean, I did think 98% was a fairly high percentage in a 2-horse race, but you got to give it to Flip. He knew, and that's his favourite serve. We've seen it already on the Bolt 6. We've seen it. You know, that information that we saw a couple of games ago. But he's under the most stress in this game that he's been in the match is Aliassime. So this is where competitive sport lies in the balance for periods of time. I think his racket head is a long way from his head when he volleys Aliassime. I mean, his serve is probably going to win him this game, isn't it? It's been strong.
It's a great mix-up, Fitzy. I think that was one of the first ones in the body on the deuce side.
Yep.
Very smart serve. Boy, I was not ready for that one.
So, for me, I mean, he has played the off forehand and come into the net most of the time. So maybe he just thought for something different, I'll go to the forehand. But when you do this, you give a right-hander a chance to run at a forehand where they can generate a bit more pace. Even though he could have made that volley, he gave Courage a running forehand a little bit dangerous.
game of the match.
Advantage.
Third break point.
And the body language is changing a little bit, even in the box.
Yes.
Yeah, another great change up. If he goes flat wide to that backhand, the backhand is so good from Coric that, and the return, it could work against you if you don't get it right on the spot. But that change up changes the whole scenario for the backhanded return, and it's been a weapon well used.
Advantage Team Canada. Yes.
I'd like to see him, maybe Borna, step back 1 more meter and be back and on the right here. Give himself more time in his first serve.
Isn't it an amazing scoring system we have in this sport? 6-love first set is only 1 set. So there's still a lot of nerves here and anxiety from Aliassime trying to finish this match off, because this second set is almost I say dead even.
4th break point. Remember, George lost his opening service game too, so it was 6-love and a break. So he gets the break, and now the crowd will start to get really interested, up off their seats. George squares the ledger in the second set. I'm not sure it's quite back to even just yet, but it's promising, no doubt. Well, if you can have a good service game here, all of a sudden things become a little more interesting.
Well, one thing Borna Coric has, and you have to admit it, is he's got a mind that refuses not to be a steel trap. he can stay competitive or competing even when he's in dire straits. So you've got to hand him a lot of credit for that. And he's starting to play a little bit better as well to accumulate the problems that Aliassime might have.
The energy has completely shifted, even physically, the way Borna's walking around during the points here, getting the towel, grabbing the balls. He's got an extra pep in his step. And Felix is just a little slower. He's trying to, a little shell-shocked maybe there on the other side of the court, figuring out how am I in this situation. But man, as things just shifted.
So taking everything into consideration, Mark, right now, Here's a question out of the blue. Who is favourite right now?
You know what? If I put $5 on someone right now, I would put on Borna. I'm throwing it out there.
Well, isn't it a bizarre scoring system we have? Because that scoring system allows for drama to take place. You can be down in a well, and all of a sudden, just because you're even in the second set and a bit of momentum's changed,
Now
there they go.
Yeah, and we talked about it at the start, Fitzy, with the B of the bang, and it's more of a marathon than a sprint. A tennis match, a lot can happen.
But Fitzy also, that's the one, that first set, you'd rather win at 7-6 sometimes than 6-love.
Yeah.
You know, that's like a psychological thing. All of a sudden, you know, back on serve in the second set and start panicking, even though you win the first set 6-love. It's crazy.
Well, it's because your mind tells you you've got more to lose, I think. You know, if you're up by a long way, you're expected sort of to win by you and everyone else, and you've got more to lose. Whereas if you win at 7-6 and it's even early in the second, you're just in a battle. You still think you're maybe 55-45 rather than 90-10 to win. The psychology.
He's in front for the first time in the last 1 hour and 15 minutes. Going to charge 5-4 in his second set.
Team Croatia leads by 5 games to 4.
And he's marching back to the team zone with a bit more purpose too. Team are up off their feet, crowd involved.
Well, you know what Ivan Dodig said to Mark Philippoussis in that little interview exchange? He said, we still can be here a long time.
I did feel that was more in hope than it's what you do when you're a good teammate.
True, but he's seen it before.
Yes, that's true. That is true, and up a break in the opening service game of the second set. But since then, remember that first service game of Hologic, 4 aces, almost had the clean sweep. Started off like a rocket again, and then all of a sudden, Coric coming back into it. So what have we got here? What can Borna Coric do? Just ducked out the back of his team zone. Change of shirt.
Not a lot of communication there, is there?
No, there's a bit flat on the Team Canada bench. It's interesting that Felix is the playing captain here. They haven't decided to pick somebody. Anyway, serving to stay in it. It's not where he thought he'd be 15 minutes ago. Remember, we said he was a couple of points in a service game away from.
Look, he's only lost his serve once, hasn't he, for the whole match? He has to remember that. He's been serving at a very high level.
That was in the last service game, though.
That salmon's not looking good in the table right now.
No, it's back in the fridge. There's no doubt about that.
Bad approach. Bad approach. I mean, he was committed. But he goes straight to the swinging forehand, and he didn't get it anywhere near close enough to the line. Bread and butter there for Coric on the pass.
Love, thin.
You know, guys, I can't say at all that I'm surprised at what I'm seeing now. It's felt like that energy's been there for a few games, and have things turned. He goes to the bread and butter, that one out wide. He's been serving that so well in this whole match, but that's exactly what he needs. He needs a first serve just to get some deep breaths, and he needs to actually slow things down right now because everything's a bit of a rush right now for him.
With that trademark backhand down the line. It's just turned on its head, this match.
15-40.
Now he looks like the guy who's going to win from the back of the court, does Coric, and more than ever does Aliassime need his serve to stand up.
Set points, ×2. So there we go, hey. We're back on an even playing field at one set apiece. After the first set, 24 minutes, Coric won 7 points. All of a sudden, it's a set apiece. Well, there you go, hey. That's staggering. Extraordinary from the middle stages of that second set.
It's the scoring system in tennis, though, that can create these scenarios, you know. There's the second set summary. Aliassim's still serving at 81%. Can you believe that? But, yeah, the big turnaround is the unforced errors, isn't it, David? And I think Coric has kept the ball in more often, and started winning a higher percentage of backcourt points, which is what he needs to do with his style of game to win matches.
So it's a complete turnaround. Aliassime was 5 from 5 from the net. Second set, 0 from 4. And after that slow start with the break of serve from Coric, and then Aliassime easy service game on his first time with the balls in hand. In the second set, Coric got back into it, had a couple of game points. Had a break point, wasn't able to convert it in the fourth game. Held his serve to love in the fifth game, and then all of a sudden it was a change of circumstance. So if you're just joining us, it's been an extraordinary hour and 21 minutes. The first set just took 24 minutes. Felix Auger-Aliassime taking it 6-love. Coric only won 7 points. Stack of unforced errors. The Croatians fought his way back. They need to, because Leila Fernandez took the opening encounter here against Donna Vekic, 6-4, 6-3. David Colbert, John Fitzgerald on his birthday, celebrating a 3-setter. Your lunch is going to have to wait a little bit longer, Fitzy. What are we expecting here?
That must have been perilously close to the outside edge. Called in. These are new balls now too. First service game of the third for Coric.
15.
Well, you don't see that too often.
All of that. I mean, George charged to the net like he was...
15-4.
Well, I'm sort of in shock that he did it, because you rarely see that from Borna.
He almost got all the way in there too. Felix was a long way back. Couple of break points.
Great angle, wasn't it, the return with dip. And the spin creates the angle. Oh, good tennis. Good tennis from both players there. That was a high quality point. Clever play there. Aliassime kept himself in it with a beautiful chip across court to make Borna come up with an exceptional volley, but he was capable of doing it. This shot was a beauty, and so was that volley.
Yes.
It's good work saving those 2 break points in this opening service game. Not done yet.
Tell you what, boys, it's been incredibly impressive from that 15-40 down. That volley off that incredible slice, big first serve, and just a nice heavy second serve, and going after that forehand. Some great tennis out here.
He's certainly a different player, isn't he, right now than he was in the first 8 games of the match, is Borna Coric. All credit to him. First time in this match, Croatia leads.
First game, Barnson.
Saves the 2 break points and holds his opening service game. It's the first time in the match. Obviously was unable to get on the scoreboard in the first set, but was broken in his opening service game of the second set as well. And now there's Not much chat going on the Team Canada bench.
No.
Not much going on there, Fitzy.
Very sparse. No information going really from coach to player. Not sure why.
Whereas at the other end, everyone's getting involved. A lot of housekeeping duties going on from the entire team. Food, towels, drink.
Well, they can sense an opportunity now, can't they?
I'd like to see some of that service in our commentary box, Fitzy, but we're just here having...
You are a bit of a tooth man, aren't you? You like your food.
Well, it's 1:30. There was a chance we were going to all be done inside the half hour after what we saw in the opening set. Sure, there's some of your birthday cake still out the back. Robbie Koenig hasn't eaten it all.
Actually, you have, David. I just want to let everyone know that you've eaten my piece, you've eaten everyone's piece.
There's some signs of positivity that went missing in the back end of the second set.
I can't get my mind off the cake.
It was nice. Can't believe you didn't get any of your own cake.
Now, for me, the one thing I would say is I would tell Borna is it's finally ahead, right? 1-love in the third set. First time he's been ahead in the match, and don't let that intensity drop at all. You know, all of a sudden start relaxing, and it needs to keep that intensity up.
He's a man that knows how to be intense. I swear I've seen some veins in his teeth at times, Bjorn. He competes like no one else, really, and all credit to him. It makes it tough to play against a player like that. He is intense, that's for sure.
The unforced errors are starting to rack up. There were 22 in that second set for Hologic already in this third set.
Well, Borna's made a few errors in the first two sets off that kick serve. It's a first serve used as a kick for variety from Aliassime, but this time he was waiting for it, hit a deep return, and it caused problems.
Guys, I mean, those slices were some of the most impressive slices I've ever seen. I don't think you can get lower than that. Every slice got lower and lower over the net. That was unbelievable. And what a great chip and charge.
Well, he had to move forward, didn't he? The last slice
he had to, Fitzy.
Last slice from Aliassime was so short, he had no option.
Gosh,
he came up with a good one of his own.
What a point.
Big break point here.
Team Croatia.
Well,
this is
what a turnaround, hey?
Yep. Hey, we'd never written him off, had we?
Well,
it was not me. Not me. Maybe the salmon guy up there, but not me.
No, it was 2-4. Remember, we talked about it was a couple of points away from breaking and holding his serve. It's won the last 6 games in a row.
Can you believe Aliassime serving at over 75%, had not lost his serve until that 4-3 game, and now he's lost 3 in a row. I guess part of the problem psychologically is that you've thrown everything you've got at the opposition, everything's going your way, and then if you find yourself then back in a dogfight, what else do you have to go to? Well, I know that's his favourite shot, and he's so confident that even when he's off balance, he goes for it, that one. And it is fraught with some risk if you do that. He sprayed a couple in the last few minutes, where his body weight was moving backwards. He goes for his favourite shot down the line, but that is a lower percentage angle to go for. Got to be careful. I bet Mark's mate Yvonne Dodig is starting to break a sweat in the locker room. He's an expert at mixed doubles and men's doubles, by the way.
As you can see from that graphic on the right-hand side, Team Canada taking the opening match here. Leylah Fernandez 6-4, 6-3 over Donna Vekic. So, George, we know how much he loves playing for his country. Done it so often in team competition. Fighting not just for the personal win here, but to send this to a decider in the mixed doubles. The movement at the end of the court is becoming a little sluggish from the Canadian as well. Not as much vigour in the step between points.
Game. Team Croatia.
7 games in a row now. Consolidates the break and leads 3-love in this third set. Staggering turnaround after what we saw in that opening set.
Come on.
Croatian fans have enjoyed the last hour. Didn't like the first 20-odd minutes. Fitzy, one of my favourite parts of the Australian summer is the ice sausage, and it's out now for Hologic. Ice on the thighs, ice sausage around the neck, keeps him nice and fresh. I like the encouragement that he's getting from his team.
The ice sausage.
Yep.
Can't say I've heard that terminology.
Haven't you? You haven't obviously done enough matches with me. It's an Australian thing. Comes out of the ice chest ready to go. The ice towel, some people call it, but I like to call it the ice sausage.
Okay. Not like bangers and mash. I mean, you don't have anything to go with it.
He's in a bit of strife here, Felix. Has to do something in this service game just to reassert his position.
$15 left.
I mean, just as much as anything else, you can see how a player's confidence can change from a negative mindset or one where his confidence was low. All of a sudden now he's making virtually every ball, Coric, and to his credit, he's built his confidence up. The J curve in his confidence has really changed.
25 unforced errors.
You know, Fitzy, this is the game that I know Borna plays, you know, that I was just waiting for from the first point. That's why sooner or later he's going to start playing his game, and it's just great to see it coming in.
It's crazy the ebbs and flows, isn't it? In the first set, Felix couldn't do anything wrong. There was nothing that Hologic was doing that even laid a glove on him. Now it's almost the same in reverse.
Well, that's the first step back for Aliassime. We said that earlier about Coric earlier in the match. But he had to get his name on the board there.
It stops the run of 7 games in a row.
This is where his rally point is, Aliassime, in recent times. And, I mean, you can't, yeah. I mean, all you can say is that I think he's probably making more errors now. All those red balls where he's missed, rather than the opposite was probably true in the first set or two, where Coric was making so many unforced errors, which was uncharacteristic for him.
The thing I took from that, that graphic that you saw was the small number of winners. They were the blue dots, and have a look at this. One on the left, 2, 3, 4. In the first set, they would have been peppered with blue dots.
I would say so.
You know, that momentum's obviously with Borna, but you still feel like this match isn't over. You know, that anything can happen right now. Felix just trying to find that rhythm back again, and Borna making that difficult. Great second serve out wide, but you know, Borna's locked in, obviously, with his ground strokes, looking just incredibly solid on both sides, especially the backhand side. I mean, you know, if you're going to cross-court rally with Borna, it's something that you don't want to be in, to be honest. I think you want to mix up the play and go down that line to open up the court a little bit, but you know, Felix the one now playing out of his comfort zone, rushing shots and hitting those unforced errors.
You know, I think one thing you can say about Borna Coric is that when he retires, surely he won't have any regrets. I mean, he, you know, as a professional sportsman, he gives everything he's got, and he gets a lot of respect from a lot of people for that. Surely, I reckon when his head hits the pillow in older age, he'll be, yeah, I gave it my best. Oh, feathery touch. Maybe a fraction of luck. But he attempted to do that, did Aliassime. It's given him an opportunity.
It always looked like it was going to make it over, didn't it? Yeah. Just caught the top of the net. Acute angle.
Heck of a pass, really. He only had a small window of room to make that, did Coric, but the volley was good enough. It was the anticipation that got Aliassime there.
Chance to break back. He's a big boxing fan, Borna Coric, and you can see that he's been on the canvas more than once. There's been some body blows, a few good jabs, but he's absorbed it all.
Didn't look like he had much margin for error there with that drop shot, but he chooses to hit it when Aliassime is on the back foot and behind the baseline. And he's got an opportunity to move inside the baseline there, so it cuts down the amount of distance that ball has to travel, which gives him a better percentage chance of winning the point. Big moment to hit that shot.
He's finding the corners. He's finding the finish lines not too far away. Team Team Croatia, Borna Coric, 4-1.
I saw Donna Vekic there running into the locker room. Looks like she got some extra T-shirts for Borna, because that guy does work hard out there and he is sweating. And I think they might have just come out of the dryer trying to give him a little bit of a shake.
Mark, you know what I find interesting is that in the Canadian box, there's no communication between coach and player. Not when he was ahead, not when he's behind. Well, I wonder why that is.
You're right, Fitzy. It's been like that the whole... Nothing's changed. Even when he was 6 love, 2 love up, it's almost like it's been the same. You know,
no information.
No, zero. Like even as far as energy from the road behind him. Obviously, they were noisier before that. But like you said, there's nothing coming from the coach at all.
Well, there was something there just at the end. It still looked generic, though, to me.
Well, what a turnaround this has been. Borna Coric needing to get the win here to keep Team Croatia alive in this tie. The first set was a whitewash, went in the blink of an eye. And even in the opening part of the second set, lost his opening service game. Was down 2-4, rattled off the next 7 games in a row. He's up a break here. Croatian fans starting to sense that this might be an unlikely turnaround to a win, which will send it into a deciding mixed doubles. Win predictor at the start, 75%. Now it's 85% in favour of Coric. Fickle win predictor. 85? Probably close. Not sure Felix is out of it completely just yet.
Love 15.
Very deliberate slice again from Coric, and great feel there for a guy that doesn't come forward too much. That slice, he just took his time, got the racket face open, which you need on the slice, and guided it beautifully deep.
I mean, he missed that return miss hit, but he's definitely found something on the return. He's reading the first serve now from Felix as well. Even that last return at love 15 was just absolutely beautiful. Set up that nice chip and charge, but he's definitely looks like he's moving even before sometimes Felix would serve it.
Great defence, wonderful defence there on the forehand wing from Coric. He was pushing uphill on that point, but the slice forehand to get him sort of back in the point was a beauty.
15-40.
Wow. Sort of hard to comprehend this turnaround, isn't it?
I was thinking the same thing. I was just thinking to myself, wow, what a great thing for young tennis fans to be watching someone like this coming back and fighting, not stopping, and on TV, but especially here. And it's hard not to go for him, and he's definitely going to win some extra fans. The job's not done, but it's been incredibly impressive.
Well, I don't mind the aggression. He went for the outright winner there with his favourite shot, Mark, but it's a little different off the returner serve compared to during the rally, isn't it? So just caught that one a fraction late.
Yeah, Fitzy, that one, yes, you know, it's had some heavy kick on it, and that one just above the shoulder and just a little bit late on it, but that is the one he loves to go to. That's his bread and butter, and just a little bit long. Good to see he's going for it, though.
Advantage, Team Croatia.
Well, you wouldn't lay odds that he'd miss 2 backhand returns in a row either. So stranger things have happened. There's been peaks and valleys in this match so far, and it might continue here. Dave, it ain't over till it's over.
That's what they say.
This game's got a similar feel to that 4-2 game in the second set where David was saying, you know, he wants to serve it to that double break at 5-2. Completely different to 4-3. The same thing here, 5-1 to 4-2. It's only one break so far, so still very much in this.
Game, Team Canada.
That's a very good effort from the playing captain for Team Canada. Defends 3 break points.
Team Croatia leads by...
Yeah, that's a lost opportunity because that was pretty much virtually the nail in the coffin. If one of those break points had been converted, but now, you know, there's still a balance of sorts there.
Aliassim's last match was in October. Perhaps there's a bit of that. Physically, he looks fine. Talked at the outset, had some off-season back in the home of his father, Togo, West Africa. Old school training.
Love 15.
Tell you what he's done really well in this third set is that first serve when he's needed to. You know, there's been some tight situations, and he's got that big first serve to give himself a free point.
You can still feel the tension there. It just backs up what Mark was saying. You know, the 5-1 gap would have been a game over, basically, but there's still a lot of tension here, and these points are all big.
Let first serve.
That's the play for Borna. Cross-court backhand, wait for it, and then go down the line. Just looking so solid off that shot right now, not even looking close to missing the ball. Head nice and still on contact.
None of it's easy, but Borna Coric is now just a game away. It's 5-2.
Team Croatia leads by 5 games to 2.
Felix Auger-Aliassime might need to move to Lucky Bay here. Needs a bit of luck to get out of this one. Stunning white sands, clear waters on the Esperance coastline. 700 kilometres from Perth, Indian Ocean. Claims to be Australia's widest beach, and I see no reason to dispute that. 8 hours south of Perth. Warm day, over 30 degrees. A little cooler inside RAC Arena for the fans. Lovely stadium, RAC Arena in Perth. Croatian fans have made their journey here Saturday afternoon. I've enjoyed what's gone on for the last hour and 40 minutes. I didn't like the first 24 minutes. First set was a whitewash. George has fought his way back into this, and still just one break of serve at the scoreline of 5-2. Favourable. Stretched Hologic Aliassime on his last couple of service games, looking for a break. Swing away?
I think so. Yeah, he's nothing to lose really, Borna, has he? But till you get the first point in the game, and this could be over quickly. Good serving there back to Old Faithful. But I thought at the end of that last game, I thought maybe Felix was a bit sluggish getting to a couple of those balls. Maybe, you know, no matches since October. I don't know. But just a small sideline, really. Certainly been a reversal of not only fortunes but of standard of play. Coric started off reasonably poorly by his standards. Aliassime was faultless almost. Now it's really been reversed in form.
40 love.
I think Mark's right again. I mean, he should cover that one a bit more, Borna. He gets burnt there more often than down the middle on that first court. So, okay, move across a little bit to his right. Just cut off the angle slightly.
Felix has done what he needed to do there. It was a comfortable service game. Perhaps George just summoning all reserves, mental and physical, for this service game. Unlikely as it seemed mid stages of that second set, serving for the match.
I think it's generally the hardest one to win, the ones when you're serving for the match. I felt anyway, and first point makes a big difference. It's an extraordinary phenomenon for me. You're serving for the match and things just unravel differently. No reason to miss either of those ground strokes, really. Took a risk, didn't he, with that second serve, went after it.
That was gutsy. Huge second serve out wide. Must have cleaned the line, and then also to back it up with that ground stroke. I mean, it's amazing, Fitzy, you're onto it. It's all about scoreboard pressure, right? When you're down, you just seem to hit out more freely, you know, but when you're up, the opposite happens. You get tighter.
Goodness me, this is quite extraordinary. I mean, Aliassime has not played any better in this game than any of the others, really. Like, he hasn't done anything. Borna's just handed this game to him so far. 15-40. We still might see another reversal of fortunes here.
Could not be better timing. What is that, his first ace of the set? 15-40.
Of the match.
Of the match, sorry, my goodness.
Team Canada.
We're back on serve. Gets the break. Still trails on the scoreboard, but now back on serve at 5-4.
That's sort of bizarre, isn't it?
Croatia leads by 5 games to 4.
Guys, I'm looking towards the bench here, the Croatian bench, and Borna just unleashing on his trainer. Getting some frustration out.
Any reason why, Mark?
No, I mean, he's a trainer.
Yeah.
Unless there's something to do with the muscle, well, what's he gonna? How can he help him? You know, I mean,
it wasn't
good guy, but I just letting some frustration out. I'm not sure what that was about.
It wasn't a scenario where, look, I just played a bad game and then it was your fault. It wasn't one of those, was it?
I just seen him. He was just standing up, not sitting down, but just facing towards him, and there were some words that were said. But look, it was obviously incredible, frustrating game for him after working so hard. But you know what? Maybe this is where he wants to be. He'd rather be returning for the match instead of serving for the match. Like I said, those unforced errors coming out of nowhere, where he was just so solid for that whole second part of the second set to the whole third set, especially on the backhand side, and just countless errors coming out of his racket there to gifting his opponent that break back.
Torres is heading back to the team zone. He's forgotten something.
Change your rackets here.
Yeah, you're right though, Mark, that Felix has still got a whole serve here to tie things up. So he does have a chance. Last service game was one of his most impressive of the match. He's held to love 3 occasions, and the last service game was one of those. That'll help him confidence-wise for Team Canada, looking to wrap the tie up. Of course, Team Croatia looking to head to a deciding mixed doubles, so a lot to play for. New balls, new racket. Hologic. I feel like I'm in a roller coaster.
Getting a bit seasick.
Well, I'm not big. I'm not that courageous, so I don't like them, but I'm enjoying this from the safety of the commentary box. It's ebbs and flows.
Guys, just quickly, new balls right now. Who would you say that's going to benefit, Felix or Borna?
Well, I would say Felix. I mean,
yeah, I agree.
He's serving to start with, and gets the first hit on the ball. And you know, he's probably a more overall, slightly more aggressive player who has a little bit more of an all-court game. It should help that first serve significantly. athleticism. He closed well there.
Third T15.
What an impressive point that was, starting off with that return. Again, the one where he's accelerating through that ball, but just, that was not easy. Got under it well. Not a lot of room over the net. But 30-year-old boys, doesn't get tighter than this.
He's snapped back into gear, hasn't he, for the last few points, has Coric, and here's the ultimate opportunity.
So who would have thought, hey? 2 down,
40.
middle of the second set. 2 down after not getting on the scorecard. First 8 games of the match. Now, the match point.
Yes. Inside the line. Clutch.
Just tickled the net. Didn't make much difference, did it? That was a little unfortunate. Felix, he was able to deal with it, but he had to find the corner.
Advantage, Team Croatia. Game, set, match, Team Croatia.
Well, Borna Coric, he was down and almost out, and he got up off the canvas. And he keeps Team Croatia's hopes alive here with a unlikely win. Love 6, 6-4, 6-4. Extraordinary.
Well, I think it was extraordinary. I mean, not many of us would have picked that turnaround with the way they were both playing. It was just they were from different levels at the start. But this is the nature of tennis and the scoring system, and how you can be down and out, but because you've got to win another set, you start again. Give Borna Coric a lot of credit. He was brave there, as he always is, and you can't say he didn't deserve that win. He came from nowhere.
Well, it was at 7 games in a row. 2-4 down in the second set. Early break commenced the third. He gave one back, and Felix Auger-Aliassime, he was a couple of points in the service game away from wrapping it up in the second set. So dominant was his play. Chorich, as his teammate Ivan Dodig said, it's a long game. He's going to hang in there. Croatian fans helping him along, no doubt about that. But that was an impressive win. The tie's alive, and it goes into a mixed doubles. Of course, the other team in this pool, Group A, is the USA. So with Taylor Fritz and Coco Gauff. Total scoreline important. If you don't get the win in your group, then there will be one lucky loser that will go into the host city finals, quarterfinals, and then final. Who heads off to Sydney. Just about ready to join Mark Philippoussis courtside.
Not in a hurry to get there,
no,
is he?
He's thirsty. He has earned that drink. Ready to go. Let's go down to Mark, who's with an incredible winner, Borna Coric.
Well, Borna, what an incredible effort. I've got one question. How?
I'm not sure either, to be honest. You can tell me, maybe you were watching from upstairs, so for sure I think you can see better than me. But obviously, no, I came out and I was not feeling my serve, and you know, it's obviously very, very tough to play against him, especially when I'm not feeling my serve. But you know, somehow I was just trying to stay positive. Obviously, with the crowd here as well, I needed to stay positive, and I knew I'm going to have my chances. If I stay positive, that's what I did. And obviously, then I also started to play a little bit better. I started to serve better, and obviously in the third set, yeah, I mean, this was absolute chaos. But in the end, I was a little bit lucky.
No, I had the pleasure of seeing that on the side of the court. Now, you're down 6-love the first set, 2-love. It was 3-1. Even at that 3-1, you held serve for the first time, then you had an opportunity to break back. I said to the box, I sensed a change of momentum in that match. Do you feel that, even though you didn't break back? And is there a time in that match where, even though you're down, you feel like there's a change coming?
Yeah, 100%. You know, like you said, on 2-1, I started to feel better. I started to hit ball also more deep, and I felt like I was putting also more pressure on him. And I knew I'm going to get my chance. Obviously, you never know what's going to happen when it's breakpoint up, because, you know, obviously he can serve ace like he was serving great today. But I knew I'm going to get my chances because I started to play better. I started to move in a little bit more. I just started to see the ball also better, because at the beginning I was struggling, and yeah, that's what happened in the end, basically.
Well, it was an incredible roller coaster ride. You were down, you were up, served for the match, ended up breaking him to win that match, and that puts you 1-all. Now you've given your team, your country, that 1-all and an opportunity to go out in the and chance to win now in the mixed doubles. You've got to feel confident in your mixed doubles team, right? With the team you have.
Yeah, for sure. We need to see obviously who's going to be playing. We said yesterday we're going to see after our matches how are we feeling. Obviously it was not a very easy match for me, but I'm going to speak with the team, and if they want me to play, I will play. If not, also we have an unbelievable doubles player in our team. So yeah, I'm going to go back to the locker room and see what we're going to do.
Well, listen, go back. You need the rest. You deserve the rest. It was an absolute pleasure to watch.
So what a change in fortune as we take a look at the statistics of the match. The tail of the tape and boxing parlance is appropriate given what he's done here. And after that first set, the first serve percentage, Fitzy, didn't really change throughout the entire match. It was in that high 40s, unforced errors changing, but he got a few winners, and all of a sudden things, more errors on the other side of the net.
Yeah, it was a strange look. You can look at that a lot and see, you know, reasons here and there. You know, the serving from Aliassime was first class, world class, and From Coric, not so much. He mentioned that in the interview, but he just played more solid. As the match went on, he turned his form around so that he didn't give free points away. He didn't make the unforced errors. And that just asked more questions, I think, of Felix. And his form, in contrast, sort of dropped off to a degree. He started out like $1 million and didn't finish up that way. Great effort from Coric, all in all.
So 2 hours and 19 minutes. Borna Coric, love 6. 6-4, 6-4. Ties still alive. Mixed doubles still to come at RAC Arena here in Perth.
Today's Hall of Fame did something incredible to equal the women for entertainment. Zhou Zhijing did his best. Team China, no home through the first set like a well-oiled machine. Oh, this guy's got some hot power. The second set was a walk in the park for Zhou. 6-3, 6-love to give Team China the top.
Welcome to the United Cup. Well, looking forward to the start. It's the same each year, isn't it? And in Perth, it's a special treat to come west and see it. It's better than some stadium. See you in Perth. I love that it's a team competition. Yeah, it's very good time. More of us in that first half playing United Cup, so I'm super excited to pick up the year. This is the United Cup. The United States. See you in Perth. See you in Perth. See you in Perth.
Two times.
Please welcome for our next match, representing Croatia, Lucia Ceric-Bagaric and Ivan Dodic. Representing Canada, Leylah Fernandez and Felix Auger-Aliassime.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the RAC Arena here in Perth, where we are good to go with this decisive mixed doubles rubber in the Group A clash between tennis titans Croatia and Canada. I'm Catherine Mitchell. Alongside me, Robbie Koenig, and courtside we have Bojana Bobusic as well. There's been a short delay for this match while they sort out a technical issue with the net, but as I'm sure you can understand, it's a fairly essential piece of equipment, so very good to have that sorted. Very good, Robbie, to have this doubles rubber be decisive.
That's how we like it, and over the years that has so often been the case. When Germany went to the title last year, they won far with them, and that's how important the mixed is. And if there's one guy I'd want on my team, it's Ivan Dodic. That guy certainly knows how to operate on a doubles court as well as specializing in mixed, a multiple major winner in that department.
Yeah, that is where the doubles experience is coming from on this tennis court right now. 39-year-old Ivan Dodic, former world number 2, alongside him, an inexperienced 20-year-old. It's going to be fascinating.
The other way. So just remember, you have the towel boxes, 25 seconds. All the line calls are automatic. Any questions about anything? No. Guys, would you like AO or John Newcomb? AO? Okay, Hugo, thank you. You want to flip that? Go for it. Well done. Yep, your choice. Going to receive. Stay. Okay, so just a photo. So Hugo, just face that way.
With ad scoring or no ad scoring?
It's no ad scoring, so it's gender to gender. Okay?
Okay.
Big fan of Hugo doing the coin toss there. We had Croatia winning the toss, electing to receive. We had Felix Auger-Aliassime, Robbie, checking what the rules were there.
Yeah, that's never good. Of course, deciding point. In mixed doubles, if it goes to deuce, and we'll play a 10-point match tiebreak if it gets to a set all. So we've already had one of those.
I mean, if in doubt, definitely best to check, but surely the ideal is to know the rules before you step out onto court. But yeah, an interesting one, that's for sure. Also interesting, the fact that we have a change in lineup for the Croatians. Here we have Leylah Fernandez, she playing alongside Felix Auger-Aliassime for Team Canada. That very much the expected lineup for Canada. They've both played in singles. Fernandez was excellent, Auger-Aliassime was excellent for a set and a half. before rather collapsing and losing out in 3 tight sets to Borna Coric. But that was the expected lineup for Team Canada. For Croatia, Ivan Dodig expected to play, but we did expect Dona Vekic to come out alongside him. But instead, we have Lucia Ciric-Bagaric, the 20-year-old world number 216. This is a surprise, Robbie.
It is, and she's had a good rise this year, Catherine. That's the good news. She has won a lot of tournaments, obviously at the lower level, at the ITF level. She comes in with a lot of confidence, and sometimes that exuberance of youth is what you want in big moments. They don't overthink the situation, and I'm hoping that's what we're going to see from her, that she can just go out. She's got somebody alongside her, and Ivan, who will make her feel as comfortable as possible. He has been there and done it on the biggest of stages in singles, but of course more prominently as a doubles player. So I think they'll make a good team, and I guess with the scoring format so condensed, I think it does help you. I think when the matches are more drawn out, it's easier to expose somebody who's had less experience.
Yeah, no issues with that with Ivan Dodig. Bojana, you were watching and commentating on the singles match earlier between Leylah Fernandez and Dona Vekic. How do you see the decision to drop Dona Vekic for this match? She did seem to struggle, didn't she, with the lefty spins of Leylah Fernandez?
Yeah, well, she certainly wasn't playing her best tennis, and it was really warm out on court earlier on this morning. That there was no shade covering like we see now on court. And possibly maybe a bit of fatigue as well, and maybe wanting to save it for the next tie up against the USA in a couple of days' time. So it is interesting, but when you've got someone like Ivan Dodig, the 7-time Grand Slam doubles champion that he is, you'd like to think that he'd be able to carry his partner in you know, some of those tighter moments. And I think the early stages on will be a sign as to how his partner is going. So look, watch out for these early few games, and it really could go either way. And we saw that yesterday morning when Team Kazakhstan up against Team Spain, and how intense that mixed doubles was, that decider. Anything can happen.
Yeah, and as you point out, Robbie, rust has got to be it's something that we're at least looking out for. We're still seeing players here that are playing in their first match of the season after a longish break.
Yeah, you're right. I loved Leylah's enthusiasm on the court. I love her energy. I love her movement. I thought she was outstanding in her first match. For Felix, as you alluded to, he was unbelievable. He was almost unplayable for a set in 6 games. But it's not the kind of loss you want to have first match of the season, is it? He was so in control against Borna, and missed a basic forehand at 4-2. He had Borna 15-30 to go 15-40. Look for the double break. 11-2. A real possibility. You end up losing that match, and I just wonder if there's going to be baggage the next couple of weeks because of what happened here. Straight away, I think, what happens when Felix gets into a tight situation again? Perhaps deep in the major quarterfinals, looking to close out a match. Is there scoring as a result of the match that he just played? I don't know, but it's a real possibility.
End of warm-up. Dona Vekic there courtside supporting in the Team Croatia pod. Borna Coric, her lifelong friend, will be alongside Coric, of course, having been the one to benefit from Felix Auger-Aliassime's collapse. He also played some excellent tennis to come through that singles match. In terms of the nature of that defeat for Auger-Aliassime, would it be easier to put behind him if it had been just a 6-2, 6-3, you know, something straightforward?
It is sometimes. Sometimes it is, and you know, there's a lot to work on. But yeah, I do worry about the mental scoring. It's not the first time we've seen it from Felix. But remember, he lost his first 8 finals before eventually winning his first tournament. So hopefully he can forget about that one and bounce back with considerable aplomb.
And one thing these two definitely have on their side, I think, is chemistry. They speak so brilliantly about one another, Felix Auger-Aliassime and Leylah Fernandez, and how much they learn from one another during the time they get to spend together. They got to spend time together at the Olympics as well in Paris last year, and really flourishing as a partnership. So let's see what they've got. Auger-Aliassime will open things up.
Love. 30 love.
I also think, Catherine, one of the reasons we saw Felix playing such good tennis early on, these conditions almost mimic playing indoors. That's where he's always played his best tennis. All his titles in singles have come indoors. Ball striking is easier, not having to contend with the wind all that much.
40 love.
It's a quick court, isn't it? Quicker than Melbourne?
Probably quicker than Melbourne last year. It seems to be a bit of a trend now. More of the courts are quickening up. Cincinnati.
Cincinnati was lightning quick, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Last year, Alcaraz had a few things to say about it.
And I'm amazed when players complain about the variety, because back in the day, you know, 80s and 90s, there was so much variety out there, and that's what made the greats great, that adaptability. The players want everything to be so controlled these days. That's why I've got so much respect for one of the greatest achievements ever in our sport, I think, is Bjorn Borg winning the French Open and Wimbledon back-to-back. He did it 3 times. I mean, the grass and the clay couldn't have been more different than what it is now.
Yeah, that's such a great point. But yeah, I like a quick hard court.
Yes,
good
Ivan
fun.
Dodig representing Team Croatia to serve.
So Ivan Dodig, let's find out how the rustiness is. 39 years of age, bags of experience. But his first match of the 2025 season.
$15 love.
I think it's so important in this game for Lucia to get involved at the net. She's clearly the least experienced, and there's no doubt some nerves, so if she can at least get a volley, start moving early on, it will just settle her confidence a bit.
Yeah, that's a great point, Bojana. I mean, presumably she'll be very conscious of the fact that she's been selected ahead of the world number 18. Would you expect there to be a kind of eagerness to prove herself?
I think you always want to do your best performance, and especially when there's so much on the line. It's a perfect example of just making the play and getting a few of those points under her belt. It's a big moment for her. She's young, she's representing her country, she's partnering up with world-class doubles player. Big moment.
Okay. Team Croatia.
2 very strong holds to open up this doubles match. I mean, obviously, all tennis players, all athletes love to represent their countries, but I do feel with a country like Croatia, there is a fierce pride.
They love their sport there, don't they? Absolutely love it. Often spoken to some of the players about it. Ivan Lubicic tells me it's much more important than going to school. What happens after school, the sport, and before you arrive at school, playing football on the field. I think they're the best, or close to being the best, at handball. They seem as a nation so physically gifted. They're perfect height. Everybody's like 6'2", 6'3", and that translates so well to so many sports. Basketball, they're brilliant at. Football, tennis. Sports mad nation. Decent weather for most of the year. That always helps, Catherine.
Not looking rusty, is he, Ivan Dodig?
50-all.
So bang on it. They don't half punch above their weight, Croatia, do they? There's a sporting nation. 4 million population, World Cup finalists in 2018 in football, soccer. incredible sporting nation.
Yep. Hello.
Went swinging on that one, didn't she? Sitting court side. Especially off the first point in the service game, despite missing that backhand return, she was going for it, and it's a good sign. On that second return there too. That's what you like to see early on.
As Auger-Aliassime said to his partner there, great serve, using that leftiness.
Can't miss Croatian fans, can you? I love their outfits. Well, football's there anyway. Doesn't matter where they are. Olympics, football, tennis. You can spot them a mile away.
Another great serve from Fernandez.
Fernandez plays a fair bit of doubles on tour. Been a finalist at the French Open, quarters at US. He's done well at Cincy and in Miami.
Game, Team Canada.
More great serving from
Team
Fernandez,
Canada
and a
lead 2-1.
2-1 lead for the Canadians. She's had a great serving day across singles and so far in doubles, Fernandez. It's a service motion, Robbie, that has been tinkered with a lot over the years, hasn't it? It doesn't much resemble the motion that got her to the US Open final in 2021.
Yeah, that's a good point. And it's so interesting with the serve because I think it's a shot that's neglected in the junior days because it plays such an insignificant part in the outcome of points. So it's literally, you know, don't worry about the serve. We'll hit balls for 55 minutes, work on drills, and then right at the end of the session, we'll hit a couple of serves. The problem with that, Catherine, is it becomes the most important shot when you become a pro. And you know, one of my biggest, I guess, messages to coaches of potentially good players from an early age, get your coach to work on the serve technique, because if you've got a good serve, it might not be important as a youngster, but if you become a budding tennis player, it'll be great.
Let's see what Ciric-Bagaric has on serve, trying to level things up for Team Croatia.
Time.
Look how close Yvonne gets to the net here. Always looking to angle the ball off the court. Tough to go through two players, so you got to go around them.
$15 all. $30.50.
Layla Sports, my daughter's favorite brand of clothing. Unfortunately, it's pretty pricey, Catherine.
Yeah, I can vouch for that.
twice now that she's used that down the line.
14-15.
Cedic Bagaric, she's really keeping whoever's at the net honest, which I like. She's not predictable.
We were in the lift with Lila coming down, and she had a beautiful Lululemon bag on as well. And Grace's eyes switched towards me with a little point and said, "Dad, I need one of those."
Well, they've got a store in central Perth. Off you go.
Juice, deciding points.
Okay, so our first deciding point of the match. That means whoever wins this wins the game. It is sudden death juice.
And gender to gender on the deciding point. Watch for Dodig to get involved here at the net.
Good tip off, Robbie.
Croatia.
Good hold for Croatia. That'll be a really good nerve settler for Cedic Bagaric, who I'm sure, although she's played great so far, I'm sure she's feeling it a little. Must be so brilliant to have that kind of experience alongside you, though, in such an unfamiliar environment.
Of course, beats Rafael Nadal in singles. I remember commentating on that match back in 2011 in Canada. 7-6 in the third. Best win of his career. Nadal was 2 in the world at the time.
It's easy to forget Ivan Dodic's singles career, isn't it? Because it was a while ago now, but not shabby at all.
Peaked at 29. We have a saying in tennis called double dipping. It's when you play singles and doubles most weeks. Keeps the bank manager happy. And for most players, I think it's a great idea. Obviously, the top players don't need to because they make so much money playing singles. But you know, a Leila Fernandez or even an Ivan Dodig, what they've done in their career so far is so admirable. I think it's so intelligent. Maximize your earning capacity.
30-15.
And, you know, you're working on different skill sets when you're playing doubles. And I think it's only going to serve you well in singles.
Yeah, John McEnroe famously used to use the doubles as practice, didn't he? Didn't like practicing, so play doubles instead. Ivan Dodig is all over this court right now. Dominant at the net from the baseline. Trying to take control of this match. Just an opening here for the Croatians on the Hologic Aliassime serve.
It's pretty brave taking a cut like that. Felix's serve. Obviously feeling pretty good about herself.
She's determined to have a swing, isn't she? It's good stuff.
Yes.
a
Team
rare
Canada.
miss from Dodig.
Team Canada lead 3 games
The
to 2.
put-away volley. So Canada back in front as we head to the sit-down. 3-2. For someone like Felix Auger-Aliassime, Robbie, surely great for him to play some doubles, develop a bit of dexterity in his game.
Absolutely. Because I think one of the biggest weaknesses he has in his game is the ability to finish off at the net. I think it's an area that he could improve on a lot, Catherine. He knows his way around the doubles court. He's won a Masters 1000 alongside Hubert Hurkacz in Paris back in 2020. So I think you can derive some fun out of it. But I also understand he's had injuries and that knee has been problematic for a while. I remember chatting to him this time last year, and it had really hampered him for the previous couple of months. It had hampered him for the first bit of this season as well, and it finally seems to be right now. So you can understand him trying to be a bit more conservative and play a bit more singles and lay off the dubs.
Yeah, had to sit out the singles here last year, didn't he, at the United Cup? But he does look fit and raring to go. Fitness was not an issue in his singles earlier against Borna Coric. Just kind of lost his forehand at the critical time. Bit of a mental lapse and allowed Coric to find his game. Good amount of Canadian support here. Outnumbered, it has to be said, by the Croatians, who are always so well represented here down under, aren't they? Croatian support is fantastic down here, and they're always very vocal with it. Wasn't that much of a gap, was there? But he found it.
He's keeping Felix honest early on. Tough to defend a shot that is struck that fast, that accurately. Such an intelligent second serve, the kicker into the body forehand. So often it's just the regulation kicker out wide. Players have got so good at stepping in on the backhand. Nice change up from Ivan.
Just makes doubles look so simple, doesn't he? Good serving, good returning, solid at the net. It really is a percentage game, doubles, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
If you can do the basics well, you set yourself up nicely.
Just been a couple of those from Coric-Bagaric where she makes the first volley, just falls a little short on the second. It's tough because it was dipping, but yeah, not what she was looking for. Still 2 game points. That'll do nicely. Not the cleanest hit, but very well placed from Coric-Bagaric. It's even Stevens at the midway point of set number 1.
It's not always about the pace if you have the accuracy.
Unlucky Van Doddig. Maybe lucky that it went over at all, but...
Watch this, he just crowds the net, tries to get on the eye line of Felix, almost pinned him on the head.
He's seen it all. That's smart doubles from Leylah Fernandez.
30 love.
She does get great width on that serve, doesn't she, for her stature?
She's got such a good tennis IQ.
And talking about her serve, she served exceptionally well in her singles match up against Donna Vekic. Won a lot of free points, had a high first serve percentage. So it's working well for her.
40 love.
Right on cue.
So interesting, she starts with that front foot square onto the net. She does eventually rotate her when she starts the service action. I'm not a fan of that. I like that left or right foot, depending on how you serve, to be almost parallel with the baseline. It helps with the rotation of the body. You can see how front on she is when she starts her service motion.
Good hold from Fernandez and Team Canada, who take the lead once again. 4-3 at the sit down. Yeah, Bojana, it is fascinating what a great serving display we've seen from Leylah Fernandez today, because the last match that she played was at the Billie Jean King Cup in Malaga, and it was a horror show on the serving front. I mean, double faults left, right and centre. It was the toss in particular that was really letting her down. So with that technique, there obviously are things that can go wrong, but when it goes right, it can be such a weapon.
And that's certainly what happened in her singles match today, right from the get-go. And you know, there were certain points of the match where she was under pressure serving at love 30 or maybe a couple of break points down, and then it was the serve that she relied on, and it was consistent from start to end. And as Robbie touched on, if you've got a serve like that is such a weapon, it just sets you up and it puts pressure on your opponent, like Vekic today, who threw in a couple of double faults on set point, especially in that first set. So she was just applying the pressure really well, and it's working for her.
Sure is working. I was there for that Billie Jean King Cup match, Robbie, and it's hard to believe this is the same player, to be honest.
Yep. And I think you've got to have a look at consistency over the course of a couple of months. What you don't want is you don't want to have those big troughs.
Time.
And I think that's what she'll be hoping with this season, with the serve. It's been a good start anyway. First match was outstanding.
Love.
Tell you what, speaking of good serves for women tennis players, I was just watching Mira Andreeva at the exhibition a couple of days ago in Abu Dhabi, and my goodness, she has got a beautiful motion and a good serve. That thing's only going to get better. Kick serve in particular impressed me. Just 17 years of age.
Yeah, and she's got that tennis IQ as well, hasn't she? It's crazy that she's still only 17, because already feels like she's been around a while.
Too true.
Of course, she's got Conchita Martinez with her now. That's a great coach to have in your corner. Yeah, she's the real deal for sure. Good reactions from Aliassime.
And this is where the first serve is so important in doubles, because for Cilic Bagaric, she's missed her first few serves in this game, and it's really just put her under pressure.
Yeah, you can smell it in the air, can't you? I'm sure you can down there, Bojana. The Canadians sense an opportunity here. They know that the Cilic Bagaric serve is the more likely one for them to break. And they have 2 opportunities here.
Team Canada.
They don't need to. They take the first. An uncharacteristic error at the net from Dodig and a fist pump from Auger Aliassime. They will serve Team Canada for the opening set.
This has been outstanding. Hardly missed a ball. Maybe even my MVP so far in the opening 8 games. You've let me down there.
Love 15.
All through at that point, I was either thinking, Robbie's going to look really great after this, or, oh, no, poor Robbie.
She made all the tough ones. I mean, almost too much court to head into there. Couldn't believe how it opened up.
Did well there, didn't she?
Love 13.
Cilic Bagaric, because understandably they are targeting her at the net.
Yeah, that tends to be the case in mixed. You get, you know, a half-decent ball, you're going to go straight at the female player.
Come on. 15-30.
Two great serves from Auger Aliassime to just dig Canada out of the little hole they were in this game.
Out. 40-30.
It was close, yeah, but definitely out. And from love 30 to set point to Canada, will take them halfway to victory in this, well, could very well be crucial tie in Group A. And aptly, it is Leylah Fernandez that clinches the set. Volleying into the open court beautifully. And she and Hologic Aliassime have the advantage. 6-3, the opening set. So not a ton to choose between the teams in that opening set, but Leylah Fernandez, Robbie, may be the difference.
Yeah, I thought she was crafty with her lefty serve. She used her leftiness so intelligently. She's always a compound of menace and energy on the court. She was certainly that in the forecourt. Made a couple of good, meaningful returns, especially on the inside-out forehand. And just overall, I thought her general play was top tier. And yeah, I think the difference maker in the opening set.
She had a couple of screamers down the line, didn't she, Ciric Bagaric? Not a poor set from her by any means, but a couple of missed volleys. It doesn't come down to much in the doubles, especially with the format as it is.
And if you do lose the opening set, you just got to remind yourself that you only need to win one set and a 10-point match tiebreak.
So Team Croatia receiving a pep talk from Captain Eva Maioli. Of course, Hologic Aliassime is Canada's captain, so he could give himself a pep talk, but not needed right now.
Of course, he has won a team competition here, has Felix. Did so at the ATP Cup when that had its event back here in 2022. Team Canada getting the job done against Spain.
Second set, Team Croatia to serve.
So much success at the junior level as well with Denis Shapovalov.
You just sense a few more unforced errors coming off the racket of Ciric Bagaric, and even just noticing where she's standing at the net, she's too far back, so anytime that ball comes flying at her, she's quite late to react. So if anything, needs to get a little bit closer to the net and be ready for that ball coming straight at her.
Is that, Robbie, something that Dodig could tell her? That she needs to close the net a bit more, or would that
definitely
sort of sap the confidence potentially?
No, I think if it's something that affects you, you're not receiving the messaging well. He just wants the best for you and the team. I did see him tell her to stand closer when they were receiving, when he was receiving a second serve. He said to her, go closer to the net.
30-15.
And she did pull off a good volley on that occasion. So no, nothing wrong with that. You only want the best for the team. Similarly, if you saw something from me that I wasn't doing right or could do better, you want your teammate to give you that info. Sometimes it's just pretty obvious when you're not the one involved and the point happens in front of you.
Well, that'll do the confidence a lot of good.
40-15.
You want to make your opponents lob you, especially when they don't have too much time. Just swatting it away, and of course when you're that close to the net, easy to create an acute angle.
Game, Team Croatia.
That'll
First
do
game,
nicely
second set.
for Team Croatia to open up the second set.
That's a beautiful part of the world as well, Croatia. Too many friends have been there and shared amazing stories and insights about it. To Lucia from the magnificent town of Dubrovnik.
Ooh, gorgeous place. Yeah, it's a stunning country. These two both from Montreal. They share a hometown.
Also a beautiful country, Canada. I love my fly fishing and golf, and they have got some amazing rivers and breathtaking scenery.
Yeah, they're not too short on the scenery front, are they? No, either of these two countries.
$15 love.
Not quite for Felix Auger-Aliassime. Seemed to hang in the air, didn't it? But this volley from Dodig, incredible depth.
Such a good eye from Layla. It's one of the most annoying things to play against when you hit a shot and your opponent judges the flight of the ball to within an inch or two of the line. You think you're going to get another shot. Before you know it, you've lost the point.
$40-15.
Slightly weaker wing for Eve on the forehand. So parallel to the line his left leg is.
Game, Team Canada. One game all.
Have a look at a lot of the great servers. You'll notice that with their front serving foot, if it's not parallel, it's pretty close to it.
Now this serve has a very high ball toss, doesn't it?
15 love.
Nice motion. It would be interesting to see how it holds up in the wind. As we've mentioned, conditions here almost like playing indoors. So calm. Roof covers a good percentage of the court. The trend has been to just lower the ball tosses on serves these days. We've seen the likes of Yannick Sinner do it. Novak did it as well under the tutelage of Goran. It's tough to read. It's very reliable. Not affected too much in the wind.
40 love.
I think Sinner's serve might be the most improved shot in 2024. Sneaky good serves like Jordan Thompson, also coming off a low ball toss. Tough to read.
Yeah, what a year he had in 2024.
Great example of a player who's double dipped. Singles and doubles.
(40-15).
Kept his bank manager happy this year as Tomo.
Let's for serve.
Nick Kyrgios, of course, with the lower ball toss. It's another one we forget. Quick action.
Game Team Croatia.
Sharp hands at the net from Dodig. Croatia back in front in the second set. So we'll be back in the RAC Arena momentarily. We're going to take you to Kimberley. Been to Kimberley, Robbie?
Been to Kimberley in South Africa. Not in Western Australia.
Is it as nice as this?
Definitely not.
Spreads over Australia's entire northwestern corner. The region has it all. Luxury escapes, life amongst the mangroves, stunning coastlines, and pearl farms. Sounds pretty good to me. What's Kimberley, South Africa got to offer?
It is famous for its mining. It's world famous for its mining. And in fact, I want to say the Cullinan diamond, one of the biggest diamonds in the world ever discovered, came from that area.
Okay, well, mining sounds fun, but on balance, I'm choosing Kimberley, Western Australia.
Oh yeah, every day of the week.
So this is an interesting one. Eva Majoli, stateswoman of Croatian tennis, really giving Lucia Ciric-Bagaric there just a pep talk, I think. Keep the spirits up. They are very much in this match. She's had her serve broken just the once. Good hold in the previous game. And now they get a look at the Leylah Fernandez serve. She's been excellent so far.
Love.
Just made it.
What a shot.
I thought that was a great return from Lucia, just making the play. And even though Fernandez made that last shot, if she can keep applying the pressure by making those returns, eventually, under pressure, Fernandez won't be able to make that every single time. It's a positive start from the young Croatian.
30 love.
Borna Coric there. His work done for the day. That victory of Roger Aliassime in the singles. Can't quite see it there, but he's got a big bag of ice on his right elbow. Kind of plagued him through his whole career, hasn't it?
Yeah, and the shoulder.
Great reactions.
40 love.
Stunning. Maybe I was a little lucky, so I'll apologize. Didn't know too much about it. Just trying to defend my face.
Game. Team Canada.
Quick game's a good game for Team Canada. Over in the blink of an eye, that one. And pressure back on Croatia.
We saw him play with the sleeve, didn't we? It was a Canadian who made the sleeve famous.
Believe in the sleeve.
That's right.
Milos Raonic.
Had its own Twitter handle, didn't he? He's got one too.
What a time that was.
He became superstitious after a while, didn't he? He was playing so well with it, didn't want to take it off.
Yeah, well, Carlos Alcaraz won a French Open with a sleeve on last year. Djokovic won an Olympic gold with a knee sleeve. They're in.
He would love to win this tie. Or Team Croatia with a sleeve on.
Stood up to scrutiny there, Coric Bagaric.
Oh, she did well there, just holding her ground, expecting the next volley to come back and knowing that most of those balls when she's at the net will be coming at her. So she's doing really well in this second set. Making a few more balls, volleys, returns, it all adds up.
30-15.
Just dropped off a touch, hasn't he, Dodig? Couldn't miss for the first few games. Nothing dramatic, but just the odd error. That's a lot of pace coming at Coric Bagaric, isn't it, from the Roger Aliassime forehand. It's just tough for her to control consistently. So an important point here at 30 all. Great serve.
He's probably one of the Croatian guys that's not as tall as some of the others out there. Right around 6 foot, 6'1" even, but he's so broad in his shoulders. That's what helps with the rotation on the serve, and then that transfers well into power.
Well done. Lucia Coric Bagaric played a crucial part in that potentially crucial hold. 3-2, the Croatians lead. He's got a very well-balanced frame, hasn't he, Ivan Dodig? He is so rarely off balance on a tennis court.
Yeah, well-proportioned athlete. You don't want to be too heavy in the upper body because you've got to carry that around for a couple of hours, especially when you're playing singles. And too strong in the legs. That's the engine room of any player in this sport. So you want to be really strong there, have a good wide base, strong base.
Tough balance that, isn't it? I remember Marcos Bagdatis talking about a period in his career where he really bulked up on the top half, went to the Gil Reyes school of bulking up, and he said it totally threw his balance off and threw his game off.
Can believe it.
Chatty times in the Croatian pod. You'll see Sasha Bayan there. That's the Canadian pod, but on the left of the Croatian pod, Sasha Bayan, new coach for this season of Donna Vekic. Interesting appointment. Quite a CV behind him. Statement of intent from Donna Vekic, hoping to build on career best season last year.
Yeah, I like that, investing in a game. I think someone regularly on tour with her.
There is Donna Vekic, still working with Pam Shriver, but it will be Sasha Bayan travelling with her year-round. Replaces Nick Horvath, who's been with her the past few years. All over it, Leylah Fernandez, isn't she?
Just great energy. So good at closing down the net.
And that's what she did so well in her singles matches. She was just willing to take balls out of the air to come to the net. She was looking to hit second serve returns and approach. She was really proactive.
40 love.
And it's the benefits of playing singles and doubles on tour. You're adding more strings to your boat.
Game, team.
Another
Canada.
quick game for Canada. They are holding with great ease at the moment, and the pressure now back on Croatia. It'll be the Ciric-Bagaric serve under the microscope again.
Can't give this guy too much time on a forehand. The shape on that shot, it's just gorgeous. A lot of margin. It's so quick.
Such a weapon, the Eugenia Yassim forehand, isn't it? As you say, and yet it let him down so badly in the singles. How can that be?
If you rush him on that side, that's when you can draw the errors. It's the tricky part. Got to go there with pace.
Big moments now. Love 30, second serve.
Love 40.
Just getting back to Felix, the ability just to dust off a bad shot. That's what really happened. He missed the easiest of forehands. Looking to go up a double break, potentially, in the second set today. Missed it, and then it really just started to leak into that forehand. Just mental scoring. Good night.
Okay, Team Canada. New balls, please. Ball change.
Yeah, the Auger-Aliassime forehand winning the game there for Team Canada. That could be decisive. A set and a break, the lead now. It's funny how a player's greatest weapon can also be their biggest weakness, depending on the situation.
Yep.
And it does sometimes feel like that's the case for Auger-Aliassime.
Too true. When you think about the mistake, all of that factors in as well. And so often it's between the years. That's where it permeates into the rest of the game, into the negativity. That's why the mental side of sport is so important. And the sport, when you're out there on your own, no one to help you, no one to coach you, it's so tough.
He's an interesting case, isn't he? Because he's only 24. He's got plenty of career and potential ahead of him, and yet, you know, he was tipped to have achieved great things by now. Grand Slam champion, world #1. People just assumed it would happen for him, and it just hasn't.
Not yet.
But is that because too much was predicted, or because he's deviated from the course that he was on somehow?
I just think Felix was so good when he was so young, 14. He's winning matches at challenges, right? And he was so strong. And he could bully players. He bullied his way right onto the cusp of the top 10, got there quickly. And I just wonder, because he was so physically good, how much he worked on his game, because he could just outpunch you from the back of the court. And then, okay, suddenly now you're competing against the top 10 guys regularly, you're playing finals, and you need a few more strings to your bow, and those strings haven't been developed enough. That's what I think's happened.
Fascinating. Sure is an interesting case study, isn't he? Look, he's had a great career, and I'm sure he'll continue to. Who knows what the future holds, but it's just relative to those expectations and predictions.
And he'll want to be in the conversation with the likes of Sinner and Alcaraz. I mean, certainly his potential as a youngster was on a par with theirs.
There's the athleticism. Talk about balance. He's got that as well, hasn't he? Those proportions.
He's an incredible athlete.
No one can handle the Fernandez serve today. Sneaky lefty spins. Yeah, Donovekic really struggled earlier. A little chat there with new coach Sasha Bayan.
Canada.
Another quick hold for Canada, and they move to within a game of victory in the mixed and in the tie. Could be so crucial because, of course, the other team in Group A is the USA. It's a blockbuster group, this.
Yeah, a lot of red and white in this group, and a bit of blue.
15 love. 30 love.
It's an easy shot to execute. So used to running back to hit a smash as a player. When you're running forward into one, it can get messy. That was anything but that.
Game, Team Croatia.
Well, Ivan Dodig doing all he can for Team Croatia at this stage. It'll be Team Canada with a 5-4 lead who will come to try and serve it out after the sit down.
Time.
Here we go then. For the match and the tie for Canada, Felix Auger-Aliassime.
I think that's one of the toughest things for the women tennis player is the shape of a man's serve coming at you. So much more swing than the average woman's serve they'll see on tour. Movement through the air, that's what makes a great server. And it's so difficult to return against. And if you've got the pace and the movement, well, it makes for a heady cocktail.
More comfortable stuff on serve from Canada, and it brings them to 3 match points now then.
Team Croatia, you cannot use that timeout because it's not your serve. Ready for play. Thank you, Donna.
Oh, she's made an unforced error there.
Timeout on your service game. Sorry, coach.
Oh, there has been a mix-up with the red button.
Ready for play.
I think she just wanted to press it.
I applaud the spirit of wanting to press the red button. I've been waiting for that thing to be pressed, but you can only do it on your own serve. 3 match points for Canada. Canada, they have done it.
6-4.
The crucial mixed doubles victory takes them to an opening win. A brilliant day of serving for both Felix Auger-Aliassime and Leylah Fernandez. And a 6-3, 6-4 victory over Ivan Dodig and Lucia Ciric-Bagovic of Croatia. Tough for them. They'll be back to face the USA in a couple of days' time, but what a performance from Canada, and what a way, Robbie, for Felix Auger-Aliassime to put that disappointment in the singles behind him.
Yeah, it was an emphatic hold. That was good stuff. Leylah, for me, was the MVP. She was outstanding, and generally you like to target the female player in mixed, and not only did she hold up her end, but she was a major contributor. Some meaningful backhands down the line, great inside-out forehand returns. She was a menace at the net, so much energy. I love everything about her. I just want to bottle it and give it to some of my kids when they're on the tennis court. It's good stuff.
A heck of a competitor. She's won the Billie Jean King Cup before for Canada. Felix Auger-Aliassime has won the Davis Cup for Canada. These two have real pedigree in team competition. And, who knows, they could go far in this one. It's a good vibe in Team Canada. They're loving all being together, I think. Really feeding off one another. And special mention, I think, for Donna Vekic pressing the red button. It's what we've all been wanting to do.
I hope she doesn't get a red card for doing that.
Yeah, we're not sure what the repercussions might be. Right, we're going to hear from the winners. Felix Auger-Aliassime and Leylah Fernandez are with Bojana.
Leylah, Felix, congratulations. You've secured the win for Team Canada tonight. You seemed pretty clear and confident in the doubles. What do you think was key for you tonight to get the win?
Positivity, having fun. I think we were just enjoying our time on court, and we stayed aggressive within ourselves, and I think a lot of the important points we were able to execute our game plan.
And what about you, Felix? How do you rate your performance tonight?
No, it was great. You know, no loss of serve, so that means like whatever we're in control of, we were doing well. And I think it's also about trust, you know, trusting your teammate, trusting each other, not going for too much because you think your partner is going to make a mistake. All good. We got each other. We trust each other. We stick to the game plan, and it worked out well. So, yeah, really happy for the team win.
Absolutely, and it's a quick turnaround because you're back here tomorrow night up against the US, the #1 seeds. What's the approach? What are your thoughts? And, yeah, if you can just give us a bit of an insight into maybe some of the team discussion leading up to that one.
Keep joking around, keep having fun, keep smiling. You know, I love the energy on the bench. It's super positive. It helps, I think, all of us to just calm ourselves down and just having fun on court. And, you know, I think Team USA, they're an amazing team. They got great players on there, so it's just going to be the case of who executes the game plan better.
And you seem like you have a lot of fun both on the court and off the court. Felix, if you were to describe your team in 3 words, what would you say?
Smiling, everybody. Nice and sorry because we're Canadians. You know, we always say sorry.
Well, look, I'll let you go because you don't have a long time to turn around. Well done tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Canada.
Smiling, nice and sorry. Put that on a t-shirt.
Yep, that sell a lot of them. Yeah, they were good tonight, very good when it mattered most. Great team vibe, good energy. Great bunch of people.
Yeah, and recovery will be key because they're double dipping. Fernandez and Auger-Aliassime, you expect them to play singles and doubles across all the ties, and they have to come back tomorrow to play again against the USA. That is a hot ticket, the USA against Canada. Croatia will take on the USA as well in a few days' time. They are not down and out just yet, but a tough way for them to lose out in the decisive doubles. Tough one for Auger-Aliassime in the singles, but redemption in the dubs. Played well today and was ably assisted by the MVP, Leylah Fernandez. incredible day for her, particularly on serve. Really imperious. And hasn't always been the case for her on that shot, so that'll feel very good for her as a start to the 2025 tennis season. 4-3 over Donna Vekic. Brilliant start to the season. Not so for Auger-Aliassime in terms of singles. He led 6-love, 2-love against Borna Coric before losing out 4-4 in the second and third sets. A really difficult way for Auger-Aliassime to lose his opening match of the season. But then he comes back and scores the W in the doubles alongside Leylah Fernandez. 3-4 for them over Ivan Dodig and Lucia Ciric-Bagaric. And that result leaves Canada at the top of Group A with 2 ties still to come. So that can all change very much over the next few days, but it's a good place for Canada to be. We still have 1 tie to come on day 2 of the United Cup here in Perth. It is between Greece, the powerhouses, and Spain, who we saw in action yesterday against Brazil. Maria Sakkari and Stefanos Tsitsipas leading the line for Greece, and Jessica Butas-Monero and Pablo Carreño Busta for Spain. Always brilliant to see Sakkari and Tsitsipas, and to see them teaming up in the mixed doubles, which is what we will see later on today here at the RAC Arena in Perth. It's been a good start. We'll see more for later in a little while.
At Optus Stadium in Perth, in Western Australia, is easy.
got this sword, I can do this. And just this way, guys. Bigger smiles, and you can wave your arms in the air as well. So good for TV. Keep going, keep going.
Indestructible. Airless. Oh, there's a ball.
Perfect. All right. Happy TV.
Sorry. It's funny. Like it's an adult crowd.
And 3, 2, 1, go for it.
Airless. That's amazing how much noise. Whoa! Trick shot. Whoa! Trick shot. Whoa! That was too tricky.
Wide.
Flat here, like we bought rackets into that.
wheels, Alex Simonov.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
Oh, stop it. He has cut to play. Coco Gauff, too good. You won't see better tennis than this all summer.
Stefanos Tsitsipas. A lot of entertaining tennis to be played. Really looking forward to this one. My name's Boyan Babusik and alongside me is Barbara Shett. Bubsy, great to have you here.
Thank you. I'm very excited. This is our first, isn't it?
It is. And it's an interesting matchup we have in this women's singles between Maria Sakkari.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to actually watch, especially Maria Sakkari. She hasn't played for a while. She's been out because she had that shoulder injury. So the last match she's played was at the US Open. And she's a great athlete. As you can see, I always love watching her in the gym, what exercises she's coming up with. against Zhao. Both of them were cramping. They were out there for 3.5 hours. And I mean, you know, that's why you watch live sport. That's why we watch tennis. It's better than any movie, I think, because you don't know the outcome. And there was certainly drama, and everything was in there in that match, and also today in that Felix Auger-Aliassime match. So I'm looking forward to this first one. Maria Sakkari against Jessica Busas-Manero.
Jessica did have a match yesterday. She's up against a tough opponent, Elena Rybakina. Wasn't able to quite find her rhythm.
It's very hard to find the rhythm against of course, because she serves so well. She likes to dictate play from the first moment onwards, and I think today is a completely different matchup. And the good thing about Busas-Manero is that she actually was out there. She knows the court, she knows the environment, and she knows the size of the court. She was very nervous yesterday. Today she might have or will settle down with her nerves. So it's a completely different matchup. Every day is different in tennis, and that's the good thing. Had a great year, Jessica Busas-Manero, this year. What have we got here?
Oh, well, we have beautiful Perth from Kings Park. Yeah, in the heart of the city, to cocktail bars. Kings Park, Cottesloe Beach. I don't know if you've had time to head out there, Bubsy, but certainly a sight to see. Experience the water. You can catch the ferry across to Rottnest Island. Only about 30 to 40 minutes away, and you get to have a selfie with the cute quokkas. You've got Fremantle, lots of cafes, restaurants, so much to do and see in Perth. But I don't think these players will be having a cocktail anytime soon. They're getting ready for their first match here at the United Cup. So it will be Team Spain heading out first, followed by Team Greece. No doubt a few nerves in the feet, in the stomachs, and some eagerness and anticipation on how this tie will unfold. But not long to go now, only a few more seconds. So let's welcome the players out onto court.
Please welcome our first team for tonight's action, representing Spain. Team captain, Jose Antonio Sanchez de Luna. Sergio Montes Gones. Yvonne Caballé-Rimes. Carlos Tabana. Marina Bassols Rivera. Jessica Busas-Manero. And Pablo Carreño Busta. And their opponents for tonight's session, representing Greece. Team captain, Theodoros Angelinos. Valentini Grammatikopoulou. Petros Tsitsipas. Stefano Sakellarides. Despina Papamikhail. Maria Sakkari. And Stefanos Tsitsipas. If you're able, please be upstanding for the national anthems of Spain and Greece.
more small formalities until we get this first match underway. Nice to see the players acknowledge each other. And it'll be that lady on screen, Maria Zachary, to get things underway. I love the team spirit of this event. And the Greeks certainly know how to have team spirit, don't they, Bubsy?
They sure do, and they've showed it the last couple of years when they were part of the United Cup, what team spirit they have. Get along so well and really supportive towards each other. I think that's the most important thing in a team event, that there's a lot of encouragement and positive vibes coming from the bench. And we know in the past, sometimes Maria Zachary, she gets a little bit nervous in her matches. That's why it's nice to know that you're not out there alone. And you just wonder, is it an advantage that Team Spain has had this one match yesterday already? That's a lovely picture as well. Karen Buster hugging Jesus Manero.
He was impressive yesterday.
He was. He was surprised himself what kind of level he played out there. It's great to see him back on the tour. He's obviously been out because of injury for quite some time. Was a fixture in the top 15.
Is this Kumar? And Kumar on this side, we've doing the coin toss for us. First from me, in the four corners you have the towel bins. It has your flag inside for which one to use. And other than that, any questions? Nope. Okay, Kumar, you wanted to ask this side. What are the choices? Ao or John? We're going with John Newcomb. Big toss. And what is it? Okay, over here. Receive. Perfect photo facing this direction. Kumar, you're in the middle.
Well, it's the first meeting between these two players, so that will be interesting. Always find it fascinating at the start of the match, how they approach. Do they go with their strengths or do they just work themselves in? So we have a look at the bio for Jessica Bouthas-Minero, 22 years of age, currently ranked 54 in the world. That is her highest ranking, so she's certainly worked herself nicely inside that top 100. Had some good results, played a mixture of ITF and WTA events this year. Some highlights, making the third round at Wimbledon, the third round at the US Open. Defeated some big hitters as well. But it's really about maintaining that consistency, isn't it? Day in and day out. And trying to play some of those high-level tournaments.
Yeah, I think the first year on the tour is never easy. I mean, it is kind of easy because the players don't really know you, but then you have to back it up as well. Everything is very, very new. As we focus on Maria Zachary, she's been on the tour for quite some time already, has been in the top 10, currently ranked 32, has dropped a few spots there. 29 years of age and born in Athens. Loves spending time at home, loves her Greek food as well and their traditions. So she's looking to get back into the top 10 on the WTA tour. Yes, you mentioned it, the two of them, they have never played against each other, so it's going to be interesting to see how they work each other out in the first few games.
We've got Jill Krabus courtside. Good evening, Jill.
Good evening. How are you two?
We're great.
Yes, it's a beautiful position here, of course. It actually has cooled down quite a bit. When I came out, I almost put my jacket on. It's still warm enough to not have that, but it is a little bit cooler. Beautiful conditions, obviously, the court in perfect shade, so no issues with the sun. Just watch both teams come out and take to the court, and everyone very focused. Some smiles from the Spanish team, a little bit more serious focus from Greece. I'm interested to see how Maria comes out in particular. I mean, it's the longest stretch that she hasn't played from the US Open, so 4 months that she's been away to heal a shoulder surgery, and huge round of applause as they mention Sakari's name. A lot of Greek flags behind me actually waving. But yeah, I'm interested to see how she handles it. I'm sure there's going to be a little nerves. They haven't played each other before, so trying to figure out each other's games, but it's going to be a fun one, I think.
And we've got Jose, the team captain for Spain. Thanks for your time tonight, Jose. What do you think is crucial for Jessica tonight, especially after having a singles match yesterday against Elena? What's key for her tonight to get off to a good start?
Hello, everyone. First of all, thanks for the words about Pablo, that he's back on the court. It's very positive for us. And after that, well, Jessica needs to change a little bit than she played yesterday, so we are here to support to her.
Jose, Barbara speaking here. Jessica was very nervous yesterday against Elena Rybakina. How is she feeling today walking into this match? Is it a bit better?
Better. She warmed up very good, and then we will see, but she's better than yesterday.
And do you think it will help her tonight, having already played a singles match yesterday?
Yeah, I think that we can do better than yesterday, a little bit better, because yesterday we did good, no? You know, just for 3-4 points we changed the way, so we will see.
Okay, well, thanks a lot for your time tonight and all the very best.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match will be the best of 3 tiebreak sets. Team Spain won the toss and chose to receive.
Well, that's interesting that she chose to receive Jessica. We know that Maria Sakkari's serve is one of her weapons. She's one of the few players who can obviously not just have that big first serve, but can hit that kick serve. So she could put herself into a very good position early on. Maria Sakkari just getting her hair ready for the match.
I've noticed a lot of players so far in this tournament have chosen to receive. I don't know if that's just by chance or depending upon their opponent, their conditions, but it seems to be a tale so far this tournament.
Yeah, once you're not warmed up 100%, maybe the easiest way to break is in that first game, but you still have to do it. Let's see what happens.
So we're underway. We've got Maria Sakkari to serve to open up things here.
Team Greece to serve. Ready. Play. Let's go.
Just waiting a little bit to hit that forehand. Maria Sakkari needs to get the movement going, stepping towards the ball.
It's a couple of loose unforced errors early on.
Oh, remember, she has not played for 4 months, so I'm sure there's a lot going on in her head between the ears.
That'll help. Good first serve. 172 kilometres per hour.
30.
Another forehand arrow there from Zachary, not quite finishing the shot, turning away midway through. It is a bit of a sign of nerves, I believe.
Team Spain.
And an early break for Team Spain.
First.
Yeah, that's not an ideal start for Maria Sakkari, but somebody who's going to be happy about that is Jessica Busas Manero. Now, yesterday, when she played against Elena Rybakina, she did have a little bit of trouble. If you have a look at the first serve here, her placement, she was very predictable. She was slicing that serve a lot, so it was either going towards the body or towards the forehand. There's none out wide on the ad court, and also on the Ducos, only 8%, one serve. So if she wants to hold serve today, I mean, she's playing a different opponent. She needs more variety.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Please quickly find your way.
As we have a look at the win predictor, 67% in favour of Sakkari. We've seen that swing a number of different ways throughout matches.
Once again, she's just moving away from the shot too soon, Sakkari. And with Busas Manero on the serve, her grip obviously is the key why she's going for that many slice serves. It's hard to go down the tee.
Let first.
Got away with it, Maria Sakkari, but that return was a slight miss-hit once again. It just landed on the line.
And we talk about grips, and the forehand grip of Sakkari is quite extreme, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. The timing has to be right, but it is a weapon when she played her best tennis. hard time to find the court.
She's already up at 7 unforced errors.
Yeah, Jessica Busas-Monero doesn't even have to do too much at this point.
Team spec.
And an 8th unforced error from the racket of Sakkari gives Jessica Busas-Monero a 2-love lead.
You've both been mentioning just the nervous start there from Sakkari, and you can definitely see it in her demeanor and the way, just the way her face looks out there. Just looks like she's trying to find that rhythm. She's been taking some deep breaths, also shaking out her right arm a little bit just to try and settle those nerves. And as far as Jessica, she's looking pretty good. I think it does make a difference actually having one match under her belt, because she had a nervous start against Rybakina. So she got through that and started playing better. We'll see if Sakkari can find her rhythm.
Let's proceed.
Pebsy, how hard is it for a player who has been as high as top 10 in the world, having to come back after a shoulder injury, maybe a loss of confidence because she hasn't, you know, won as many matches, to then try and get back into playing her best tennis? I think sometimes we take it for granted, don't we, of actually how difficult it is.
Well, that's better from Maria Sakkari. Yeah, it is hard. I mean, Maria, her last match she played was at the US Open, but she got that injury actually at the Olympics, so she barely played in the last 6 months. That's a very long time for a tennis player. And there's just a few players, somebody like Rafa Nadal in the past, for example, who could actually take months and months off and come back and play his best tennis. I think Maria is a player, she needs matches, she needs confidence to feel secure on the court.
This will give her some confidence if she can just get herself on the board here. Just to settle those nerves.
She's moving sideways. She needs to be a little bit more aggressive with her footwork and have that stability during that forehand where she doesn't go away. She has to follow through a little bit more. She still seems to be a bit anxious when she hits that forehand wing. That's a big point here. Big difference if it's 2-1 or 3-love. Well placed. The forehand of Jessica Busas-Monero is definitely her weapon. That's where she feels comfortable. And if she gets a short point or short ball, then she can really go for it. Just we've seen before with a lot of pace, but a lot of spin, controlled aggression. 128 kilometers an hour. That's decent.
Let's
tend to think that the longer the point, the better for her, just so she can find a bit more rhythm.
Yeah, she seems to panic almost whenever she hits that forehand, rushing with that last one. Another opportunity here for Bustos Monero. You can see the tension in her face, that's for sure.
Team spin.
That's disappointing for Sakkari. Almost got herself on the board, but not to be. Rufus, 3-love, first set.
Spain leads by 3 games to 0.
That's unfortunate for Maria Sakkari.
Yeah,
second time she's double faulted as well on that serve when she was break point down.
Yeah, being down a double break already in the first set is certainly not ideal. Jessica Bustos Monero is just playing solid, but she's not doing anything special. And you can see that she's not happy, certainly hasn't found her rhythm yet at all. And
it's easy to say it from the outside.
Maybe let's have a listen.
Do what? Even make it with a normal speed.
Coach suggesting to put a little bit more spin in her shots, to aim the ball a little bit higher, but she's just doesn't feel it.
Every single shot, every single one. This is ridiculous. This is like I'm doing something extremely wrong.
She's pointing out the problems on her forehand, and that's in her head.
She's pointing out that Rufus Monero was hitting every shot to her forehand.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
If she comes up with the answers there is.
Time.
And you have to give credit to Rufus Monero. Just playing solid, staying calm, not having to do a whole lot at this stage.
11 unforced errors so far from Maria Sakkari. I think that says it all.
Sense the frustration from Sakkari, couldn't you, on the change of ends?
Yeah, well, it's totally understandable. Should be disappointed with that beginning of the match. That's better. Just needs to focus on her footwork towards the ball with that forehand. Aim it a little bit higher, take a little bit of the pace out, and put more spin in. I think that's the key. And once she gets that rhythm back, that feel back, then she can start going for it again. But now it's important to play it with controlled aggression.
Nice shot there of the movement and the little footsteps around the ball for Boutros Minero.
And she likes to control the points with her forehand, doesn't she? Opening up the court beautifully there. She knows she was slightly late there, but she's going to take that. That's all right.
The cheeky smile. Maybe that's what she needs to get herself back into this first set.
He's on the board.
Team Spain leads by 3-1.
We've got Jill with Stefanos Tsitsipas. Down to you, Jill.
Stefanos, thanks so much for taking a moment. So nice that Team Greece here is back in Perth. You guys have been a part of the team for every year now that the event has been going on. What makes it so special for you to be a part of this team?
I mean, we've had the opportunity to play with Maria at the Olympics a few months ago. From what I can recall, the only chance that we've had, the opportunity to kind of combine our powers and play in something as significant as the United Cup hasn't really occurred much. So whenever the opportunity presents itself, I obviously want to combine these powers with her and obviously the rest of the team that has been also a big part of the success that we had in recent years. I feel privileged to be representing my country. And I guess that's also the reason why I keep coming back every single year, and I do want to see the Greek flag being represented at the United Cup.
There are a lot of Greek flags in the crowd. You guys always have a lot of support. You've known Maria, obviously, for a very long time. A little bit of a tough start. What do you think she needs to do? Because she hasn't played matches for a while. What do you think is important for her?
Look, this is more than normal, what's happening right now. Maria hasn't played the last, from what I remember, the US Open was probably her last match in 2024. So it's very difficult trying to come back and play your best tennis from the very first match. There are nerves involved. There's maybe a little bit of tightness, which is absolutely normal. I think, eventually at some point, I feel like Maria already started getting into the rhythm of the match. Dealing with injuries is never easy. We don't have many expectations knowing what she went through in the last few months, which was not only the injury part, which also affects you mentally a little bit. Knowing Maria, who is very competitive and can do such great things on the tour, it does have toll on your mental side. I'm just hoping she gets a good sort of comeback now, and maybe we can see what happens next.
Yeah, we know nerves are always involved. Are you a nervous watcher?
Depends on what I watch. I mean, that's
Are you nervous now? Feeling okay?
I am feeling okay so far.
Okay.
I know what Maria is capable of. I've seen her come back from matches, so time will tell. But I know what a big fighter she is, so I do have faith in her fighting spirit.
She's going to need that confidence from you right now, but she's on her way back. But Stefanos, thanks for chatting with us. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
Nice interview.
Yeah, speaks well, doesn't he? Great job there, Jill. Getting the insight of Stefanos Tsitsipas. There's a lot of respect for Maria as well.
I think he just is trying to tell everyone that she needs time. Maria Sakkari.
40-30.
Certainly feel in the last couple of games she's starting to find her rhythm. See Stefanos later tonight. He's up against Pablo Carreno Busta. That's going to be one to watch. effort there from Sakari. Back into this first set. 3-2, Buthas Monero.
Spain leads by 3 games to 2.
Perfect, it's wrong, but it's better.
As we take a look at Ningaloo, home to the largest fringing reefs, the best hikes in WA. Just immerse yourself in nature and sleep beneath the stars, camp out, get amongst it, take a dip in the fresh waters as well. Beautiful part of the world. Certainly a place to visit, Bubsy, if you haven't been there already.
No, I haven't. So I haven't been here actually in many years. I used to play the Hopman Cup here, and that was in the last century. 1999 and 2000 actually.
When they had the big dome?
Yes, when they had the big dome, but I can't remember doing any sightseeing then. I still have to do that, so hopefully I'll get a bit of time.
Do you remember how many times you've played the Hopman Cup? Who you played with?
I've played once with Stefan Kubek, and we actually played against Mark Philippoussis and Elena Dokic. We were talking about it this morning, and then I've been there a couple of times to work for TV as well. So yeah, no, it was fun. A great event. So is this United Cup? I wish I could have played this one as well. It's always special because you're alone on the court during the whole year. When there is a team event, then it's nice.
Well, this first set now is certainly getting interesting. Buthas Monero did lead 3-love, but Sakari has found her way back. Buthas Monero serving at 3-2.
Buthas Monero, she certainly sticks to her tactics, trying to attack the forehand of Sakari way more. Misjudged completely. If in doubt, you gotta take it, and that's also due to not having played a lot of tennis in the last few months. Maria Sakari.
Oh, she set that point up beautifully, didn't she? You could just sense that hesitation. Do I hit it? Do I not?
Good hold from Buthas Monero, just refusing to miss.
One thing that stood out yesterday with Buthas Monero was her ability just to keep fighting despite what the scoreboard said, and certainly has helped her tonight. She knows that Sakari hasn't played a lot of tennis, and that can also be difficult at times, but she's sticking to a game plan. Not having to do too much at this stage, just making the play.
Just watching here from courtside, just noticing the footwork in particular, and we all know, like, when the nerves do hit a little bit, the feet tend to stop, and that's something that's definitely standing out with Sakkari. We're so used to seeing how quick she is and speedy she is around the court. I just find her just having a little bit of a struggle of getting into position. Just definitely not as sharp with her footwork at the start of this match.
Yeah, totally agree. That's normally something which really stands out, and that's one of her strengths in her game. And today, she's just sometimes a little too far up, too far away, too close to the ball. Just those little steps are missing. See, she's not under pressure at all there, Maria Sakkari and Jill. That's exactly what you just pointed out before. The footwork is not there. She's not moving around the ball. She's just stuck on the ground. 16 unforced errors.
I think also the alertness, right? It's almost like there's a delay until she gets ready for the ball. She's just not quite as sharp as being ready for that return coming back.
A nice way to save a break point. Still a bit of work to do for Sakkari.
That's an option to find her way to the net. And we all know that Maria Sakkari is one competitor, so she's not going to give up. Doesn't matter what the score says. But still in trouble. Seems to find her serve as well. Now finally over 50%, 54. It was as low as 40% at the beginning of this set.
Oh, third ace for the match, 2 of which have been in this game.
Oh, too good from Monero. She plays it tactically so well, mainly hitting the forehand wing of Sakkari, going a lot through the middle as well. But whenever she has the opportunity, she goes to those sidelines. Better hitting there from Sakkari. She just needs a bit more patience and staying in the rally a little bit longer. So Usas Monero has to start thinking as well. Just chipping away, 1 point at a time.
Advantage. Team Spain.
I That's why you have to, when those mistakes keep on happening, you really have to encourage yourself. Okay, after that serve, move your feet, stay on your toes, move around. Keep on reinforcing that towards yourself. Another long service game for Sakkari.
Another break of serve. Buthas Monero on her winning ways. 5-2 first set.
Team Spain leads by 5 games to 2.
It would have been handy for Maria Sakkari to get to 4-3. She's still trailing. Buthas Monero playing whatever she needs to play out there, not risking too much. What a year she's had. Started the beginning of the year as a 150 in the world and played herself into the top 60. So it was pretty successful. Now it's a matter of repeating it. Last year she played qualies at the Australian Open, lost in the first round. This year she's straight into the main draw and can capture some valuable points in this Aussie summer.
Let's not forget the points that are on offer at this tournament as well. There's a lot to play for. Your country, ranking points, prize money.
That's the first gel shot.
Yeah.
Getting some little energy boosts.
Well, it is 28 degrees outside, so despite the court being covered, it is still quite warm. And we saw last night in the women's singles, Bubsy, that you and Jill both called, how the cramps just crept up for both players.
It was such a physical match. It was unbelievable. I haven't seen anything like that before. I thought at one point that both of them were going to pull out at some stage. So, yeah, tennis is a physical sport, that's for sure. The good thing here in Perth, it's not as humid. Let's see if she can serve it out. Again, she's waiting too long until the ball comes towards her.
That's where she has to be ready. She knows that every shot's going to come to her forehand. And we looked at the serve placement from Buthas Monero. We know, well, Sakkari should know that a lot of those serves will be coming to that forehand side.
Another one to the forehand. But yeah, of course, the Spaniard is going to keep on doing that. She gets so many free points. That actually comes in handy, that placement of hers. Again, Sakkari, who's doubting her forehand, and it's in her head now. It's a mental thing.
Well, that one was better. And Bubsy, you've been saying how much she's waiting on the ball, and you can see it. I mean, I have a clear view and just reaching for so many of those. But that last point was a lot better. But she started closer in on that return. So I think sometimes she is getting caught with her feet just stuck too much to the ground. She's got to keep those feet moving.
The line, full of confidence with that backhand Buthas Monero.
And with that backhand line winner, that gives Jessica Buthas Monero 2 set points to take this first set.
She went down the tee. Surprise.
30-30.
That's better. Moving into the court towards the ball this time. Sakkari, maybe she needed that, you know, she needs to be behind on the scoreboard. Once again, down set points to play freely.
So 2 set points saved.
Oh, wow, what a point from Busas Manero, really dictating that forehand wing. And in what style she has done that, really going for it.
Advantage.
Taking the ball on the rise, really sending Sakkari left and right. Tried everything there. Opening up the court beautifully. That was an important moment, an important point for the Spaniard.
That sets up a 3rd set point now.
Game and first set, Team Spain.
What a way to take that first set. In 40 minutes, Jessica Busas Manero
6 games to 2.
on her winning ways.
Well, I think she can be very proud of this first set. Jessica Busas Manero, of course, there was a little bit of help from Maria Sakkari, who came up with a lot of unforced errors, but especially towards the end of this first set, she's played her best tennis. Let's have a look at some of the numbers. Maria Sakkari's first serve percentage, 50%, and only wins the point 53% of the time. So that's a lot better there from Jessica Busas Manero. If you have a look at the unforced errors, there's the big difference. 19 from Sakkari, only 8 there from Busas Manero. Whenever she comes to the net, she seems to win the point. And yeah, that's the big difference. She needs to cut down on those unforced errors. Maria Sakkari is a fresh start in that second set, so she has another chance. And these are the highlights of this first set. So Busas Manero really targeting the forehand of Maria Sakkari. That's where she got a lot of free points, but I feel like she also found her rhythm so much better towards the end of this first set. Busas Manero, especially with that forehand wing. And that was the one point which was misjudged by Maria Sakkari, really playing against her opponent and against herself today. But the good thing is that there's always a second set. The momentum can change. It's important for Sakkari to just cut down on those errors. And this woman, this lady, needs to keep up that intensity level. She's only halfway through. Keep on doing what she's doing. That's key.
Time.
So it'll be Maria Sakkari to get things underway here in this second set. She'll be serving. She got broken in her first service game in the first set. Let's see if she can change it up here and get on the board early on here. That's a good way to start. Almost just needs to reset, forget about that first set. That's already been played. Start all over again. to Buthas Monero, because not only is she making Sakkari play, but she's also going for it too. And I don't know about your thoughts, Jill. She's certainly playing with confidence.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see it in her face, and even the way she's moving. She's not hesitating. I mean, I feel like the one thing that really stands out, she's moving through the ball so well. Even if it's deep, she's allowing her body to flow with everything, which is letting her move extremely well along the baseline and into the net. And there's just such good focus from her. You can see it in her face. It's quite a difference, actually. She looks so confident, and Maria's still struggling a little bit, but yeah, huge credit to the Spaniard because she's come out firing.
Also see, if you have a look at the body language of Maria Sakkari, that she's just not very positive. Normally she's the one jumping up and down, full of energy and positivity. That's not the case.
Let second serve.
Hands there from Sakkari, creating that short angle, moving Buthas Monero out of her comfort zone a little bit. We need to see a bit more of that from the Greek. That was a good get. Big point here.
It almost looked like Sakkari played that as if it was out.
Yeah, she was hoping. I think it was wishful thinking. Sometimes when you're down there, you're so convinced the ball is going to get long or land long. And that's not the case. Got to play every single point.
And there's the break for Team Spain. Buthas Monero continues to lead.
First game, second set.
And another unforced error there from Maria Sakkari. And let's have a look at the shot placement. This time, the backhand from Buthas Monero. She's doing it so well. She knows exactly the weakness of Maria Sakkari is the forehand. And have a look. The backhand goes 52% of the time to the forehand. And that's the forehand wing, 66% of the time. She stays in that rally towards the forehand of Sakkari. And whenever she goes for the winner, she goes down the line. So just in case you haven't noticed it at home, that's the key today for Buthas Monero to win this match, and that's why she won the first set. The problem is the forehand of Maria Sakkari, and that's very, very clear in those pictures, in those stats, that Buthas Monero is targeting that. That's what she needs to keep on doing.
So there it is, a 50% swing in the win predictor. Pre-match, it was all in the favour of Maria Sakkari, but big swing now in the favour of the Spaniard. And there's that backhand, Bubsy, that you're talking about, straight back into the forehand side.
Yeah, what I really like about, or the big difference between the two of them is Bustos Manera, she's not, she's just calm out there. She knows exactly what she has to do. She's not rushing at all. And then you look on the other side, Maria Sakkari, uncomfortable. She wouldn't like a slice, especially on that forehand at the moment with that extreme grip. Even when she's played her best tennis, sometimes she struggled with that one. That's another option today to break down that forehand. Bustos Manera very calm out there, knows exactly what to do.
Best choice of shots. That last forehand way too far back behind that baseline. She read it well this time, Maria Sakkari. And there's an opportunity. She hasn't had many. Breaks straight back. 4 points in a row.
One game on.
And I absolutely love that fist bump from Maria Sakkari. And sometimes, you know, when you don't play your best tennis, you're not happy with yourself. It's actually good to let a little bit of frustration out.
Bustos Manera was serving at 30 love, and then she threw in that backhand drop shot and missed it. And I just wonder whether that was a blip of concentration.
Yeah, well, a couple of loose shots from her, weren't there? She'll regret that. That's such a hard return, that backhand inside out. Beautifully executed. Also on the return, targeting the forehand of Sakkari. Not easy to create an angle like that.
don't speak the language, Babsy, but I can only imagine that she'd be saying that she was just moving sideways. She wasn't moving forward into the ball at all.
That's exactly what I was thinking as well, and I'm sure she felt it. It's just happened so many times today. Once again, it happened so many times today. That first shot after her serve, she's missing. She's not, I mean, she's out of position right away, but it's not that the return is that amazing.
And that's another break of serve. So Buthers Monero
Team Spain leads by 2 games to 1.
continues to lead in the second set, 2-1. Well, let's head to Rottnest Island, Babsy. It's 19 kilometres off the coast of Fremantle. Get there by ferry. 63 beautiful bays for swimming and snorkeling. You can cycle around the island. And if you're not one for fitness, you can hire an electric bike as well. So many beautiful places, cafes, there's a nice pub, lots of places to stay. Just a really nice, relaxed feeling out on Rottnest Island. Let's not forget the quokkas. She fought so hard, Maria Sakkari, to get herself on the board here in this second set.
If I don't do what I have to do, I'm not going to have a chance.
Time.
This is how it is. This is how it is in this fucking sport.
She's just frustrated because she just can't find any rhythm, and when she thinks she's back in the match, she just lets those unforced errors creep in.
Yeah, it is pretty obvious how frustrated Maria is at the moment. I can understand.
15 left.
She knows what to do, but she can't execute it. So that's a very hard thing to digest on the court.
Same position Buthers Monero was in her last service game. She was up a break in 30 love. Let's see if she can learn from her mistakes. She didn't really need to, did she? Because it was really given to her by another unforced error from Sakkari. Now up to 24 unforced errors.
Game. Team Spain. Team Spain leads by 3 games to 1.
And Jill's down with Team Spain. Over to you, Jill.
Thanks, Brianna. Yvonne, thanks for joining us. Jessica looks so good today. You know, she lost yesterday, maybe had a little nerves, but looks so calm today. What's the difference in her?
I think, well, I think today she's more focused, maybe a little bit more relaxed because it's second day already. And yeah, I think the difference is that she was talking a lot with the coaches, and now she's more focused today. So I think that's a little bit of difference.
Do you have any insight on what the coaches told her to be able to get to a good space today?
No, I have no idea. I wasn't there, but I'm sure they talk a lot with to be brave and to be to believe in herself.
Mm-hmm. And you had a great match yesterday. I know it was a tight one, and you guys lost to Kazakhstan, but you played so well yesterday. How did you feel out there?
Well, for me, it's my first experience here. I was a little bit nervous at the beginning, but with Pablo, it's so easy to play, and we were having a lot of fun. And also with the team, we have so good connection, everyone. So I think it was pretty easy. And yeah, I felt from less to more. So yeah, I hope today I can play again if it's possible, and then try to feel good again.
We have noticed that about Team Spain, that you guys are having a lot of fun, a lot of joy out there on the court. Was that immediate when you came together as a team?
Yeah, I think from the first day, I think we all are like same kind of people. Mm-hmm. So yeah, we are really good together.
Yeah, well, you guys are a joy to watch, but thank you and best of luck. I'll let you focus.
Okay. Thank you so much.
It's a great experience for lower-ranked players as well to be part of this team at the United Cup. Like Yvonne, we've just listened to her, and that can give those players a boost in their career. Team spirit. Much better. She moved towards that forehand.
It was almost an all or nothing forehand, wasn't it? May as well go out swinging.
And at one point you have to think like that. You just have to loosen up and just go for it. I mean, it can't get any worse from her side than it was in that first set and a half, pretty much, with so many unforced errors. Gotta try something different. So many times. She has such good depth, Jessica Busas-Maniero.
Yes. I love how she gets so low when the ball's coming in hard and fast. She absorbs the pace, and the knees almost drop to the ground and just uses the racket to control the ball.
And she just has this calmness out there on the court. I really like that. Not an ideal time for a double fault, just giving that point away.
So a real opportunity now for the Spaniard.
Team Spain.
What a way to keep fighting. Buthas Monero.
Team Spain leads by 4 games to 1.
Well in control here.
It's great to see how she keeps that intensity level up, Jessica Buthas Monero. And it's not just a forehand wing where she can play really aggressive, also with the backhand. She seems to notice right away when Sakkari is in trouble to step into the court. No ups and downs. She's just focusing on herself. A way better performance and presence on the court compared to yesterday when she lost against Elena Rybakina. And the whole team has smiles on their faces.
The look of determination.
Yeah, it's a matter of staying in the moment now, not getting too carried away. This would be one of her biggest wins.
I've been complaining for days. Here's the proof. Here's the proof that my fucking forehand is late. I'm not delusional. I know what's happening on the court. I try to go for more, and then she goes on the line and she hits winners. I'm like, yeah, man. Yeah.
Time.
Just not able to find any rhythm so far tonight. Maria Sakkari has really been targeted off that forehand side, and she's showing glimpses of what she's capable of doing, but just hasn't been able to string enough points together. And that's credit to Jessica Buthas Monero. It really hasn't let Sakkari into this match at all.
$15 left.
I don't know about you, Bubsy, but sometimes I wouldn't want to be the coach of a player that's been as high as 3 in the world and really struggling to get back into that rhythm. And
no, they've certainly copped it now at the change events, but I can understand her frustration as well. I mean, she's barely hitting forehands into the court at the moment. She doesn't really know what to do.
And is that where, despite how this match goes tonight, is that where you just get the bucket of balls out tomorrow, out on court, and you just practice and drill that forehand?
I believe that when she was practicing, her forehand was fine. That's one thing, you know, what you do in practice doesn't necessarily happen in the matches. And I think it's just a matter of getting used to these moments where you play matches.
30-15.
And the heart rate goes a little bit up. You're a little bit nervous. That none of that happens when you're practicing. So I think she's just lacking matches.
Well, that's the beauty of this event, isn't it? It's just the guaranteed matches and the opportunity to keep playing, whether it's singles or doubles, and keep trying to get those shots and play them under pressure.
40-15.
Also, when you have no confidence and you're technically not 100% sound, that's not helping as well. And we mentioned that extreme grip on the forehand of Maria Sakkari is certainly not helping in this moment, the way she feels mentally.
Game, Team Spain.
Doing a great job, Buthas Monero, just keeping her focus and playing each point as it comes.
Spain leads by 5 games to 1.
Puts the pressure back on Sakkari to try and serve and stay in this match.
Yeah, I mean, look at the court position from Busas Monero. She's inside the court. She's on the baseline. Maria Sakkari way behind the baseline, couple of meters, just reacting, just defending. I mean, that says it all as well, where not only their tennis is, where their mental state is at this moment. Now the backhand is falling apart as well. It's all happening.
It's all unfolding too quickly, isn't it?
I'm sure she hasn't anticipated the start of the season like that, Sakkari. I had a chat to her yesterday. She was happy. She was excited to play once again, get back on the tour. And then this shocker today.
Give credit where credit is due. And for Jessica Buthas Monero, she's done such a good job tonight of playing her game and now has 3 match points.
She got there, but couldn't execute it.
15-40.
Well, so a long way to turn this match around.
Oh, what a way to win. Jessica Buthas Monero.
6-2, 6-1.
Just too good for Maria Sakkari tonight. 6-2, 6-1. What quite a performance.
It certainly was quite a performance from Jessica. She can be very proud with herself, of course. Maria Sakkari didn't play her best, coming up with so many unforced errors, but you still got to win it, and she was getting better and better throughout the match. You can see the joy. Probably didn't think this victory was going to happen, only losing 3 games against the former top 10 player.
Certainly is a game of confidence, isn't it? Tennis, and for Jessica, she's off to a great start. She's got 2 matches under her belt. Team Spain happy with that win. Disappointing for Sakkari, a lot of work to do, but she will have another opportunity to play singles and only improve. It can only go up from here. So let's hear what Jessica Buthas Monero has to say down with Jill Krabus.
Jessica, huge congratulations. You got Team Spain on the board. Well done. That looked like a perfect performance. How would you rate yourself today?
Yeah, I'm super, super happy with my performance today. Really well. Yesterday was tough for me, the first match, but I feel really, really well today. Thanks, everyone, for coming to this match. I really appreciate it.
How much do you feel like having a match yesterday helped you, even though you lost to Rybakina, but how much do you feel like that could have helped you come out today?
Yeah, it's my second match here, so it was worse for her maybe to play like today she's first match, sorry. So yeah, for me it was the second one, and yeah, I think that one was the main point for me for play today.
Earlier today, or during the match, we spoke to your coach and also Yvonne, one of your teammates, and saying how much joy and fun you guys are having out there. What's been the most fun for you guys as a team being here in Perth?
Yeah, we're really happy. I think the team is so nice. Everybody here is so nice. They're supporting me so much. Yesterday I lost and I was a little bit sad, and they support me a lot. So yeah, today was a good point for me to have them.
Well, you did a great job of bouncing back. Congratulations. Best of luck to Team Spain. Everyone, Jessica Busas-Monero.
A very likeable character, Jessica Busas-Monero. I'm very happy with that win, especially after coming out from a loss yesterday, managed to turn things around and play her game.
Yeah, she did say that helped her a lot. Of course, it's never easy to play that first time at the United Cup. And here is the match summary. All the numbers better for Jessica Busas-Monero. I have to point out the unforced errors once again from Zachary, 29, more than double compared to Jessica Busas-Monero. She had so many more breakpoint opportunities as well, even though Zachary could capture 2 out of 2 break points. There's so many more opportunities there for Busas-Monero, who played aggressive tennis, controlled tennis. She played very smart tennis. She followed the tactics, just targeting the forehand of Maria Sakkari, and that's certainly one of her best victories, which puts Spain in a very good position.
Well, in an hour and 12 minutes, Jessica Busas-Monero has gotten the first win for Team Spain in tonight's session. Such a solid performance from the young Spaniard, and not too far away, the all-anticipating match between Stefanos Tsitsipas and Pablo Carreño Busta. Not too far away. Which way will that match go? Well, only time will tell. But for now, it will be Team Spain in the lead, with the first match under their belts. But not too far away is the men's singles. So stay with us, and we'll be back with you very soon.
This one's for the kids and family. I want you on your feet and you go for me. You're going to dance along with our next act. We've got Ace United Club Croatia. Big round of applause. Along with the Dance Collective. Please welcome them to the RAC Arena.
We're good. We're ready. 30 seconds. Thank you. Well, the boys are ready to rock and roll and take center stage. Team Greece, represented by that man. Stefanos Tsitsipas will have his hands full, and he takes on Pablo Carreño Busta of Spain, who was outstanding yesterday. Let's welcome both to center stage.
Please welcome, representing Team Spain, Pablo Carreño Busta. And his opponent tonight, representing Team Greece, it's Stefanos Tsitsipas.
Well, he's always played some good ball down under, has Stefanos. And there's some decent Greek support here this evening. And he tends to send the fans into a frenzy. Always enjoy watching him play. And he's always enjoyed playing against Pablo Carreño Busta. Got a good record against him, but this guy's got one match under his belt, and I think that's important. We saw Carreño Busta in full flow yesterday. It was too good for Alexander Shevchenko. It's the first match for the Greek, though.
Say hello, Stefanos. So, gentlemen, good luck. Normal stuff, you know about it. I will just remind you, we have a net device. We have electronic line calling, so all the line will be called by the system. We have an automatic shot clock, and the ball kids will not be able to help you. So please keep an eye on the clock. Yeah? Any question? We have Australian Open or John? Which one you prefer? Up, please. Up. Yes? You receive? Can we have a photo, please, this way?
So Pablo Carreño Busta winning the toss. Oh, I like the little wink. That guy knows a thing or two out of camera. And has chosen to receive first. Well, let's go to the other side of the net and see the man in red. He was red hot yesterday, but he has been plagued with injury. Tail end of the 2023 season into 24. He's had that elbow looked after, but he is good to go now. He plays with a protected ranking the last couple of months. He is protected at number 18 in the world. That's how he will get entry into the Australian Open from Gijón in Spain. And what a solid career he has had. Speaking of great careers, the man alongside me, also with Greek heritage. That's why we've got him in the booth. Mark Philippoussis. What do you make of this guy?
Oh, which guy we're talking about here? Tsitsipas?
No,
no, I'm
PCB first.
Yeah, I mean, he's a hell of a player, all-round game, beautiful all-round game, and he has, you know, last year wasn't the best year. Well, we're still at 2024, but I want to say that lost his way a little bit as far as confidence in his game, and that's something he's hoping he can take back for 2025.
What about this guy? What do you expect from him in the upcoming season?
Look, for me, it's a tough one. I'm not sure what kind of a pre-season he's put in, and I know that it was in Dubai and played an exhibition, but in my opinion, he plays his best tennis when he's moving forward. So he needs to be working on that. You know, his mind hasn't been there. He hasn't been as hungry as he normally is, and he said that himself. And when he's hungry, I mean, he's a natural fighter. So is that hunger there? That's another thing, because there's plenty of guys that are hungry out there.
Well, they played on 3 occasions. The good news for the Greek fans is that Tsitsipas leads the head-to-head 3-0. He has not lost a set in all the encounters. 2 on clay, which we could argue is Carreño Busta's favoured surface, but even on the hard courts in Dubai, Steph was too good for him. But we could argue that Steph is not quite the player he was back then as to what he is now. He's not playing as well as he was the last couple of seasons. He's outside the top 10, first time in a long time that he's finished outside of the top 10 at the year-end rankings. That last happened for Tsitsipas back in 2018. So the fact that this guy's got a match under his belt, that might serve him well too. I've got Mark alongside me, but more importantly, the great man that is John Fitzgerald is courtside. Fitzy,
I'd love to get your thoughts on how you see this matchup shaking out.
Well, I think there's just a little issue for Stefanos here because he hasn't played a match. Karina Busta has already been through one and found form in that match. Look, I know Pablo's been out of the game for a fair bit of the last couple of years, but he was pretty impressive in his first round. The guy down the other end won't be as intimidating as this one, but he played pretty well and he found a bit of form and a little bit of confidence, and he's got a match under his belt which can make a big difference, Robbie. So Stefanos can't start slowly here, I wouldn't think, because you know, his form, as Mark says, it hasn't been as good as his lofty expectations are. So no one knows. It's a two-horse race, Robbie, and it's an interesting one, though, this one. I'm really excited to see Stefanos this year for the first time.
Yeah, me too. Feel-good factors high when it comes to Australia. We've seen him perform well. We've seen Team Greece perform well here in this United Cup. They've always been a strong duo, but Zachary not quite on her game, and he has to play catch-up for Team Greece. They've been such great flag bearers for their nation, and he's going to have to dig deep this evening. Good news is, from a psychological point of view, in a two-horse race, when you've had the wood over somebody and you've got a good head-to-head record, it settles you in nicely, doesn't it?
It does, Robbie. I mean, I think the matchup serves Steph well as far as Pablo's game. He's an incredibly solid player. Doesn't really have the same weapons that Steph does. But as we both have pointed out, Pablo's already played a match. That was yesterday, and he looked very comfortable winning that match in straight sets, hitting the ball very clean, considering not playing a lot of matches over the last couple of years. But you know, when you have the weapons that Steph has, sometimes that does not matter.
So team captain there, what a great name, Theodoros Angelinos. That is not quintessentially Greek, I don't know what is.
I want to ask Mark, Robbie, if we can call him Teddy for short. That would simplify things for us.
Behave yourself, Mr. Fitzgerald. Looking forward to a great contest. One of the best forehands on tour, in my opinion. That of Steph Tsitsipas against this man who is rock solid from all areas of his game. Let's get the show on the road.
It's a dangerous sign when you see, you know, that first serve going in. It just sets up his whole game with that +1 that he has, that forehand, and doesn't make things difficult. And if you can hold serve consistently, that puts a lot of pressure on the other guy's serve. Just a nice little way to start the match. 3 first serves, and that's a 40-love lead.
We know the serve is so often a platform mark, but what about the return of serve? This is the average first serve return hit point in 2023 for Tsitsipas, so right around a meter behind the service line. But this season, are you a fan of him going further back on that first serve return or not?
Yeah, for me, no. You know, the further he goes back, the more he's on the back foot. And I think the guys can get to his backhand a lot easier. And not only that, he leaves that drop shot way open. That's one of the things he has, you know, against Alcaraz. You know, they just the guys that could hit big and then center and then all of a sudden, you know, come up with that drop shot in the last second can hurt him. But I think, like I said before, he plays his best tennis when he's closer to the baseline and he's moving towards the net.
And you're exactly right. The 2023 season, he started with considerable aplomb. Didn't lose a match. The United Cup made it all the way through to the finals of the Australian Open. See where he took that first return of serve? Nice and tight to the baseline. So we'll keep an eye on that. Fitzy, you courtside there. I see you're in line with the baseline, so keep a beady eye on that for us, please. I think something I'm always amazed about every time I see Steph live is how big he is. I mean, he is a unit. He's so broad in his shoulders. He's tall. And when he gets hold of that forehand, that shot stays hit. A lot of power. Watch out if that shot starts to operate.
Yeah, I was going to say it's early in the match, but they're two great signs. I like that block return back, turning the shoulder, not overplaying it, and that backhand down the line.
We mentioned that 2023 season, he didn't lose a match at the United Cup. Didn't lose a match until he lost to Novak Djokovic in the finals of the Aussie Open. But of course, I can't help but remember 2021, that comeback against Nadal down under. 2 sets to love down against Rafa in the quarterfinals. He turned that around to eventually beat Nadal. And what an epic match that was. And I've got a bit of trivia for both you and Fitzy, Mark.
40-30.
Nadal, in his career at the Grand Slams, has only ever lost 2 matches when he's been 2 sets to love up. Of course, the one I've just mentioned against Tsitsipas. Do you remember who the other one was against?
You know the worst thing? You've actually asked me this question, I think last year, and I've still forgotten it. Fitzy, down to you. Can you help me out?
Mark, one thing you have to realise is that the older you get, the worse your memory is.
That's right, and today is
You're a
your
younger
birthday.
man than me.
Today is your birthday, that's right.
Good start from Team Spain. Nice hold.
What tournament was it? Can I get
It
that?
wasn't Sodeling at the French, was it?
No.
No, come on. On clay?
Sodeling
Well, Sodeling beat him.
Yeah. It was the US Open. And because it's your birthday, I'll give you one more clue, Fitzy. It was an Italian.
Berrettini?
No. Oh, like the very flamboyant casual player. Fitzy, what's his name?
Oh, yes. Okay, I'll let you say it, Mark.
Fanini?
Flavio.
Yes. Fabio Fanini.
I mean, that has to be one of his all-time greatest matches.
I miss saying his name, Robbie.
It's good.
Fabio.
all his kids. First names start with an F. It's a bit of a family thing. And I think that's one of the reasons that Flavia Panetta got the nod. So far, so good at first serve.
Well, if he serves well, he can. I'm sure he can still beat anybody, you know. But those mishit backhands in the previous game just worried me slightly.
Looking good. Greek will sit down with a 2-1 lead. Not happy with the tape job. Just feeling a little uncomfortable there.
Misma idea porque viene rápida. No viene muy rápida de velocidad, pero sí de tiempo. Con la roca rápida. Está muy cerca. Está muy cerca. Es agobio o nada, ¿eh? Todo lo tuyo. Si no, tienes la portería del centro. Si no la ves por el lado,
So Spain in a good position overall. You can see 1-0. Women's singles going the way of Jessica Buzas-Manero. Beating Maria Sakkari 6-2, 6-1. But perhaps feeling like he's playing with a bit of house money, Carreño Busta. He needs to do something different. He's played Tsitsipas 3 times. He's lost all 3, hasn't won a set yet.
Very low. $30-15.
lucky to win that point, but wow, what a return that was. And a hell of a pickup on that volley. It's one part of his game that's going to have to work today for tonight is that first serve percentage, you know, for Pablo needs to be high to give Steph least amount of looks on that second serve.
Next down on that forehand. Takes it on so aggressively.
Again, he hasn't played a lot of matches, but you know he's got some confidence because he really stepped into that and accelerated. And that was a very clean and heavy shot. Taking off from where he left yesterday's match. Sorry, go ahead.
So that's a shot I always keep an eye on. I think he's got one of the best inside in forehands. And when he starts to miss that, it does worry me.
Because even if that went over, Robbie, the cross court's completely opened. Pablo was there. It's not going to hurt him. But like you said, that inside-out forehand where you're getting to push your opponent off the court. Lowest part of the net as well. Now, I know 2003 was a good year for Steph. He was always pretty much at the top as far as percentage of games won. Was that in the high 80s? And I'm just wondering how much that fell off from 2023 to 2024. It'll be interesting to see if we can try and find that out.
Just a quick look through the ATP stats, Mark, and he was third in 2023.
Yeah, when that first serve percentage is up there, he's tough to break.
That's been the case early doors here. So very hard and accurate serving to give Steph a 3-2 lead. Group C here in Perth. So many beautiful places here in Western Australia. We're heading to Broome. It's about 2,000 kilometers north of where we are. Sunsets on Cable Beach. You've got the dinosaur footprints, sun pictures. It was claimed to be the world's oldest outdoor cinema garden, which opened way back in 1916. A camel walk on the beach. This is Broome, folks. So many beautiful beaches in and around this area. Greece is not too bad either.
Time.
It's a great story, as Pablo Carreño Busta. Alex Correcha is always my source of information when I'm wanting to find out about Spanish players, and he was actually discovered by Alex's former coach, Javier Duarte, who was going around the different regions looking for good players, and discovered him when he was about 14. Brought him to Barcelona to come and train there. And wasn't playing that much tennis, but he just loved it when he was surrounded by better competition in Barcelona. And he's always had an incredible appetite and hunger for the game. And Alex was telling me he was such an incredibly hard worker. First in the gym, last out. His game needed a lot of refining, but one thing that didn't need any encouragement was just his appetite to work hard. Such a big part of their culture, isn't it? It makes him so good.
They just push each other along, don't they? They're training with each other. They in the lounge with each other. They eat with each other. They just support each other. It's they've been like that ever since I remember being on the tour, and one of the best nations in the game.
It's a country with great weather. You can play outdoors all year round. And from pretty much being a country that only had clay courts for the most part, I think they've done a good job of building a lot more hard courts, working on both parts. If you have a look at players coming out of Spain now, they can play obviously very well on clay, but also very capable on this particular surface.
It's a gutsy second serve there, Robbie, out wide. 30 all, going to the weapon of Tsitsipas. But it paid off. I like that return. I mean, we did touch upon his waiting position on the return of serve, but in the second one, I don't mind if he gets deep, if he can look for that forehand and hit that heavy forehand deep and try and get that next shorter ball involved. That was set up with a good deep return.
Advantage, Team Spain.
It's just a wrecking ball of a shot. Very rarely see him go back to the forehand. You hit it hard, Steph will just want to hit it harder.
I mean, he took a big cut at that return, didn't he? Timed it perfectly. Turn the shoulders, look at that. Return came back at 143 kilometers an hour.
Yes.
Captain of Team Greece, Theodoros Angelinos, will be disappointed with that miss. Done the hard work getting the return back into play. Good improvisation there.
Team Spain.
Nice smart serve into the body there, Robbie. We don't see that too often, but well placed.
There it is. I love that combination. But in particular, the return on that second serve. I think from the ad side, Tsitsipas should always be looking for a forehand return. Stand deep.
Yes.
He is so quick to jump around his backhand that he can't hit the inside-out forehand. And also, I think if you slide the second serve up the tee to him, he can catch up to that.
Rappy, you like that one?
I love it. I don't know why we don't see a bit more of it for good first serve.
Chip the ball back in play. Get involved in the point, and he got a free error from it. But you're right, it made it look very easy, didn't he?
Second break point opportunity. Interesting when Steph's grip on the return of serve, he holds it in the forehand position.
Team Spain.
Mark, I'd like to hear from you if you have a preference for a single-hander. When you returned, were you forehand grip? Did you wait in your backhand grip, or were you kind of neutral?
A little more in the forehand, where I could kind of come over a little to block it back, but then if it is on the backhand side, I can chip it. What about yourself, Robbie? It's a very personal thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's what I call a hard hat to hold. Had to go to work there to Karina Busta. I just thought, as a single-hander, I would say players more often than not target your backhand, and especially Steph. So for me, I would think it would be more beneficial for him to wait in a backhand grip, because he doesn't like to block the ball. I hear exactly where you're coming from. If it's a player who chipped the return, you can see there's the forehand grip. Not sure if that was a return or serve. That might have just been a regular ground stroke. But I remember even Lendl used to wait with the backhand grip. And I always feel, especially for somebody like Steph, who can manipulate the racket better with a forehand. So if he has to change from a backhand grip to a forehand grip, he'd be able to do more. But I think it would be a habit that's very tough to break.
Yeah.
Love.
Robbie, I feel there's a fine line between tinkering, trying to help someone get better, but tinkering where it would do the opposite of, the opposite thing. Something like you said, like a returner serve grip that they've normally had since, I would imagine, they were junior players. Is a very tough thing to change.
Game King.
Pick up on that out of the change of ends, Mark. I'll give you my thoughts specifically with regard to Steph in that department. But he's got the lead. The serve is laying the platform so far. And Team Greece on serve, 4-3 to the good.
Se sale para atrás, venga, tirar al revés. Sea agresivo con el agua, porque los dos que le ha tirado no las terminan de penetrar esa tabla. Un poco ponerlo. Sé que es duro, Pablo. Pero si bajas ahí el ritmo, te la juegas a que te vaya muy al sitio.
Time.
Well, I think John Fitzgerald has taken a seat on the Team Greece bench. Fitz, who you got with you there?
Thank you, Robbie. Yeah, I'm with Theodoros, who is captain, he's coach, he's everything in this box, actually. So thanks for talking to us, Theodoros. He started okay, huh?
Yeah, he's having a good first set. He's had a break point the previous game. Hopefully get a break here and we can get ahead.
So he's hitting some awfully good shots, just mixing up a few errors at the moment. If he can gain some confidence in this first set, maybe he can even take it to another level. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, he's hitting the ball really well, so he just needs a bit of, not luck, but I mean, to hit the spots a bit better on the crucial points to try and get ahead.
And he's got a winning record over Pablo, so that is in the back of his mind, I guess.
It is, but I mean, every match is a new match, so you've got to go out there and play and be the better player.
Thanks, Theodoros. I know this is a tense sort of position to be in, but I think you speak better English than all three of us in the commentary box. Thank you.
Better English than Greek, that's for sure.
Thanks for talking.
15-all.
Expectation, hope in the camp. He's delivered an oil painting of a backhand there. It's a nice return, but Mark, just to get back to this guy's return. We mentioned
15-13.
2023 he was third. Service games won on serve. He was 11th this season, but in the return department, number 39 this year. 2023, number 56 in his return rating, so it's a massive difference. He's way down that list. Good stuff. And I'd almost say to him is, let's try something different. It can't get much worse. You know, given how good your serve is, you're way down the list on your return rating. Let's tinker for a couple of months. Let's try something different.
I couldn't agree with you more, Rob, but the, difficult things when I did work with Steph, I would see him a week before a Grand Slam. It's very difficult. You can't be changing or tinkering around, but I wish, I had an opportunity to have a pre-season with him where you can have a couple of weeks where you can really work on something and give it a few days to kind of familiarize yourself with. But I couldn't agree more. My thing was, okay, let's just turn the shoulders, block the ball back in the first serve, get the ball in play. Second serve, give yourself more time and try and hit it, look for that forehand and hit it heavy.
Game, Team Spain.
I think something I find quite fascinating with some of the younger players with single-handed. Of course, you had a single-hander, so did I. And I think of both Dennis and Steph. Growing up, having a single-handed backhand, the first shot you learn when you're returning serve is that chip on the backhand, because you're just not strong enough, right?
Absolutely.
Whereas these days, and I wonder if sometimes if those green dot and red dot balls, you can go after the ball when you're 5 and 6 years old. You can learn to hit the fluff of it.
Yeah, you can work on that technique much earlier than we could have with those old wooden heavy rackets, that's for sure.
Speaking of returns, that is top tier right there.
Long 15.
And I just wonder if, also with Steph being so strong, that just from an early age he's learned to club the ball, and that chip return just wasn't part of his repertoire. He never honed that skill as well as a lot of single-handers do. Oh, twice as nice.
Long 30.
That's a picture-perfect return, turning the shoulders, using the pace of the server. He must have got both lines on that forehand.
15-13.
I mean, this forehand has got some serious horsepower.
Net for subs.
It's a game of centimetres, isn't it? I mean, the love 30 point just nicked the line, and this one barely misses it. So it could have been 15-40, it could have been break almost.
Yeah.
But not yet.
Second double fault for Tsitsipas.
Gee, that was a bad one. I'm not sure if he decelerated. That missed by a long way, didn't it? He seemed to lose his rhythm. I don't know whether he decelerated, got a bit tense. That's costly.
First break point for Team Spain. Did he just fall over there, Fitzy, after that shot?
He did. He just missed his footing there, but no problem. Jumped straight back up. Didn't twist anything.
Thanks for coming.
See, Karina Buster asked him the question there on that pass. That wasn't super easy. As good as his forehand is, it was only a narrow margin, wasn't it? And a big gamble to go for the drop shot on such a big point. But, gee, what a controlled spinning forehand there. It barely cleared the net.
Fitzy, that's as good as you can do on that forehand side. But my thinking is, if you're going to approach, do not approach to the guy's forehand. As good as that was.
It's a big hold. Tsitsipas forehand to the rescue.
5 games to 4.
He leads 5-4. Yeah, it's an interesting discussion because the bunt down the line, you want to keep the ball on the same side of the court when you're coming in, Mark. But there is an exception every now and then, and he probably is the exception. The quality of the forehand versus the backhand, especially under pressure. You might want to leave yourself a little more exposed, Fitzy, at the net by coming in cross court and say to Steph, okay, beat me with your much weaker shot.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand that mode of thinking. You could also go a little bit more towards the body, I guess, and try to jam him. But look, he was just trying to hustle to get to the drop shot initially, wasn't he? And you've got a split second to make your mind up there.
Steph's brother in the black tracksuit top there. Played a fair bit of doubles together. I think he said this year he will just be playing the 4 majors with Petros.
Time.
Good spirits. Of course, it's day 2 of the United Cup in Perth. Things kicking off in Sydney as well today. So the summer of tennis down under is in full swing.
15-13.
In rugby, that's the one we're talking about. Just chipping the ball back in play, starting off the point, and again, ends up winning the point.
That's why I'd want him to hold the backhand grip,
Right.
where he's got a good crack at it and he's ready for it. And I think he's easier improvising with the forehand.
Big difference when he misses that first serve. He's only won 25% points on the second serve compared to 70 on the first serve.
Team Greece has got a set point.
Team Greece.
It's a good meaningful return from Steph. And it's a timely break to wrap up the opening set. 6 games to 4 in 44 minutes. What do you make of the numbers, Mark?
I mean, he was, you know, Steph did what he had to do. He held his service games. First serve points won at 83%. You know, his first serve percentage did drop, but it was just a solid, you know, 13 unforced errors. Again, he had that one break point and took advantage of it, that set point. And just a little bit more unforced errors creeped in for Pablo towards the end of that first set.
Look at some of the highlights. That was the backhand down the line. That was so pure. Nice to see it, that combination of some deft touch. We know he's got the firepower.
Time.
Magnificent RAC Arena here in Perth. Day 2 of a live coverage here in Perth of United Cup. Of course, when Perth was the host city back in 2023, it was Team Greece that finished top of the log in
Team Greece to serve.
this part of the world. Or in the group with Bulgaria and Belgium. Played very well. Like to get off to a good start this time round.
Love 15.
They were in Sydney last year, and they finished up the group there as well. They were with Chile and Canada, or the Greeks. So 2 years that they've played. They've excelled. Here's Maria, plenty to think about after losing pretty comfortably in her opening match.
30-15.
To Jessica Smanero of Spain, 2-1.
Pablo's first match, guys,
he
Shevchenko, he wasn't under the same intense pressure of ball speed. I mean, he's being rushed here, and he's making more errors than he normally would. He's so solid if he's got time, but the ball's on him heavily. And even though Stefanos is missing a few, the speed of his ball is hurting Pablo quite often.
First game, same set.
Fitzy, I don't know about you, but when I sit courtside and I watch these guys hit the ball, I cannot believe how hard they hit it first. And then the athleticism of the modern day tennis player, it's quite extraordinary, isn't it?
Yeah, how did we ever earn a living playing at the level we play compared to these guys? I mean, the rackets, everything's changed. The technology's made a big difference. They can create more racket head speed, and they do. And the swing pattern is different because they have more modern equipment, and these rackets are so aerodynamic. So yes, if you have racket head speed, you hit the ball harder. But boy, it's impressive when you sit courtside, Robbie, as you say. It's a bit frightening, actually. You wouldn't want to be standing on the baseline waiting for some of these forehands coming at you. Gee, that was impressive. That might be the best shot he's hit almost. He got really low and drove that backhand so accurately. Beautiful shot. And when it comes that hard and that low, it's tough to control at the net.
Yeah, so much for picking on that backhand when you come in. Where does the sport go in the next 10 years with how hard these guys can hit the ball and how well they can move, Mark?
I mean, it's just getting more and more physical. Not only are they hitting the ball bigger on both sides, they're hitting the ball more consistent. And just the way they move, like they're sliding on the hard. I still don't know how these guys slide on hard courts. To get there, get in balance, and then recover for the next one.
(15-13).
This is where the pressure just keeps stacking up, doesn't it, Fitzy? You touched upon it. I mean, Pablo has so much less time as far as being prepared to hit the shot tonight compared to yesterday.
Yep.
It's just building on him, and he's pressing more, he's making more unforced errors, and he just looks uncomfortable out there, doesn't he? Looks rushed.
Well, he's built a career, hasn't he, on being so solid and not missing and then picking the right ball to hit a winner with. He's such a solid player. I've got so much admiration for him, and what a career he's had. But yes, tonight is a different story than yesterday for him. This ball is just getting from one end of the court to the other so fast.
he's got to hang on Karina Buster here. Just hope that Stefanos can't maintain this level, even though he's still not 10 out of 10, is he, Stefanos, by his standards, but he's doing enough to really hurt the Spaniard at the moment. And Pablo has to hang in there, keep holding his serve.
Again, Team Spain.
Again, taking a huge cut. He never holds back. But one of my favorite phrases was from Andre Medvedev, and he was talking about what it was like when you played against Andre Agassi, somebody who hits the ball so early and so hard. And he said it's like taking dictation from someone who talks very quickly. Describes it so very well. It's so annoying, always rushed. It's uncomfortable.
I want to say there was nothing really wrong with that return. It was a nice, deep return. But when Steph is set, as far as his feet, on that forehand side, he can hit it anywhere.
Good enough. Game, Team Greece.
That's some heavy artillery. Setting 2-1 to Team Greece.
Εκεί το γκριν, ναι, λες είναι μικρό. Ναι, είναι μικρό. Στην επιστροφή την τελευταία... Μόνο μία επιστροφή στην τελευταία, πρέπει πολύ καλά, μην πεις στο μυαλό σου. Είναι όλα ίδια. Μόνο μία. Πες φανταστείτε. Μην πεις στο μυαλό σου.
That's Greek to me. Do you understand?
Me too, man. Me too.
Μόνο ένα έχεις. Μόνο ένα ρητούρα να ξεκινάει. Δεν έχεις κάτι άλλο.
A lot of information back and forth there in the Greek team box.
Time. Bit too low. Very low. out. Game, Team Spain.
Well, I think John Fitzgerald is about to nestle into the Spanish bench alongside Jessica Monero, who was outstanding earlier today, Fitzy.
Yeah, thank you, Robbie. Yeah, Jess, you were outstanding. Robbie is just saying in your singles, wow, you lost 3 games to one heck of a player.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy for that, of course. She's an amazing player. It was tough to play against her. She's like, she has to stay. I have to stay like every point, every day, like every minute for the match. So I was so concentrated for that. So yeah.
Gee, that will give you a lot of confidence now. Pablo he's going okay. Pablo is going very well against a pretty good player here. He's been out for a long time, but he must have had some confidence from that first win yesterday.
Yeah, the good thing for Pablo now is he's playing the second match, so that's good for him. And of course, Stefanos is an amazing player, so it's a tough match. But it was just some points, bad luck in some moments for Pablo in the last of the first set, and we'll see now. It's so important with the serve right now. So yeah, let's see.
Yeah, he's hitting with much more power than his opponent yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's different, of course. They're different players, but Pablo knows Stefanos. He's ready for everything.
Yeah.
He has a lot of experience, so yeah.
Great. And if it goes to the mixed doubles, are you a chance to play mixed doubles?
Maybe we'll see. We'll see.
You're the informed player.
I'm ready for that.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Lovely chat there with Jessica, and what a season she's had. Tail end of 2023, she was ranked 149 in the world mark. She's ranked 56 now. And right around her career high, 54. And we can see why she's making that move at the rankings, right?
Yeah, I actually ended up speaking to a coach a couple of days ago in the gym, and said that they've been working together for almost a couple of years, and she had a great year last year, but this is 2025 is the year she's really looking forward to moving up. I think we're getting a real push up there in the ranking. It's a great start to the year for her.
Tsitsipas moving along nicely here, just keeping his nose out in front. Set in 3-2. Well, tell you what, Pinnacles is a special place, and the sandstone that are such a big part of the Kalbarri National Park. It's about 570 kilometers north of Perth. You've got incredible rock formations formed something like 30,000 years ago. These are the limestone formations, and very easy on the eye. Nature at her finest up at Pinnacles. It is the RAC Arena. That'll be our home for the next couple of days in the group phases. Greece have always made it through. As I mentioned a little earlier, last 2 years they finished top of their group. They'll be looking to do the same, but they're playing catch up this evening. Spain winning the women's singles. Steph needs to reduce their arrears and take us into the mixed to keep Team Greece's hopes alive.
question. Love.
For the first time, we've seen that this evening. Distance run. Both players within a good amount of the court. Of course, it's all explosive movement. You might think 26 meters, well, that's not very far. But your wattage is right up there. The power output, enormous. Maximum explosion. Line licking serve.
Just a little casual with those unforced errors, Robbie, in the last couple of return service games. Just feel like that, just looking at Steph, that intensity is not there. Just got to be careful it doesn't take it too easy and lose focuses and creeps onto the service games.
Team Spain.
Okay, so he's held serve. The key now for Pablo is trying to unlock the serve of Tsitsipas, and especially the first serve, because it has been outstanding from the Greek. What do you make of the accuracy there, the first serve?
Yeah, he's doing a great job of mixing up the spots on both sides of deuce and advantage, and he's won 24 out of 27 points.
Yeah, when he's landed that first serve, it's been deadly accurate. It's been perfect in set number 2, I can tell you, 9 of 9. The foundation is being laid there. And he's serving at a nice clip for the match. 66% first serves going in for Steph.
That's the thing, when Pablo can get that return of serve back on that first serve and get into the point, cannot give a point away with this cheap unforced error like that. Just got to try and make Steph work for his service games.
59.
Fitzy, that's his second double fault, but it was a bit of a miss. Was that too far over his head? It's tough to see from this angle. You've got a better view at that.
Yeah, I'm laterally to his right as we speak, just a few metres behind, and in total about 20 metres away. But so I couldn't tell if it was too far left.
Good point there, but it felt like he decelerated on that second serve. It was only 123 Ks, Mark, so
He's had a little bit of trouble. There's an inkling of trouble on the second serve. He served a big double fault earlier in the match that he hit way long.
Even that one, I mean, that was 150. It must have just touched the back of the line, but that was a hell of a pickup there on that approach.
I actually like the way he uses his first serve. You know, if you go back to those stats about where he serves his aces, it's mainly in the middle on both sides and then a few wide like that last one. When he goes wide to the first court, he takes a lot of speed off it and then uses it to set up his forehand, doesn't he? The off forehand. Gee, yeah, so there's a little bit of trouble with the rhythm.
Yeah, you're spot on, Fitzy. He's decelerating. He's not accelerating into it, and he's definitely decelerating on that second serve. Not something you actually normally see. He's never really done that. He's normally over-served the second serve with a double fault and overhit it. Not decelerating, something you don't normally see. Normally when that happens, it's a confidence thing, isn't it?
Yeah, he's lost his rhythm a bit here. It's quite strange. He wants to challenge this, but that felt out by a fair way to me. Well, it's tough to win against the technology.
I mean, I want to say that is a slightly different serve to what I remember working with Steph in 2023, as far as technique.
He just wanted to, he knew that was out surely because that was a long way out. He just wanted to take his time on this next ball. Bit of pressure here now.
Yeah, that's his go-to. He likes the wide one on both sides of those big points.
But he doesn't normally get the ace out there, does he? When he put a bit more on that one, that's over 180 wide. That's a big serve.
See, for me right here, I'm looking at his energy. I'm looking at his intensity walking around. And I'm telling you, I feel like he's on the fence right now where he could easily get broken, set all, and almost, I don't want to say he doesn't care, but not that intensity that you want to see.
Absolute desperation to win each and every point. And for me, it goes back to the previous game when he was missing the second serve returns. He was all over the second serve of Carreño Busta in the first set. Very different in this set. Carreño Busta winning so many points behind a second delivery. He's getting so many freebies off of it. It was something like 25% in the first set. He's winning 67 in the second as Pablo. Tsitsipas has got out of jail there. Yep. Edging closer to the finish line with a 4-3 lead in the second set.
Ξέρω, νιώθω ότι πρέπει τώρα να την κάνω τόσο εκεί πέρα για να μπει μπάλα μέσα. Άμα την κάνω τόσο neutral.
Πέτα την λίγο πιο μπροστά. Από εδώ πάνω λίγο πίσω.
Πίσω.
Ήταν λίγο πίσω, λίγο πιο μπροστά.
Και το τελευταίο.
Ήταν οκ.
Το τελευταίο εννοώ πριν. Το τελευταίο πριν κάνω δεύτερο εννοώ. Μου είχε φύγει εκεί πέρα μπροστά.
They're having a discussion about his ball toss. He's saying that he's having an issue. It feels like he throws the ball out to the right. He's got no control over it. And I'm a little confused of what he's trying to say, but he's not very comfortable. He's discussing his ball toss as far as the serve right now.
He didn't point to the lights there, Mark, did he? I thought when he came to the seat, he might have pointed up towards the lights, but yeah. I mean, he's used to playing on this stadium.
No, he definitely is. Look, in my truthfully, when you get to know somebody, you know, you know, you start looking for some excuses there, pointing to things where, like you said, he's played on this court before, he's played under lights, and those double faults had nothing to do with as far as where the ball is going, where the lights are. It had everything to do with acceleration and not going after it. You know, he's just talking about something that, to be honest, just looking for kind of a little bit of an out right now. But you can tell with his body language where his mindset is and with things he's discussing, he's just not there right now. And it's an opportunity for Pablo right now. You know, he's got to stay focused. He's got to understand that, you know, he was almost a little unlucky not to break. You know, even towards the end of that first set, he could have easily have broken and been serving for the set, but ended up not breaking and then played a mediocre game to lose that first set. But he's right into this match.
Well, if you're joining us for the first time today, welcome to the United Cup in Perth. I've got Mark Philippoussis alongside me, and I've also got birthday boy John Fitzgerald courtside. Big shout out to Fitzy. But this is a big day on many fronts. I didn't realize, but I've got a little bird whispering in my ear that when you won both the Davis Cups, Fitzy, in '83 and '86, both were played on the 28th of December.
You can run, but you can't hide with you, Robbie.
That's incredible. Both finals against Sweden.
That was last century, you know. That's hard to remember.
Oh. That's why you're an Aussie legend. Congrats on both fronts.
Well, we had Pat Cash in the team. That made a difference.
It's exactly the kind of game that Pablo wanted here. Nice, comfortable. The hole's not there yet, but 40 love.
$14-15.
It's a good hold, and it's something that you want to hear, that energy. He knows that was an important hold. Trying to get that energy up, sending that message towards his box, towards his corner. That he's up for it and he's ready to go. It's good to see. Guys, I want to say that Steph's doing something a little bit different on that serve. He's got that toe up. He's got that Sampras start of that motion. You know, where that toe goes up. I want to say that that's something he definitely, I don't think he used to do. I mean, I might be wrong, but
well, it's just a way to start swaying and getting body weight into the serve, I think, isn't it? But yeah, if he's copied, if it's anything like Pete Sampras' serve, you'd do it, wouldn't you? The best second serve I've ever seen live, Pete Sampras.
15-30.
Quite a bit with his feet on the serve, hasn't he? At one stage he was serving with the platform on the first, and he was bringing it up for the second, and vice versa. Wow, size of that miss in the backhand. It's almost bottom of the net.
30-14.
For me, guys, this is an energy thing. You can just see his body language. Head is down, slumping around. That's it's an intensity thing. There was just nothing into that backhand.
That's going to say one. Karina Buster gifted that service game by Tsitsipas. And he'll take it with open arms.
5-4.
After the break, he will come back to serve for the second set.
Más rápido, ¿entiendes? O sea, el secreto está un poco ahí. Tú antes también, cuando me habías dicho que has querido hacer más de la cuenta, pero has fallado doble bola. No hay que hacer más de primero. El objetivo, el mérito está en que seas capaz de seguir tu disciplina en lo tuyo, no más ni menos. Ese es el reto, ese es el mérito. Tuvimos pensamientos, tuvimos intensidad. Vamos, tío, vamos, vamos.
Some definitive instructions on Team Spain captain. Serving to even things up at a centerpiece is PCB.
Well, what a great close. He moved in quickly for that volley. Once you realized Steph was going to let go and hit that slice, look how quickly he moves in. Beautifully set up point.
30 love.
Jose Antonio Sanchez de Luna has been very succinct in his messaging. Didn't panic on the second volley. He made sure he made it, didn't go for too much. Did Carreño Busta. Feel that there's been a momentum switch. Tsitsipas just a little off the pace. Three set points for Team Spain. Remember, they played on 3 occasions. Carreño Busta is yet to win a set of Tsitsipas. It's been a while. Last time they played was at Roland Garros, round of 16. It was 2021. That's what Carreño Busta is all about, just so solid. And for the first time against the Greek, he wins a set. And that means it's a set apiece here in Perth. And Leon indeed going the distance.
Cuidado porque le cantó el cuerpo y ha ido al pasillo. Digo, veremos a ver si ahora... No, pero se la ha querido tirar ahí. Claro, desde que la ha querido tirar ahí. Pero claro, que yo te diga a ti que tiramos por el cuerpo.
What did you make of the last 10 or 15 minutes, Mark?
I mean, Ravi, I've got to say, look, first of all, Pablo did exactly what he needed to do. Just got more solid, understand that he had to make the ball play. Sorry, especially on the return of serve, just make Steph play if you can. Block it back on the first serve, and the second one he stood a little further back and just was solid. And I must say, on the other side, Steph, intensity completely dropped off, and I just saw a lack of effort, to be honest, and intensity was not there at all. You know, I used one word, and you asked me what do you think is going to be like, you know, 2025 for Steph, and I said it came down to one word, and that's hunger, and in my opinion, and that's something that I do not see and I haven't seen for a while.
The fact that he feels like he's been on the hamster wheel for the last 2 years. Rising in unison, Team Spain. Their support yesterday for their respective charges was everything you would expect from the Spanish team. All get up in unison, encourage non-stop. It's so quiet when team captain is delivering information. Everybody's listening so intently, and then every time the player gets up to take to center stage, there's a huge amount of encouragement. You can feed off that energy, and that's what Carreño Busta has done. All up for grabs here.
That's the kind of point that Pablo would love to play. Would love to have Steph playing, sitting in the back, content to rally. Not getting that forehand involved.
59.
Nothing you can do about that.
More.
15-30.
And I'm not sure his confidence is great either, Flip. The energy, yes, it's not there, is it? His body language is pretty negative. He's not bouncing around like you normally see him, but he's lost confidence on the serve too, I think. He looks... I mean, if you had to guess right now, you'd say he's in a bit of trouble here. I think if he does a serve like that pretty consistently, he may well be. But still, first game of the third, and they're not easy to beat, these great players. It feels like when they get into a rally now that Karina Buster is going to win the majority of points.
Yeah. Well, there's no real structure in the way Steph is playing now. Normally, you know, you want to hit that ball a little more height with the backhand deep, look for that short ball, look for a chance to run around and smack that forehand. But now it looks like he's just hitting the ball.
And out of nowhere, serving volley on such an important point. This guy was up to the task. Glued that return to Tsitsipas' shoelace. And in stark contrast, this guy looks like he's got a definitive game plan in mind, knows what he's doing, knows what he's trying to do.
Oh, he's got a clear game plan right now, and he's up for it. You can see it in his eyes, in the way he's moving around him, even in between points. His team, his coach. There's some great energy coming from that bench right now, and that was a big first game to keep that momentum going, what he had built in that second set. And like you said, there's a lot of firsts. The first time he's won a set against Steph. I can guarantee you Team Spain knows that.
And the win predictor is suggesting that Pablo is now the favourite.
And I'll tell you, in the DNA of the Spanish tennis player, when they get their nose in front, they're not going to give it back to you. You're going to have to earn every step of the way here if you're Stefanos. So he's got a lot of work ahead of him to win this match.
Oh, great point there from Steph. Taking the ball early.
Love 15.
Moving in. That was a nice finish with that volley. Good technique. Nice deep reply. Here it is. Good in the short reply. He's up to it quickly.
Once you've just got the break, you hit the first serve to his forehand.
Yeah. It's a head scratcher, isn't it? I agree with you 100%. He works so hard, and not only that, it's 170 kilometers now first serve.
Again, so if he's playing safe, I'm erring on the side of the backhand if I want to play safe. Right?
Heavy second serve if you want to the backhand side, but. Won the point. He's gone there again, but he's won the point.
15-13. 15-14.
Well, I for one didn't see this game coming. This is not in his DNA, I wouldn't think. This is a poor game by his standards, and I don't know, maybe he's started to believe he's got something to lose now by being ahead.
That was sumptuous.
30-14.
So creative.
That's a tough shot to hit, especially at 15-40. Will we see a heavy second serve here on the backhand side? No. Well, he stayed positive, kept on going for his shots, because I thought there was a good chip back from Steph getting that first serve back, but stayed on the front foot, and it paid off. Great couple of points, and he's back to juice.
That's top tier. All hands to the pump for Steph.
Advantage Team Greece.
That could have been the best backhand chip, he said, on the return of serve all match.
Again, I just love to see him come forward, Robbie. You know, when you're built like him and you have that image coming to the net, it puts a lot of pressure on the opponent.
He's won 77% of the points in the forecourt. All day, every day, that should be the second serve return for the Greek. But because he's down a break, he is so much more dialed in, making sure he makes that return. Not like he did at the tail end of the second set, Mark, where he was loose in a couple of service games of Carreño Busta, just missing basic second serve returns. Back even at one apiece.
It's just not comfortable at all on the serve right now. Not feeling that serve. And I don't know why he's not hitting the ball. It's 174 in that first serve. I don't know why he's not hitting that first one.
More intensity there, better footwork, a bit of energy, which is what's been missing, and he plays a good point from the back of the court, because if he's moving his feet and he's got energy, transferring his weight, he's going to hurt you with that forehand a lot of the time. It's good to see.
Pablo has to do more with that second serve.
30-15.
Returning it back in the middle like that, just over the service line, it's asking to be punished.
40-15.
Yeah, Fitzy, you're right. He's definitely more switched on right now as far as his energy and the footwork getting around and hitting that forehand.
Karina Buster, suddenly the one who's a little loose. One break each in this deciding set, but it's Tsitsipas who leads 2-1.
Όταν μπαίνεις σε πόντ στο ράλι το διαγώνιο και βρίσκεις την μπάλα να γυρίσει με τον drive σου, να κάνεις μάνατζ όλο το πόντο μετά με τον drive σου, έχεις πάρει το πόντο. Δεν σου λέω να μην κάνεις το μάνατζ, αλλά το ελέγχεις πολύ καλά το πόντο με τον πόντο και γύρω να κάνει run around και παίζει όλο με το πόντο. Και στο σερβίς από την ώρα σου που δεν συνέβη, πήγαινε το πρώτο σου, η line πήγαινε left ή πήγαινε στο σώμα, το πρώτο. Πας στο white. Ήταν καλό. Ήταν καλό.
Όλα αυτά έχει πάει αριστερά το πρώτο και το σώμα. Στο γύρο και το δύσκολο. Έτσι πέσει που ξέρεις τόσο πολύ το πρώτο και το τόσο. Το τελευταίο που έχει βγει και τόσο έτσι ήταν πάλι σωστό. Πάμε. Πολύ κακό.
Και βρες την κατάλληλη μπάλα που θα πάρεις το μάνατς με το run around το format. Μην βιαστείς και βρεθείς να είσαι στη sideline και να πάρεις έτσι το format. Διάλεξε ποια μπάλα θα βγεις να μάνατζεις. Και το δεύτερο σερβίς, ειδικά πάλι στο σερβίς είναι το white. Βγες πίσω, πάτα και φόλωσε την πρώτη μπάλα ψηλά. Ματωμένη, ή τα παίρνεις όλη γρήγορα. Να κάτευε.
A strong pep talk for Tsitsipas on that sit down. Was down a break, broke back and leads 2-1. Great opening point on serve. And remember, it's a must-win match for Team Greece. So Maria Sakkari lost the women's singles to Jessica Monero, 2-1. Very one-sided affair. Monero was outstanding from first ball to last.
Definitely more intensity at court level. He's starting to transfer his weight through his body at that forehand.
Creativity by name is Karina Buster.
Well, this is courtcraft, isn't it? It's courtcraft because he picks exactly the right time to hit the shorter ball. He was inside and he had Steph moving the other way. but Tsitsipas is cool. He made him play a really tough volley.
And that great forehand was set up with that return, nice and deep. And then again, so quickly onto that short ball. Body weight into the direction of the ball. And that's a heavy forehand. Break point now for Steph. That first serve percentage really dropping here in the third set.
Understand why he's changed his court position there on the second serve return. Just stay deep. It's so easy for Steph to run around, find his forehand on the second serve. Closed the baseline, and then exactly when Carreño Busta hit the serve, he started running back. Then you don't have time to get in position and get round the backhand, and then he got stuck.
That's the one where he gets in trouble. I mean, that was a nice chip back, Robbie. I like the chip. He got it back into play, but he was behind almost the Perth sign on that one. Look at that. He's behind the Perth sign. Doesn't have to be a perfect drop shot to win the point.
A lot to like about that drop shot. Could prove to be a big hold in the context of this match.
2 games all. Love 15.
Just sees that inside-in forehand so well, doesn't he? Every player has a shot that if you wake them up at 3 o'clock in the morning, they'll be able to execute it almost perfectly, and I think it's that one for him.
15.
It's a great quick hold there from Steph, what he needed, and it's good to see some bounce in his step again. Some good energy in that game.
Forget it, okay. Okay, okay, forget it. Carlos μου, τώρα μπορώ να σου δώσω μαλλιά και τα. New balls, eh? New balls.
New balls είναι?
Ναι.
Ναι. Just have a quick look at this return on the second serve on break point here from Steph. And it's interesting, Mark, because he starts close to the baseline and then he runs back. And then it's just too central. We've seen him get around that backhand so easily when he starts deep, right? And he doesn't have to move back.
Yeah, if you're starting up there, okay, and you've got that intention stepping into it, step into it. But you've got to make your decision early.
See, he's moving way too far back here now. And that's never a good sign on his backhand.
As a server, the last thing you want to see is Steph staying way back and showing you that I'm going to run around and smack this return.
Yeah.
Make him serve down the tee.
Yes.
And like you said, he can still recover and hit that, return that one down the middle. But when Steph is waiting and he's worked hard for break point and he's got all that time and ends up hitting a backhand from like 3-4 meters behind the baseline.
And what I don't understand is when he broke initially, that's exactly what he did on the break point. So why wouldn't you just copy and paste that?
I don't know. I mean, you work hard and you get what you wanted and yeah, it's a frustrating thing. It's a head scratcher, but anyway, on serve here in the third. Like that one. That was a hell of a forehand from Pablo, but Steph decided to stay up in that second serve. It was a good return. It took it early, but that's just too good. But you need to make that decision of what you're going to do before the point begins. Put that pressure on the opponent one way or the other. The last thing Pablo needs right now is just to give those cheap, easy points to Steph and allow him to get into one of his service games, because that pressure is going to build.
If you're Steph's coach, just video that point on a second serve, and every time it's a big point, that's how you do it.
Yeah, that's what you're going to do. I don't care if you lose that point, but that's what you're going to do. Commit to that.
Don't commit to coming too close to the baseline. As a result of that, he's got 2 break points.
Oh. I mean, That is a cool guy under pressure. 15-40. Good chip return that stays low. And look, let's look at the angle here. That was perfectly executed. One break point saved.
At its finest.
That was a bit like the step of old, though, wasn't it? I mean, he dominated that point, and he had racket head acceleration every time he hit it, and foot speed to finish the point. Good stuff. That was exciting.
Yeah, that was a confident-looking point, wasn't it?
It just hasn't been there the whole time, though, has it? It's an interesting scenario at the moment with him, but he's found it for the moment, that's for sure.
Tell you what, man, when he has that Fitzy, he's a complete different player.
59.
I mean, it is one of the best shots in the current game, that forehand. So you just use it whenever you can. It's frightening to be up the other end when that thing's coming at you.
Bang on, Fitzy.
Next for service.
Just like that, the forehand leaks to unforced errors. But I think on the car radio on the way into the stadium this evening, you had a bit of Tom Petty on with "I Won't Back Down."
Well, he needs to have bad to the bone going on the way home if he wins this. He can take it into tomorrow, Robbie.
Oh, I love that.
That shot is something special. And it's taken him to a 5-2 lead in this deciding set. Team Greece looking good now. Oh, why don't we head over to Esperance. It is a four-wheel drive adventure that you would love to have on one of the most spectacular beaches in the world, surrounded by stunning scenery, different colors of blue in the ocean. But it's a long way southeast of Perth. You've got to go almost 700 k's to get there. Got to tell you what, that is what awaits you after a couple of hours of driving. Well worth the trip. That's a fist pump. Completely committed to the cause and the support.
Time.
He's put his fans through the ringer this evening, has Steph. Very good in set number one. Just lost a little bit of intensity and focus towards the second half of set two, and that's what cost him. And remember, he was down a break early on in the opening game of this set. They broke right back and has extended the lead now to 5-2.
Too long. Very low. Setting 15.
Vamos, Pablo, tío. Vamos, Pablo. Ánimo, que puedes.
That backhand right there is a cheat code. That one was as good as we've seen tonight from Tsitsipas. Stand and deliver at 147 k's an hour. It was very easy on the eye. It's going nowhere. He will want to see Tsitsipas step up to the line one more time. So it really is embroidered into their DNA to compete till the very last point, Fitzy.
No doubt. Yeah, that's what you've got to respect almost more than anything else, isn't it? The way they compete to the end, the Spaniards. And so Stefanos here has some work to do still. But he has lifted his intensity, and he's serving very well at the end of this third set. So can he carry that form in the biggest game? Well, I think he went the wrong way. I mean, he was forced to go forward in the court, wasn't he, by the short return, but did he use the inside in when he probably should have gone the other way?
Absolutely. And Carreño Busto was so far wide. Just keep him moving. Always nice to win that first point against the server. I think he heard you, Fitzy.
Well, he's so good at that play. And that's the angle to go in on most of the time. If you can get the opposition stretching and taking that left hand off the racket, you're in control. If you hit a positive approach.
So beautiful in its brutality, that forehand.
When he has that aggressive mindset, it's so beautiful to watch. Everything's flowing, accelerating through the ball.
Lovely way to bring up your first match point. Seals the deal with a 13th ace. 4 times he's played Pablo. 4 wins against the Spaniard, and crucially, the win this evening keeps Team Greece alive in the tie. Tsitsipas gets the job done 6-3 in the third.
Yeah, so look, it was a very up and down match for Steph, but he had got the job done. But in the third set, once he was down at break, he just took it to another level. He just came alive, great energy, started to move around, look for that forehand, and just finished off strong. So that's a positive thing to know that he ended up getting through that match, because the way he finished that match, which for me, it was a fantastic sign, and hopefully he can take that on to the next match. And more importantly, keeping his team alive. Now it's 1-1 with a live mix to come.
Absolutely. It's almost like he just needed a kick up the butt when he went down the break in the third to get him into top gear. And we saw some of the best tennis in that deciding set from him. And I think Steph is courtside, ready to have a chat with Fitzy.
Steph, well done. Tennis is a funny old game, isn't it? The form can come and go a little bit sometimes, and maybe it left you a little bit in the second set, but boy, you finished strongly.
I did, yes. I fought it through. And in some situations, it felt like I was really struggling to get back into the match. Pablo was playing very good tennis throughout the third set, so I had to come up with something, and I came up with some good returns. a little bit of offensive tennis, and that helped me out, kind of escaping that situation. Yeah, I'm happy that I just found a way in a position where mentally you're probably like doubting a little bit your choices and what you're trying to do out on the court, but somehow trying to find a way through. That's the moment that I was the most proud of.
When you feel those down moments, what are you telling yourself? You move the feet, you get more aggressive, move quicker to the ball?
Yeah, well, it does have to do with footwork, absolutely. Sometimes I fixate too much on my arm and what I can do with my forehands and backhand, so it's for sure important to remind myself of my footwork. I've played my best tennis when my feet are active and I'm able to navigate around the ball and get through the ball. So I would definitely owe it to that.
Yeah, well done, because when you transferred your weight through the forehand at the end, it was the Tsitsipas forehand of old, and that can do some damage.
Thank you. Yeah, it feels good hitting those once in a while during a match.
Now, Greece has been very successful in this event. You and Maria are a fairly formidable team. You've kept us in it. You've kept Greece in it tonight. That's a big win, wasn't it, to get back into this match?
Of course, any win is important here, and any player that gets to play the United Cup this week is a top-tier player. So I'm not expecting anything less than that. I'm just hoping to come out here and represent Greece in the best possible way. Perth, obviously, I've had great memories being built here over the last couple of years. The first time I came here for the Hopman, now it's the United. So things have changed over the last few years, but I'm more than thrilled coming back every single time. I specifically was praying to come to Perth to start the season here. I mean,
I can see you're not very popular here, Stefanos.
Not really. Western Australians are pretty laid back, and I like that. That's my type of vibe.
Well done, mate. Well, thanks for chatting to us. Great to see you in great form. Good luck.
Yeah, when that forehand is in full flow, it is very, very impressive. It's one of the great shots in our sport. And a final look at the numbers, Mark, or what stands out for you?
Look, the first points won for me on the first serve, 82% and 13 aces. Yes, he's got the 6 double faults, but when he needed it, it came in for him. And look at that, 15 forehand winners. And also look at the net play. He has a lot of unforced errors, 38 unforced errors, but 19 points won out of 25. That's a very positive thing to see, and that just shows when his body weight is moving forwards towards the net, he's incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, that translates to about 76% of the points won in and around the net. And he often speaks about his offensive mindset. And as you illustrated there, that was where he excelled. So the Greeks are happy because we are going to a mixed doubles. And of course, the players will take to the court, I reckon, in about the next 10 or 15 minutes. So I hope you enjoyed that one as much as we did. That was a lot of fun. From Mark Philippoussis, John Fitzgerald, the birthday boy, and myself, Robbie Koenig. We'll be back in the not too distant future. Stick around.
second set, following a similar script to the first 2022 Wimbledon champ Stanford, followed early but surely the goal playing into the contest and grew to spur at the time. And so it all came down to the doubles. Melbourne, she was going to give it up. 2-30. The match highlight all the marbles of Team Kazakhstan was the first winner of this big moment. No Jing this year. She and then Robin from Team China. Princess has now raced to a 3-1 lead for Team Brazil, but Zhao Jingyi wouldn't be walked over. Starting to the action. Adams now with the input from Asia. She got the break. She had set 7-5. Gianni found a leg injury and treatment and the goal in the world record to get the match on the level 2. Contest in both cups was sticking with the crowd, staying up to an incredible match, taking 200 minutes. The men's match would have been something incredible for the women for entertainment. Jing Jing did his best. Team China, no home field for the circle of well or the shot. The second set was a walk for Ring 6-3, 6-8 to give Team China a tie.
Players ready and on their way out to RAC Arena for this deciding mixed doubles encounter. Shared the victories so far. Jessica Bouzas-Monero defeating Maria Sakkari 6-2, 6-1, and then Stefanos Tsitsipas getting the better of Pablo Carreño Busta in 3 sets. So that sends us to this decider.
Please welcome, representing Team Spain, Ivonne Cavallo-Reimers and Sergio Matos Gonez. And their opponents in this mixed doubles rubber. Representing Team Greece, Maria Sakkari and Stefanos Tsitsipas.
So strong Greek contingent in the stands. They haven't gone anywhere. They've gone outside and refreshed themselves and come back in during the 20-minute break between Tsitsipas's victory. And once again, we've got a live mixed doubles. In fact, 4 of the 5 ties so far have gone to the mixed doubles. It was just China who won 3-0. David Colbert alongside Barbara Shett. Good evening, Barbara. And this will be interesting, I think. Tsitsipas and Sakkari have got a lot of experience. They've played a lot here in the United Cup, 3 times, in fact, in 2023. Tsitsipas only played once last year in the mixed. He lost that encounter against Chile, but I think experience-wise, the Greeks would start favourite here.
You would think so, because they're the bigger names, but then don't forget they're playing against a Team Spain who are doubles specialists. That's all they do. They're playing on the doubles tour. Sergio Matos Gonez, for example, has played 38 tournaments this year already, so he knows what he's doing. And he's a lefty, so don't underestimate them.
Okay, so have a good match. Normal stuff you know about it. We have a net device, electronic line calling, including the foot fault. We have the shot clock in the corner, and it's TV changeover. The ball kids will not be allowed to touch the towels. Any question? Okay. We have here, this is head. This is head, Australian Open, and John is tails. You call, please. Tails. Go ahead. Yes, tails. You receive? Okay, can we have a photo, please, this way?
So Team Spain have made a change from the lineup that took to the court against Kazakhstan. Ivonne Cavallo-Reimers is joined by Pablo Carreño Busta there. They went down, Barbara, I hope you're ready for a long one, because 3 tie breaks. Of course, we had the match tie break to finish, which was decided 10-7 in favour of Kazakhstan, but it was 7-6, 6-7 to get to that point. So they don't mind being out in the court for a while. And for Cavallo-Reimers, the 32-year-old, number 86 in the world in doubles. She's had a lot of ITF wins in doubles competition, 32 in fact, so there's a lot of experience in Team Spain.
There certainly is a lot of experience in the doubles, and she's played a great match yesterday. It was so close. They lost 10-8 in that 10-7 in the match tiebreaker. There's the man who played 38 tournament this year. He hasn't been able to crack the top 100 in doubles. So he sits just at 113. He's a left-hander. That's a good thing in doubles. It's always hard to return left-hander serves, and especially today Maria Sakkari didn't play her best form, and she will have troubles with that serve, that's for sure. It'll be interesting to see how she will recover from that, or has recovered from that loss. Stefanos Tsitsipas, we have just seen him out there, some fine tennis coming off his racket, but the two of them have played several times with each other. It should help.
So not too far away, live rubber in the mixed doubles. What did he do in his off weeks if he's played 38 tournaments?
there's not many off weeks.
No,
I think.
what is he?
I mean, hopefully he
Isn't
goes.
there a tournament he can go to somewhere?
Hopefully, he could actually play all year, I think. But, I mean, he would hopefully spend a little bit of time back home as well. But 38 tournaments, that is so much. He literally wouldn't be spending much time at home. And that, you know, he can actually do that mentally, that he stays fresh for it. He's had several doubles partners, same with Yvonne Cavale-Reimers. Sometimes when you just sit around the 100th ranking, you don't have that steady doubles partner, and that's sometimes not easy. You go to tournaments, you always have to play with someone new, and in doubles it's so important, that communication, that you know what your partner is doing on the court. And this man looks very, very motivated. This is a big moment. This is the first time for Sergio Matos Gomez to play the United Cup, and you all know Spain is a big tennis nation. Representing your country is something very special.
One minute.
Perfect conditions here in Perth, a little after 9:30 local time in the evening. Roof still open, no breeze, mild conditions. Hot day, over 30 degrees. Be punishing out on court earlier this afternoon when the sun was beating down, but perfect now. And for both these teams, opportunity to win the group still well and truly alive. Greece will play Kazakhstan on Monday, but if Greece wins, then either Greece or Kazakhstan will go through. So it's pretty simple for Spain. They need to win to stay alive to have any chance of topping the pool. Of course, one of the lucky losers from the three groups here in Perth will proceed through to the quarterfinals. Two winners of those head to Sydney to play the semi-finals up against the leading Sydney groups. Catherine Whitaker's courtside for us, and rugged up a little bit because it's a bit chilly downstairs. Catherine, good evening to you. And well, the Team Greece should be favourites here, but a lot of experience in doubles on the Team Spain side of the court. Is that the way you see it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, honestly, the thing I'm most intrigued about with this match is Maria Sakkari, who's just jogging back to the Greek team bench in front of me here, because, I mean, I know, Babsy, you were in commentary for her singles match earlier. It was a tough watch. It was really, really tough watching her play that poorly and look so lost on a tennis court. You know, somebody that's been #3 in the world. And this is a huge opportunity for her to get something positive from the day and from her start to the season. So which Maria Sakkari is going to show up tonight, I just don't know. But these two have great chemistry, don't they, Sakkari and Tsitsipas? So I feel like maybe they can conjure something together that she wasn't able to in the singles a few hours ago.
I also think that it's actually beneficial for her to have Stefanos Tsitsipas out there with her, who can really encourage her as well and give her positive vibes. But she definitely needs to up her game. Too many unforced errors, especially on that forehand wing. I could notice that she will play backhand in this doubles. Stefanos Tsitsipas is the one starting.
Ready? Play.
Come on, and please disagree with me. It'll be the serve of Tsitsipas that might make the difference here. It's going to be...
Well, if he keeps on going, what
like
he's
that.
just
Was
shot.
a good start.
That was a pretty good start, yeah. No, his serve is outstanding. His skills at the net as well. Okay, let's just leave it that way, right? An ace, a double fault.
One of each to start.
Key number one in doubles is to have a high first serve percentage, because if you have to hit a second serve, obviously that's what's going to happen. Every slight opportunity you want to take.
Well, the 20-minute break was 18 minutes too long for Stefanos. Serve, 2 double faults and an ace. Been long and wide. That's going to be important for Maria Sakkari to just every now and then cross and get involved at the net. She doesn't have a lot of experience in doubles. She's only played once this year at the Olympics. Doesn't have a ranking. She's focusing solely on her singles career. So deciding point here. Well done from Tsitsipas. Went out of a hole there, saved the 2 break points, effectively 3 with the deciding point, and holds his opening serve.
It's always a bit of a relief to get onto the scoreboard right away. He was in trouble early on in this service game. I'm really interested to see Sergio Martos Gornes. His game style seems to be very aggressive. His presence on the court, he's super motivated. She should be. I'm sure he's the one serving now.
Had a taste of Grand Slam tennis this year. First round at the French and US Open with Pablo Carreño Busta. Didn't win a match, but he was able to make it into the main draw. One of his 2 of his 38 weeks of tennis.
It's a short 2 weeks. Volleying there, but at the end came up with the unforced error. Team Spain.
Some good hustle from Sakkari too. That was speedy.
And even matches like that, these doubles, they are so important for her self-confidence at the moment, especially after the singles she's played.
It's not going to get easier for her in the singles because Elena Rybakina will be her opponent on Monday. That'll be a test.
That'll be a real test, especially with those returns. She's been struggling today against Usas Manero on those returns. That's the weakness of Stefanos Tsitsipas. That's what I would do, playing doubles against him, just targeting that backhand. Single-hander inside out is very, very difficult to do. And then you have a left-hander serving as well.
Sergio Matos Gunes holds for Team Spain.
There's certainly a lot of communication going on in Team Spain, that's for sure. I just hear the...
You're very good at rolling your R's. It's not a
Can
skill.
you not roll your R's?
It's not a skill that I've got, so... Feeling a little deficient in that area.
You'll be all right.
He's energetic.
He's very energetic. I really like his court presence, and even though he's missed that return down the line, he sets a statement. He makes Tsitsipas think as well that he can't just cross whenever he wants. He needs to watch the line. That's what doubles players do best. Crossing at the right moment. When you have the ball on your racket and you can't really change directions anymore. And you could hear the crowd as well getting involved. They couldn't believe what they saw.
Brilliant work from Matos Gunes.
It is fun watching, isn't it?
It was this one here, the recovery off the smash.
Nice reflexes.
That one into the corner was pretty good as well, and then he was across to finish it off.
Eventually, Sergio and Yvonne.
14-13.
Only been playing for 10 minutes, but Matos Gunes has racked up a kilometre. He's been everywhere.
He's moving a lot. He's covering the whole court.
Good hold from Zachary. Team Greece 2-1 opening set.
Team Greece needs to get 2-1.
It's a different Team Greece box without Apostolos Tsitsipas there. Has been such a figure on all of their journeys down under the ATP Cup before the United Cup.
Yeah, he's always been very outgoing, very vocal. I wonder if he's watching this now. Good chance.
So we've learned in the opening 3 games that Sergio Martos Gornez is a live wire. This experienced duo for Team Greece combining well. Catherine, I'm fascinated with Maria Sakkari that, you know, when you've been number 3 in the world, she had such a slow slide last season, and of course hasn't played since that US Open. That it's going to be a fascinating first couple of months of the season, watching her and what she's able to produce. What's your thoughts on that once they get this service game underway?
I think for Maria Sakkari, it's really important to get a lot of matches under her belt now. She's a player. She needs to be out there. She needs to be competing to feel comfortable. And even doubles, mixed doubles, helps her. With the strings or with the racket, actually? Interesting. It's very hard. It would be very hard to play against Sergio Martos Gornez because he's all over the place. He's moving all the time. It kind of was a combination, I think. Yeah, the throat and maybe a little bit of the strings. Look at those reflexes. Incredible. I will try to stay away from him. He's very intimidating out there. But that's what doubles players do. They move all the time. Every point is different.
Rimes holds to love. Catherine, what are your thoughts on Sakkari, and how does she maintain her enthusiasm when you've been in the top 3? She finished in the top 10 in 21, 22, 23, and then all of a sudden now finds herself outside the top 30.
Yeah, I mean, Babsy and I were talking about this earlier. She's so hard on herself, isn't she? She does seem to struggle to stay positive. I totally agree that she needs matches, but there's also pressure to get results because she's going to be defending Indian Wells final points in a few months. She's going to be defending Indian Wells final points in a few months, and I haven't done the exact maths, but once those come off her ranking total, she's going to drop like a stone because she hasn't got much else propping up her ranking. So it's kind of a question of convincing herself there's no pressure on, but also there is some pressure on.
just the second round of the Australian Open, so there's a little window there if she can have a good result. But
yeah, even I think she won some matches during the United Cup at the beginning of the year. So she'll probably lose some points from this event.
she won all 3 of her singles matches last year.
Yeah, she won 90 points last year.